Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos. We also love hearing from our listeners. If you have any suggestions for future audiobooks, please feel free to leave a comment below. Or if you want to say hi, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you for listening, and we hope you have a great day. Subscribe to this channel today and join the Billionaire Romance Audiobooks family.
The Dark Season Anthology, a horror and suspense romance collection in one audiobook. By Michelle Love. Audio copyright 2023, BFA Publishing. Note: we edited this romance audiobook to comply with the YouTube content guidelines. If you want to listen to the full-length, non-edited version, you can grab a copy from Google Play Books or Kobo.
Blurb: 10 horror and suspense romance short stories. Get the perfect dose of suspense and paranormal dark romance each story has that will steam up your Christmas and take you into the new year. Content inside: La Petite Mort, Vespa Velutina, Ways to be Wicked, Gods and Monsters, Your Ghost, The Iceman Cometh, Junkyard Betty, Santa's Little Helper, The Fireman, The Snow Angel.
La Petite Mort. Paris, 1926.
Émile Street-Jacques sat in the back of the cab as they moved through the snow-choked Parisian streets. The cold was breathtaking, and yet he did not feel it. His only thoughts were of Isolde and her words to him the previous week, on the night she broke his heart. "Émile, my heart will not allow me to accept you as my partner in life. I am sorry for the pain this will cause you." So sincere, so genuine. Except that he knew different. He had known Isolde was cheating on him with his best friend Gaston, and after Isolde's calm and cold rejection of his proposal, he had taken a cab straight around to Gaston's home and beaten him senseless. It had taken both Django and Hippolyte to drag him away from his friend before he killed him. He stared out of the cab window at the wintry scene outside. A week before Christmas, and the street were filled with people shopping, huddling around the braziers of the vendors selling hot chestnuts and cinnamon-spiced mulled wine. Steam rose from the carts, mixing with the falling snow, making the streets slushy and slippery. Émile sighed. Normally, this was his favorite time of year: riotous parties, gatherings of friends and family. This year, as luck would have it, his parents had decided to winter in Lucerne, and now that he and Isolde had parted, he would be spending most of the time alone. For now, though, he thought with relief, there was still the Gentlemen's Club. He was on the way there now to meet Django and Hippolyte. His best friends, determined to shake him out of the slump he'd been in, had promised him a night he would never forget. Knowing the cattishness of his friends and their louche lotus-eater-like existences, he didn't doubt it. For himself, a night rich in wine and song would come as a relief from his work. Unlike his friends, he did not come from old money, and the only reason he could live the life he could was due to his talent. Émile was the finest architect in Paris, some would say, in the whole of France. His latest project, a hotel in the Art Deco style which was now the fashion, was his masterpiece. Begun a mere 4 months ago, Émile's unerring eye for design had already meant that although the grand opening was still a year away, the hotel was booked solid for the next 5 years. 5 years. Émile thought about that now, and it cheered him to think of it. At his gentleman's club, the maitre d'homme took his coat and hat and directed him into the lounge, where fires crackled in the grate, and the room smelled of warm brandy and expensive cologne. Django, his oldest friend, waved him over. "Bonsoir, old man, come sit with me and play a hand or two, see two play." Hippolyte is, as usual, late. There were cards laid out on the table in front of him, a game of bridge, but Émile smiled and shook his head. "I don't seem to have the effort in me," he said, sitting opposite his friend. Django eyed him. At 32, Émile had the weary sadness of someone 2 decades older. His work, although he loved it, exhausted him, taking up as it was most of his time. Now that he thought about it, perhaps it was not surprising that Isolde had strayed. She never saw Emile except on the weekends, and even then he was preoccupied. Emile brushed the thought away. He wasn't ready to think that way yet. He wanted to wallow a while longer in self-pity. So, where is this club you're insisting on dragging me to tonight? He smiled at his friend as Django gathered up the playing cards and stacked them into their wooden box. Django smiled wickedly. It's Le Cabaret de Hiver. Emile was horrified. Django, have you gone completely out of your mind? None of us can risk being seen there. Le Cabaret de Hiver was Paris's shame. Its debauched adult shows the talk of the town. Located in the Pigalle, near the famous Moulin Rouge and twice as scandalous, its place on the Boulevard de Clichy was enough to seal its fate as a den of iniquity and degradation. To be seen to publicly attend such a place was social suicide, but of course its lure was irresistible, and the threat of public shame didn't stop the bourgeoisie seeking out private shows, of course. Django smirked. Emile, for once, stop worrying about your public persona and give yourself over to the relief one can find at such a place. There is nothing more guaranteed to make you forget Isolde and Gaston than a night experiencing such carnal pleasures of the flesh. Emile shook his head and gathered his bag. No, Django, I cannot. Yes, you can. Hippolyte was there then, his hand firmly on Emile's shoulder. We insist. Just relax, friend, and let us take care of everything. Emile had always been a little afraid of Hippolyte. The man stood a good head taller than himself, and Emile was not a diminutive fellow himself, and possessed a quiet strength that Emile had always suspected could explode into a fiery temper if pushed. He nodded now, not wanting to test that theory, as there was a curious, burning look in Hippolyte's eyes that dared him to dissemble. Django drained the last of his brandy and stood. Why wait any longer? Gentlemen, shall we? Back inside another cab, squeezed between Hippolyte and Django, Emile wondered what he had let himself in for, but as the car pulled through the crowded winter streets, he felt his spirits lift with the thrill of adventure. He hadn't been born so high that he didn't enjoy a little raucous fun now and again, and Le Cabaret de Hiver certainly promised that. The ornate entrance promised much. Wood elves and nymphs were twisted around trees covered in frosted leaves, all of them carved out of stone. Emile could not help but run his hand over the carvings. Freezing cold to the touch, they nevertheless felt almost real. Stone hard, of course, but Emile got the impression as he ran his hand over the leg of a tree elf that she might come to life and slap his hand away. Are you coming in, Saint Jacques, or are you happy to get your rocks off with a statue? Hippolyte and Django roared with laughter, and Emile smiled, feeling a little embarrassed. He nodded to the doorman, who inclined his head graciously and directed them to the cloakroom. Hippolyte and Django removed their hats but not their coats. You will need it to begin with, Django said with the air of someone who had frequented this place before. Emile made a silent note to ask him that, but then they were walking into the main club, and Emile gave a gasp. Inside, the light was an ethereal blue, the walls sparkled like diamonds, and the entire place looked like some sort of winter wonderland. The tables were of white marble, the chairs covered in furs, vast chandeliers of tiny diamonds sparkled overhead. Emile was entranced by the atmosphere. Even though it should look like a grotto for Santa Claus, there's something more. Emile struggled to find the word. Sensual? Dangerous? Beautiful, otherworldly, slow-eyed youths moved around serving drinks and catering to the guests, all of whom looked as stunned and as entranced as Emile at their surroundings. At the far end of the room, a small stage stood, a plinth covered in white fur. It was in darkness, but as Emile and his friends took their table and the waitstaff brought them vodka shots served in glasses made from ice, a spotlight began to shine on the plinth, and a nymph, swathed in white, came to arrange the fur pelts on it. There were a few catcalls from the audience, and the nymph smiled at them, an intoxicating beam of pure love. She curtsied to them and disappeared, and the lights dim again. A low rumble of disappointment went through the crowd, and Hippolyte chuckled. Impatient lot tonight. Emile looked at his friends. You've both been here before then? Hippolyte and Django glanced at each other, then Django nodded. We have. A few times over the years. The club only opens for 2 weeks in winter, hence the name, Le Cabaret de Hiver. Tonight is the first night, Christmas Day always falls directly in the middle of those 2 weeks. Then, at 1 past midnight on New Year's Day, everyone who works here vanishes until the next year, and the club is shut up. Hippolyte looked at Emile. What's really strange is that those decorations you were admiring at the entrance. They disappear too, overnight. Solid stone. No, one knows how they do it, but if you come down to the boulevard after they've been moved, you would never know they'd been there. Emile was both enraptured and alarmed. They just vanish. Into thin air. It's magical. Emile shook his head, laughing. In that case, how could we miss this opportunity? Django laughed and clapped him on the back. Quite, dear fellow. C'est sera incroyable. Hippolyte said nothing but raised his glass to his friends. Emile turned around in his chair, scrutinizing the club, wanting to take in everything, and now he began to notice other details. Some of the women were sitting with the clients, their hands moving over the clients' bodies with a feather-light touch, and the men themselves looked as if they were experiencing the most intense peak of their lives, quite openly and without shame. Emile saw huge glass bowls of what he had assumed at first were ice cubes, but upon closer inspection he saw that no, they were bowls of adult toys all crafted from ice. He watched in shocked and aroused amazement as one of the men began to kiss one of the women. Emile shrugged and tried to look nonchalant, but in the next instant the club was plunged into darkness, and a spotlight, a hazy blue light, appeared, trained on the stage. Music, a strange, discordant violin song, began to play. Slowly, sliding onto the stage, a group of women danced, their movements slow and sensual, forming a group around the plinth. They rose and seethed like an ocean swell above it, stretching their lithe tiny frames into impossible shapes until falling again to the floor. In the center of them, a woman, her curvy body the color of midnight oil, began to sway in time with the music. Her skin was blue-black, her bare chest full and firm, her hips wrapped with strings of diamonds and pearls. Her face, the expression focused on her dance, was the most exquisite thing Emile had ever seen. Full plum-colored lips, dark, endlessly dark eyes rimmed with the thickest black lashes, her hair platinum white, cut short in pin curls around her face. Seraphine. The name came into Emile's mind as he watched her undulate and perform, and then she began to sing. A deep purr, her voice built from almost a whisper until the entire room could hear her. She sang in a language that Emile could not identify, neither French nor English for sure, and her song curled its way into his brain, sending shivers through every synapse. His entire body responded to hers. His heart thumped so heavily in his chest that it pounded in his ears, to him a drum beat that accompanied every sway of her hips, as lush and fleshy as they peeked out from her skirt of pearls. Emile watched enrapt as she completed her song, to enthusiastic applause. Then she stood at the microphone and smiled, and Emile was lost. Her eyes roamed over the crowd and then settled on him. Her smile grew softer, more intimate, and she held out her hand to him. Emile forgot everything else in the world, the club, his friends, his shattered heart, and went to her. Her cold hand closed around his, and he shivered, every cell in his body reacting as if an electric shock had passed through him. Seraphine led him off the stage into a labyrinth of corridors of ice, to a room. Emile stumbled along after her, not knowing or even caring where this goddess took him as long as her hand stayed in his skin was touching hers. The room that she led him to was also constructed from ice, but to his surprise, as Seraphine removed his coat, his jacket, and then his shirt, he wasn't cold at all. She moved the palms of her hands over his skin, his hard chest, his stomach, until she reached his fly, then looking up at him from under her lashes. The moment her warm mouth covered him, Emile knew he was in trouble. Her gentle movements. Oh gosh, Emile thought, all rational thought leaving him. He touched her hair, feeling how soft it was, then her skin. Velvet, he thought, midnight velvet. Seraphine looked up as he groaned and smiled. He noticed her dark eyes weren't black or brown, but the most intense avy blue, and that her pupil was ringed with silver. Seraphine led him to the bed, a vast ice block covered with so many furs that it was surprisingly soft when he lay down. Seraphine smiled up at him, a slightly snaggle-toothed smile that nevertheless made his entire body react. Her fingernails dug painfully into his back, but he didn't care. He wanted her to hurt him, to possess him entirely. He neared completion, and she smiled up at him. Seraphine, my love. He bent his head to hers, and they kissed for the first time, their breath mingling, tasting each other. They had intimacy again slowly, sweetly. Finally, as Emile felt exhausted and spent, Seraphine pulled his head down to her chest and stroked his head. He fell asleep breathing in her scent of ice and water and moonlight, knowing that if he did not wake in the morning, he would gladly welcome death. Emile did wake the next morning, back in his own bed in his small one-bedroom apartment in the 6th arrondissement. He turned over onto his back and shivered. The French windows to his balcony were open, the white drapes billowing in, a freezing wind chilling the entire room. Emile stumbled out of bed, but instead of closing the windows, he stepped out onto the balcony. Snow was falling as a silent blanket over the city, a whiteout so thick that Paris disappeared beneath it. Emile stood on the balcony letting the soft flakes fall onto him, soaking his nightgown. Every time the snow touched his skin, he was back there in the club with Seraphine, making fiery love in a room of ice. The snow had muffled the sounds from the street and from his 5th-floor balcony. Emile stretched his mouth wide and shouted her name over the rooftops of his beloved city. He spent the day at home, reading, and in the evening he bathed and dressed carefully, choosing a dark green velvet blazer, which brought out the color of his blue eyes and the salt and pepper of his dark hair. At 8:30, he walked down to the lobby to find Django waiting for him. Emile smiled at his friend in surprise. "I didn't know we were meeting tonight." Django was pale and shaking. He shoved a newspaper at Emile. "Take a look." Emile took the paper from him and opened it out. His whole body turned to ice. Assassiner brutal au cabaret de Hiver. Belle danses morts. Brutal murder at the cabaret of winter. Beautiful dancer slain. Ah non non, he moaned, dropping the paper. The photograph on the front page was of Seraphine, her intense navy blue eyes staring into the camera with an unreadable expression. Emile stared down at it, hot tears in his eyes. He looked up at Django. "I cannot believe it, what happened?" Django was staring at him. "Emile, my friend, Seraphine was indeed murdered, but the newspapers tell us she was killed before we went to the club." "Impossible. How could it be? We were at the club only last night. Something must have happened in the early hours of this morning. Why are you staring at me like that?" His friend had paled so much that his skin was tinged with blue. "Emile, we were at the club a week ago. Surely you know this." Emile stared at his friend. A week? He had been asleep for a week. No, it could not be. "There must be some mistake," he stammered, but even as he spoke, he suddenly knew it to be the truth. Seraphine was dead, and he had lost a week. He prayed those two things weren't connected. He spent the next few days before Christmas working, trying to erase the memory of Seraphine, or the dream of Seraphine, he was no longer sure. "No, it cannot be a falsehood," he thought. "How would I have known about her unless I did lie with her on that bed of ice?" He could not fathom how he had slept for a week, nor how such a vital woman could have been taken so brutally. Who would want to destroy such beauty? After 3 unsatisfying days working at the hotel, he sent the workers home for the holidays, promising them they would be rewarded for their hard work and to enjoy the time with their families. He was glad of the solitude as he walked around the empty hotel, admiring the work, the new Art Deco designs that he had designed. When it was finished, this hotel would rival the Ritz in his plushness, its fine dining and exquisite luxury, but now he just enjoyed the solitude of it. He came to the reception with its startling decor of mirrors on 3 sides of the room, all in the Art Deco style. He stared at his reflection in the mirror in front of him. He had seemed to grow taller, more erect, his hair thicker and fuller, his face more refined and handsome. He smiled, and his reflection became almost radiant. Then suddenly, he started violently. Out of the corner of his eye, an old man shifted into view, at least what he assumed was an old man. Emile whirled around to find no one. His own reflection, now with startled eyes, stared back at him. He relaxed, and another movement caught his eye. He stopped, realizing the reflection was his own. He slid his eyes to the corner, trying to study the reflection. He could not make out his own features, nor could he reconcile the stooped figure as the same as the one he could see directly in front of him. I'm going insane, he thought and turned away, lowering his eyes as he walked out of the hotel into the streets. The cars and trams on the road had mulched the white snow into a disgusting gray slush which soaked the clothes of anyone walking along, the wet snow splashing and dirtying the Parisians' fine clothes and fashions. Emile found himself on the Boulevard de Clichy, and he could not resist stopping outside the Cabaret de Hiver. In the daylight, the stone doorway looked flat and dead. When he'd seen it for the first time, it had almost seemed alive. Not expecting an answer, he knocked on the door with his cane. To his surprise, it opened, and he stepped inside, and into another world. He glanced behind him as the door closed, and a thin layer of ice sealed the doorway immediately. He had been right, this was no ordinary place. He walked slowly through the ice corridors until he reached the small theater. Nymphs moved gracefully around the room, preparing it for the evening's entertainment. None of them gave him a second glance. He stepped up onto the stage and walked to the rear of the place, down more corridors until he reached the room where he and Seraphine had made such sweet love. He pushed the door open. She stood in the middle of the room as if she had been waiting for him. Emile gazed at her, his heart soaring. The newspaper had told him that she had been stabbed to death, almost gutted, but he looked at her, and there was not a mark on her beautiful body. He fell at her feet. "Oh, my love! My beautiful Seraphine, I am so glad to find you here, alive, in good health." Seraphine placed her fingers gently under his chin and lifted his head. "I am in good health, as you see, my love. And I have been waiting for you to return." Emile sighed happily, getting to his feet and placing his palms on her face. "Why did the newspaper says you were dead?" Her smile was enigmatic. "Sometimes people see what they want to see. My death was nothing more than performance." Emile felt uncomfortable. Who would want to see such a thing? Le Cabaret de Hiver caters for every fetish, my love. Emile ran his hand down her blue-black skin. "That is one fetish I will never understand. Who would want to ruin something so beautiful?" She smiled. "Let us not talk any further about that, my Emile. Let us make love, that is after all why you are here, no?" Emile felt hot blood rush through his veins, his stomach tighten. "My sweet Seraphine." She lay down onto her bed, and he disrobed quickly. Emile felt pleasure mixed with exquisite pain. "Le petit mort," she whispered as he came, his semen rushing out of him, his cries filling the room. That is what the French call it, that moment when you give yourself over to whatever may happen. When the physical sensation takes you to another astral plane, to paradise. Le petit mort, the little death. "Emile, what would you do for me at this moment?" Her voice, so low and sensual, like the purr of a kitten or the menacing growl of a bigger cat, made his eyes close, so sweet the sound and his body cleave to hers. "Anything, my love, anything. Would you bring me the still warm heart of someone you loved?" Emile found himself nodding. Yes, 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 anything." Seraphine smiled at him. "To lie with me again, I must ask you to do that, my love. A heart still warm with life, with your love. Bring it with you tonight, and we will celebrate, and our lovemaking will climb new heights you have never dreamed of." "Yes, yes, my love." But when Emile left the heady confines of the cabaret, he began to come to his senses. A still warm heart? What was she asking him to do? He sat in his apartment with the French windows to the balcony open, frigid air rushing in to cool his hot skin. "You know what she wants. What you must do." He squeezed his eyes shut. I cannot kill an innocent person." Slowly his eyes opened as the idea came to him, and the rightness of it almost made him laugh aloud. What was the old cliché? Two birds with one stone. Emile began to smile. The night was even colder than the previous. Gaston Fournier tucked his coat around him as he kissed Iseult farewell. "Until tomorrow, my love." He stepped out into the street and walked briskly to where he knew he could hail a cab. These evenings were a delight, or rather, had been until he realized that Iseult would never fully give herself to him until they were officially betrothed. Oh, they had kissed and once. And the trouble was, once he'd been victorious in claiming her heart and stealing her away from that pathetic dullard Emile, some of the luster had been diminished. Isolde was a beautiful woman indeed, but with that came the personality of a spoilt little girl, whiny and petulant. Gaston had no intention of marrying her. His situation was so decidedly above Isolde's own that Gaston's father would never consent to the match in any case. Gaston had his own ideas about whom he should marry, a German duchess for instance, with her own castle, a Spanish princess perhaps with status in public and no inhibitions in private. He smirked to himself now as he strode along the quiet streets. Poor Isolde. Tomorrow morning, Christmas morning, he would call on her and her family, ever the gracious suitor. Then in the evening, he would go to the Moulin Rouge and watch the dancing girls, 5 of whom he'd already slept with. He turned the corner, and a figure in black stepped out in front of him. He rocked back. Saint Jacques? His voice was low, barely a whisper, such was his surprise. They were the last words he spoke. A flash of steel and his throat was sliced open, arteries and veins severed, his voice box destroyed. Gaston felt the hot, sticky blood gush down his shirt, his knees give way, and then he was lying on the snowy ground as Emile, his eyes crazed but determined, cut open his shirt and slit him open from his throat to his belly, reaching inside the cavity. His life slipping away, Gaston watched in shock and terror as Emile yanked his heart from inside him and held it up, so that Gaston could watch his own heart beat twice more and fall silent. Darkness came then, and for Gaston Fournier it was absolute. The nymphs paid more attention to him this time. As he carried the still warm heart of her former friend, Emile showed it off proudly to low murmurs of approval. To him, and to them, there was nothing evil or macabre about the scene. It was a celebration of love, of commitment. He took it to Seraphine's room. Seraphine was even more beautiful tonight. Her midnight blue eyes shone when she saw the dripping blood, the scarlet musculature of the heart. Emile presented it to her, bowing low. My love. She took it gently from him and studied it, before raising it to her mouth and biting down deeply into it. Emile was mesmerized by the sight, the blood dripping down her skin as she ate it slowly, consuming the whole thing with sensual pleasure. Afterward she kissed him, and he could taste the blood, rich and sweet. It was good, my love, it will sustain me, but still, I could taste bitterness, jealousy. Perhaps this was of someone you were friends with, but then grew distant from. Did he wrong you in some way? Emile bowed his head. Yes, my love. He didn't question how she knew the heart had been male, or that it had come from someone he now loathed. Isolde stood at her balcony on Christmas night. Gaston had not called as promised this morning, and her gift to him lay unopened under the tree in the drawing room. Her heart ached with the betrayal of his absence. She was hurt, angry, and more than that, she wanted to return the insult to him. She knew he would creep around with other women, women who would give him the release he continually begged her for. Isolde wasn't stupid. She knew if she had intimacy again with him, she would never see him, or his fortune, again. She shivered. The lace of her nightgown was not adequate protection against the winter cold. Isolde. Starting, she turned and clutched her chest. Her former fiancé stood in the middle of her room, his face in shadow. Isolde let out a deep breath. Emile, for goodness sake, you scared me. I'm sorry, my love. I had to see you. Isolde considered him. If she wanted revenge on Gaston, who better? She had thought Emile boring and fastidious. Now as she looked at him, he seemed older, his face one of character and of passion. Deliberately, she slipped the nightgown from her shoulders and let it fall to the carpet. She knew her body was her biggest asset, full chest, flat stomach, curvaceous hips. My darling Emile, it's been too long. Emile gave a half-smiled and opened his arms to her. She went into them, feeling his arms tighten around her. She looked up into his face and gasped. Emile's once handsome face had grown terrible in its beauty, his eyes burning with hatred and lust. Isolde recoiled from this, tried to escape the cage of his arms, but instead his hand came to clamp down over her mouth, and a blade was thrust deep into her belly. Isolde moaned in terror and agony. She was only a hair from death when Emile showed her the traitorous heart he had pulled from her chest. Seraphine was happier with Isolde's heart, but still, she said, it was tainted with betrayal and anger. She stroked Emile's face with blood-stained fingers. My love, if we are truly to be together, you must give me what I asked. For tonight I must perform. Will you sit and watch me?" He readily agreed and was surprised, as he entered the theater, that he saw his friends Django and Hippolyte sitting at the same table as their first night. They greeted him somberly. "Friend, we sought you out, for we have terrible news." Emile knew immediately what they were about to say, and hoped that none of Isolt's blood was visible on his face. He arranged his features into one of concern and sat down with them. "What is it, dear ones? Why do you look so vexed?" Django and Hippolyte exchanged a look. "Emile, we come to tell you that Isolt is dead, murdered in her chamber." Emile made his eyes wide, made them fill with tears. "No, goodness, no, how terrible." "Indeed." And inside a locked room too, Hippolyte's usual stoic demeanor was missing. He shook his head, his eyes bearing the expression of a man tormented. "I just do not understand." Emile could have laughed, but he kept his countenance. "Regardless of the circumstances between us, I will admit I will miss her pretty smile and charming manner." He crossed himself and sighed. "What will we tell poor Gaston?" Hippolyte started slightly, but Django put his hand on Emile's arm. "What a generous spirit you have, friend, to think of your rival in such a thoughtful way. Alas, we are unable to find Gaston. Indeed, when I spoke to the police in this matter, they seemed to consider him a suspect." "Oh, I hope that he is not responsible for this." Emile played the part perfectly. "I would blame myself for not protecting Isolde from him." The lights in the theater dimmed in readiness for Seraphine's performance. When she came on, Emile heard the startled gasp from his friend. Django leaned over. "So she is alive then?" Emile nodded. "A case of mistaken identity, thankfully. I think we've all had our fill of blood this night." He hid a smile behind his cocktail glass, but then noticed Hippolyte staring at him. He met his friend's gaze coolly until Hippolyte looked away. Seraphine coiled her way across the stage, following by her dancing troupe, a slow sensual beat playing. She did not sing tonight, just swayed in time to the music, her supple body undulating to the rhythm. She was hypnotizing, the audience holding its breath as she plucked ice cubes from one of the glass bowls and slid the ice around her chest. She moved into the audience, teasing both men and women. When she moved to Emile's table, she stroked the faces of his friends, then straddled Emile's lap. She made her way back to the stage where a woman was waiting with a red cushion. On the cushion laid a knife carved from ice, and Seraphine lifted it into the air, letting the audience see how deadly the shard of ice was before, with a cry of utter pleasure, plunging it into herself as the curtain fell. The audience gave a gasp of horror, then burst into loud applause as the curtain opened, and Seraphine bowed, perfectly healthy. "That's a good trick," Django said, his eyes wide. He studied Emile's face. "Friend, while you may get all the pleasure in the world from that woman, I think you may also need to get some sleep. You look exhausted." Later, at home, after he and Seraphine had sated themselves in each other and she had sent him away, he took a long soak in his tub and thought about what Django said. He did feel utterly extraordinary at the moment, so alive, so vital. He looked down at his naked body and saw only glowing skin, firm muscles, healthy weight. When he shaved, the face in the mirror seemed firm and bright. Emile shook his head and gave a little laugh. Django must be seeing things, he thought fondly, as he rinsing his face of soap. Then he stopped. Django. His oldest friend, his companion through his school days and during service in the Great War, his confidant. Django, the purest heart he knew. No. No, he could not take Django's life, he would not do that. Even for his love Seraphine, he would not willingly spill Django's blood. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Emile glanced at the clock and frowned. A little after midnight. A sudden thought crossed his mind, was it the police? Had they found Gaston's body and traced the spilled blood to the cabaret? No. He had been more than careful than that. Emile strode to the door, slipping into his smoking jacket on the way, and pulled it open. Emile. Hippolyte stood outside, filling the doorframe with his immense size. Emile considered with a start of surprise that he no longer felt nervous with this man, that his love of Seraphine had made him feel invulnerable, invincible. "Hippolyte, my good fellow, do come in." I hope it is not too late in the evening. Never for you, dear friend. May I offer you a drink? Emile gestured for Hippolyte to sit down and then turned to pour them both a scotch. Hippolyte, his hands twisting his hat in his hands, thanked him for the drink. He took a sip, then looked at Emile steadily. Emile, I have something to ask you, and I want you to know that whatever you say, it will go no further than this room, between you and me. It's driving me crazy. Emile knew exactly what Hippolyte was about to ask, but he felt no fear. Please go ahead. Hippolyte looked away from him, down at the floor. Emile, did you kill Isolde? Did you murder her, slice her open, and rip out her heart? Because, Emile, I can't help but notice that you seem different, and… Emile laughed softly. I am different. You see before you a man in love, Hippolyte, and to answer your question, no, I did not kill Isolde. Perhaps you ought to look to the missing Gaston for your killer. Hippolyte didn't look convinced, but he nodded. Perhaps. You don't mind me being direct? Emile smiled. Not at all. I would be the second most obvious suspect, no? Hippolyte looked at him unhappily. My friend, in this world we are all suspects. After Hippolyte had left, Emile considered that his world was no longer of Paris but of that small portion of it that included the cabaret, a world of hedonistic pleasure and otherworldly creatures. Emile had grown up a sensible man, but now he could see that his meticulous and well-ordered life had been a lie. More and more he craved adventure, risk, the danger that his love affair with Seraphine brought to him. She was like a drug coursing through his system, and the only relief he could feel was when he pleased her. Which is why, the following night, he stalked his next victim and convinced himself he was saving poor Django from a life of boredom and disappointment. He followed his friend down to the gentleman's club and lay in wait for him. Sometimes, after an evening of cigars and port, Django would clear his head by walking down to the banks of the Seine and strolling for a time. Django had often tried to persuade Emile and Hippolyte to join him, but they always demurred. Not tonight. As Django descended the stone steps down to the bank, he was surprised to find Emile waiting for him. Dear friend, he exclaimed, shaking Emile's hand and smiling widely, I haven't seen you for a few days. I trust you are well. Emile nodded. I am very well, Django, very well indeed. I felt I needed to come tonight, given all that has happened, to spend this night with you. Django smiled happily. Well then, let us walk. I confess I have been in a somber mood these last days, thinking of poor Isolde. That monster Gaston must be found and brought to justice. You are convinced of his guilt? Django nodded. Most assuredly. Why else would he disappear? Perhaps he is dead too. Emile couldn't resist a sly grin, and Django looked surprised. That would be troublesome. Who would kill them both? People in love do crazy things. Yes? But Django looked disconcerted. Emile glanced over at him as they walked. Django, how long have we known each other? Since childhood, Emile, some 25 years. You are my brother. Emile smiled. As you are mine. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. My thoughts exactly, dear friend. If there's anything I can do. There is. Quickly, Emile withdrew his knife from his pocket and thrust it hard into Django. Django clutched at the knife, his eyes shocked and horrified, but Emile jerked the blade, opening a wide chasm through which Django's lifeblood flowed unchecked. I'm sorry, dear brother, Emile said softly to his dying friend, but she needs your heart and I need her. She is my life, Django, and you are the purest person of my acquaintance. I'm so sorry, dearest. Django was on his knees now, and then as Emile pushed him to the ground, he stared up at Emile in confusion as Emile continued. Dear God, you have become a monster, Django gasped, barely coherent, his voice a gargled mess of blood and fear. He expired as Emile reached in, tore out his heart, lifting the still beating organ into the freezing night air. Emile kicked Django's body into the Seine and immediately set off for the club. Django's heart was still beating as Emile presented it to Seraphine, and together they feasted upon it as they had intimacy. They lay in each other's arms afterward, and Emile, confident, asked her if he had finally satisfied her. Seraphine's kiss was soft, but her eyes were serious, almost cold. My darling, she purred the words, until the heart you bestow on me is utterly free from anything but your love, you will still be separate from me. Emile ran his hand through his hair in frustration. My love, I have killed my closest friend, the one person in this world who was good and pure, and whom I loved like a brother. He got up from the bed, pacing the room. He noticed, in the middle of his ruminations, that he no longer felt the cold of the ice under his bare feet, the chill of the air on his skin. He was changing, but into what? He looked back at Seraphine, her lithe body curled up on the furs. My love, he went to her and cupped her face in his palms. Up to now, I have done everything you have asked without question. Now I must ask, who are you? What are you? Seraphine was quiet for a moment then. Emile, the moment that I tell you will set you along a path with only 2 resolutions. Emile breathed in deeply. Which are? She smiled serenely. That, my love, I cannot tell you. You speak in riddles. He was up again, annoyed. What is it you want? The real question is, my precious Emile, is what do you want? He dropped to his knees beside her. You, my love, all I want is you. She smiled. Then I have told you that you need to do. She uncoiled herself from the bed. I wish to be alone now, my love. Remember, the cabaret will leave Paris at the stroke of 1 minute past midnight, January 1st. We do not wait for anyone. Anyone. You know what to do. Emile returned home dejected. He pushed the door behind him, not noticing that it didn't quite shut. He pulled off his clothes and went to stand on the balcony again. Snow was falling again over Paris, thick and heavy, and even the light from Eiffel Tower was cloaked. He stood, trying to feel the ice on his skin, trying to feel the cold, risk the hypothermia. But he felt nothing. He felt nothing. He looked at his hands, studied the long fingers. They were so pale as to be almost transparent. These hands have killed 3 people that at one time or another were special to him, that he had loved. What the devil are you doing? Emile turned slowly. Hippolyte was standing in the middle of his apartment, staring at him. His friend was stooped, grief written all over his face. Emile didn't answer him, just went to stand next to him, put a hand on his friend's shoulder. Hippolyte's eyes were full of pain. Django is missing, he said, his voice breaking. Emile stayed silent but continued to meet his gaze. Hippolyte started to cry, sobbing into his hands. He mumbled something hysterically, and Emile gripped his wrists, pulling his hands away from his face. Calm yourself, man, and tell me again, slowly. Hippolyte gathered himself, and in a voice that sounded as if it were coming from the grave, whispered, What the hell is happening to us? Emile tugged his sweater over his head and went to join Hippolyte in the kitchen. His friend was nursing a large glass of scotch, and Emile sat down and joined him. Hippolyte was calm now, and he studied Emile now, his gaze penetrating. You look like hell. Emile shrugged. What of it? Hippolyte shook his head, prodding a finger at him. All this has happened since that first night of the cabaret. We never should have gone. Emile sighed. Why on earth would us going to that club have any effect on anything? Isolde didn't go the club, and so far, she is the only one we know for sure has died. Gaston is still missing, and now you tell me Django is nowhere to be found. Perhaps one or both of them is visiting family outside of the city. Why do you smile when you say that? I wasn't aware I was. Hippolyte sat back in his chair. I swear to God, Emile, this has something to do with that woman. A flash of anger went through Emile. You mean Seraphine? I do. Ever since we were with that woman. Excuse me? What do you mean with? Hippolyte laughed then. Emile, really? Do you think it was a coincidence she chose you first that night? That by the time she was finished with you and it was my turn and then Django, you were passed out from pure physical pleasure? We knew it was your first time, Emile. We knew that Isolde had kept you waiting for your wedding night. We thought, what a riot. None of us liked Isolde, Emile, none of us. We prayed that you would fall in love with someone else and leave her. Instead, Gaston did the favor for you. Hippolyte sighed and rubbed his face with his hands, not seeing the rage on Emil's face. When Emil spoke, his voice was measured, careful, but seething with anger. You both put your hands on my Seraphine? Hippolyte sighed. She's a skank, Emil, a filthy skank. What did you expect? Emil leaped across the table and threw his slight body at Hippolyte's massive frame. The two men clattered to the floor, tumbling and wrestling until finally Hippolyte threw Emil across the room and Emil crashed into the large mirror he kept propped against the wall. Hippolyte stood, his mouth bleeding, wiping away spittle. What the hell is wrong with you? You choose a skank over your friends? Emil was paying him no attention because, as he lay in the wreckage of his mirror, he caught sight of his reflection. The reflection he'd first seen in the mirrors at the hotel out of the corner of his eye, and now he understood, it had crept up on him. The sunken eyes, the translucent skin, the haunted, desperate look in his eyes. Hippolyte snorted in disgust as Emil picked up a sliver of the mirror and stared at himself. Look at yourself, that's right. Look at what you've become. You don't deserve us, you never did. Any of us, Emil, because the only person you've ever loved is yourself. And he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. His words hung in the frigid air even after he had been long gone, and finally, Emil began to smile. The police came for Hippolyte late on New Year's Eve. They'd found a body. Would he be so kind to come to the morgue to identify it? He knew immediately that it would be Django. He gazed down at the body of his friend, the gaping hole in his neck, the bloated, waterlogged appearance of his skin. We pulled him from the Seine. We think he was killed on the banks and rolled in. There's a significant amount of blood down by the left bank. Hippolyte felt sick. The look on Django's face he would never forget. There was fear, of course, but more than that, there was hurt, betrayal. Emil. A commotion behind him, and some technicians wheeled in another gurney, a body covered in a white sheet. We got another one. Been dead at least a week, frozen solid under a pile of snow. Where? The police sergeant who had brought Hippolyte to the morgue spoke up, his face alert and professional. The technician told him, and the police officer nodded. That's 2 streets away from the girl's murder. Hippolyte closed his eyes. Can I see the body? The policeman gave a curt nod, and the technician lifted the sheet. Hippolyte sighed, utterly exhausted. It's Gaston Fournier. When the police let him leave after extensive questioning, Hippolyte wandered through the darkening streets of the city. Despite the cold weather, Parisians were flocking onto the streets to celebrate the new year, and Hippolyte had to push through crowds of partygoers, revelers, street vendors, and street entertainers. The stores along the boulevards were still sparkling with every color of decoration, festive cheer, and sale signs. But he saw none of it. His world had turned to black and white and red with blood, and now all he knew as he had to save his only friend, no matter what he had done. Emil dressed simply in a long white dress shirt and pants. He didn't even bother putting a jacket on, he didn't feel the cold anymore. His appearance drew stares from passers-by as he walked regally to the cabaret at 11 p.m. The nymphs at the bar nodded to him as he made his way back to Seraphine's room. He knocked once and walked in. Seraphine was facing away from him, but she smiled at him in the mirror. My love, you came. Emil nodded. Of course I did, my daring Seraphine. She turned and studied his eyes, and her smile widened. You are ready? I am ready. She rose from her seat and came to him, kissing him softly. At last, my love, at last. Hippolyte was surprised they let him in, given his disheveled clothes and the smell of alcohol coming from him, but the nymphs greeted him like an old friend and gave him a table at the front of the stage. They seemed gleeful, almost celebratory, he supposed because it was the show's last night. The lights went down almost immediately, and Hippolyte was shocked when Seraphine walked onto the stage, hand in hand with a totally naked Emil. The music began, and the couple was surrounded by dancers, moving and swelling like waves around them. They rose up to shield the couple, and then Hippolyte saw Emil and Seraphine on the plinth, making love. To Hippolyte's horror, a nymph approached the couple carrying a red velvet cushion. Hippolyte remembered it from an earlier show. It held the lethal knife of ice. He started to stand as Emile grasped it in his hand, but suddenly there were nymphs holding Hippolyte down. Desperate, he screamed at his friend. Emile. Mon ami non. Please no. But Emile did not listen, did not even acknowledge his friend's pleas. He smiled down at Seraphine and raised the knife. I love you, he whispered and plunged the knife into himself. I give you my heart, Seraphine. It was still beating as they both bit into it, and Emile smiled as he passed from light into darkness. There he finally saw Seraphine in her true form, and he exulted in her divine beauty and grace. We will be together forever now, my precious Emile, she said, and kissing him, led him into forever. Hippolyte also saw Seraphine in her true form. As his friend died, his blood gushing from him like a torrent, he saw her, the serpent, coiling and uncoiling around the husk that had been his dear friend Emile before her jaws opened wide and finally consumed him forever. The end.
Vespa Velutina. Hong Kong, 1999.
Pal Magnuson walked through the arrivals hall at Hong Kong International Airport, aware that he was the lone single male in the passengers from his flight. Everyone else was shrieking greetings at their loved one, their friends, in what he assumed was Mandarin, but could have been Swahili for all he knew. Back in Oslo, he'd mastered English at school as well as his own language, but as soon as he was able to opt out of learning any other language, he did. It wasn't his thing, language, which had made his plans to work in every developed country in the world a little difficult. Luckily, here in Hong Kong at the turn of the new century, there were enough English-speaking expats left that his transfer to the University of Hong Kong's biomedicine faculty easier than his last job in Sao Paulo. Also, leaving Sao Paulo meant being half a world away from his ex-wife, Lowell. Gosh, just being free of that skank. She'd taken him for everything in the divorce, but by the end, he didn't care, he just wanted to get out. His old friend Ken Wu had called him, begging him to come fill a spot on the faculty. No one wants to teach bio anymore, no one. They all want to teach media. Pal had laughed at his friend's sulky tone, but he'd agreed straight away. 2 days later, and here he was. Ken had booked him into a motel for the first few nights. I know you're particular about your living space, he'd told Pal on the phone the day before his flight, but I've got you some details so you can check them out yourself. It was only 2 p.m. when Pal checked into the motel. He dumped his bags and sat on the bed, undecided what to do. He went to the little bathroom and brushed his teeth, glancing in the mirror. His blue eyes were red from traveling, his blonde hair thick and curly was pressed flat on one side. He'd taken an Ambien when he'd gotten on the plane, and had slept nearly the whole flight, so now he felt antsy, eager to get on. The motel receptionist had handed him a brown envelope from Ken, details of available apartments. Pal looked through them now. Some were tiny, at least the ones he could afford. The last one he came to seemed way too good to be true, a penthouse in central HK for less than a week's salary per month. A week's salary. Pal glanced at the pictures, there was no way it was as good as it looked. Still he shrugged, why not find out? He called the number on the listing, and was pleased that the realtor spoke impeccable English. He arranged to go the place the next morning. Feeling weirdly pleased, he took a cab into the center of the city and wandered the streets for a while. The city was alive with people enjoying the seasonal displays and Christmas lights. Even more than Christmas, which was technically more for tourists and European and American expats than it was for the locals, the city was gearing itself up for the millennium. The year 2000 was less than 10 days away. Pal, stoic by nature, wasn't buying into the panic of the new year and Y2K, he was looking forward to the future. A future without that incubus Lowell. They had been married for 5 years, 5 childless years. Lowell had told him she was desperate for children, as he had been, but as soon as he said, "I do," she changed her mind. It had been hard for him to not grow resentful, but he'd given the marriage a good shot, until it became impossible. His family, what was left of them, were scattered across the globe and they rarely kept in touch. So Pal was alone, here, in a new country at the turn of the century. And for the moment, that was really very okay. He had to stop himself from whooping the next morning when the realtor showed him around the penthouse. He had been right, it wasn't anything like the photographs, it was better. Pal laughed softly to himself. Better, didn't even cover it. Wall-to-ceiling windows, plush furnishing, the modern and clean state-of-the-art kitchen. Are you sure that this rent amount is correct? It seems very little for such a place. The realtor smiled. The owner is very particular who she rents to. For the right person, she is very generous, if some of her aesthetic taste is singular. Pal had no idea what he meant. This place would look good on the cover of an architectural magazine. I'll take it. He remembered what the man had said about the owner. If the owner thinks I'm a suitable candidate, that is. The realtor nodded. You are. Ken Wu sent through your details when he inquired about the place for you. The owner cleared you. Pal felt his heart leap. You're serious, it's mine? The realtor handed him the key, grinning. All yours, friend. Pal followed him out of the door, eager to go get his stuff and move in. Do I get to meet the owner? I doubt it. I've never even met her, just spoken to her on the phone. Sensual voice, one of those low husky types, almost a lisp, you know. Pal moved his bags into the apartment and unpacked his meager belongings. He'd put most of his stuff into storage before he left Brazil, not wanting to haul it across the world if the job in HK didn't work out. Not that his stuff amounted to more than a few books and papers. After he had unpacked, he strolled around the apartment, taking in the finer details. In the large living room, a huge flat-screen TV sat on top of a sleek glass console, huge comfortable couches black with contrasting yellow pillows. The kitchen, he found, was fully stocked with both local food and American food. He snagged a Coke from the cooler and went back to the living room, standing at the huge windows to look down on the streets below. Pal sighed. Man, if this was his reward for putting up with Lou Hella, he'd take it. He'd left the main lights in the room off so he wouldn't catch the reflection rather than the view, but from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the shadow of something, a female face. He turned to see the portrait on the far end of the room. How had he not seen this before? He moved closer. The portrait was of one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. Her delicate features were like that of a doll, the porcelain skin, dark almond-shaped eyes, the thick straight hair flat against her lovely face. He couldn't take his eyes off her pert, red little mouth. Damn, her eyes, doe-like, almost cartoon character large, followed him around the room. Pal imagined her watching him, and liked the sensation. He moved still closer and pressed his lips against hers. For a second he stayed there, eyes closed, imagining the softness of her mouth, the warmth of her breath. Maybe it would taste of cherries, or maybe sweet tea. You are kissing a painting, Magnuson. You are a 38-year-old scientist, and you are kissing a painting. He stepped back, chuckling, and opened his eyes. He grinned at the painting. Sorry about that, ma'am. Was it his imagination, or did her eyes have an amused look? You are a freak, Magnuson. Pal, his mood happier than in many, many years, touched the frame briefly, laughing at his own foolishness. Good night, my lovely. This old fool is about to turn in. He slept well in the massive king-size bed, the jet lag finally catching up with him. Only once did he wake, disturbed by a low hum in the room, real or imagined he did not know. In the morning, he showered and ate a good breakfast, and afterward went to work. The facilities at the university were superb, state-of-the-art, and he grew excited about his work again. Biomedicine in the late 20th century had taken on a major role in all medical fields, and Pal had been at the forefront of most of the research. He was busy setting up his first experiment when Ken Wu came to find him. The slender and athletic American-Chinese man was the opposite of Pal's big and burly frame, but they shared the same sense of humor and passion for their field. Ken bore Pal down to the university's refectory for lunch, and the two men caught up on each other's lives. So you've taken one of the apartments? Pal grinned. Sure have, and I have you to thank for that. It's the penthouse, and I still can't believe the rent is so cheap. Ken grimaced a little. Pal frowned. What is it? Ken sighed. Okay, well, don't get mad, but I know a little of the history of the place. A couple of people who lived there have died, and no one stays there for long. Pal's eyebrows shot up. Really? How did they die? One jumped from the roof, the other of some kind of illness, I heard. One of them was a lecturer in economics, I heard. Pal relaxed. Sounds like just bad luck. I can't imagine it had anything to do with the apartment. The place is a palace. Ken half smiled. As long as you like it. Say, changing the subject, what are you doing for Christmas? I thought we could get together, drink some beer, eat too much food. Pal was surprised. You're Christian. Ken grinned. Nope, but any excuse to drink and eat. Pal laughed. In that case, how can I refuse? Pal returned home that night, happier than he had been for years. Or maybe even ever, he thought with a smile. He pushed open the door to his apartment, and his eyes went immediately to the painting. Hi honey, I'm home, he said and laughed. He made his own supper from scratch with the fresh ingredients he found, steak and a green salad, followed by a bowl of the creamiest ice cream he'd ever tasted. Afterward, he sat on the couch, beer in hand, and flicked through the channels on the television until he settled on an old rerun of a war movie. Eventually, barely able to keep his eyes open, he went to bed. He woke shivering. From the dim light outside his curtains, he could see that it was still night, and when he turned over to check the clock, the luminous numbers glowed 3:33 a.m. He closed his eyes, but then he heard it. The same low humming he had heard the night before. It couldn't be the apartment's heating system, it was freezing. He lay there for a second, just listening, then pushed back the covers, cursing softly at the cold hitting his body. He went out into the living and checked the heating. It was off as he had expected. He prodded the on button and started to shuffle back to bed, then stopped. A glance outside the large windows and he almost gasped. It was snowing. Pal stumbled to the window and looked out. It was snowing in subtropical Hong Kong. No way, he whispered, watching the sheets of snow falling. He'd never heard of it snowing here, maybe up in the mountains, perhaps at Tai Mo Shan, but in the city. I don't believe it. It is rare. Pal spun around, the sound of her voice. The woman from his painting stood in the center of the living room. Entirely naked. Pal's chest suddenly seized up from shock, from utter surprise, and he choked, gasping for air. The woman stepped towards him, her hand out. Do you need some help? Pal stared at her and then did the only thing he could, the most embarrassing thing he could. He fainted. Pal drew in a deep breath as he came around, back in his bed. Had he imagined it? A beat later, he knew the answer. No. Who are you? She smiled, enigmatic and confident. I am whoever you want me to be, Pal. Isn't this what you wanted when you kissed my painting? He could only nod. I'm either insane or dreaming, he thought, but he didn't want it to stop. My name is Jingmai. He gave himself over to the unbelievable sensations that were racing through his entire being. Jingmai, he whispered over and over again. In person she was even more beautiful, her long back hair straight down her back and feather soft, her eyes burned a dark gold, her skin a very pale olive. The moonlight from outside the window cast shadows on her skin. Jingmai smiled as he stroked her face afterward. I don't know where you came from, my love, he murmured, his lips against hers, but I'm very glad you are here. Will you stay? Until dawn, my love, then I must leave. Will you come back tomorrow night? I will return for as long as is necessary, my handsome pal. I want to taste you in every way. Pal rolled her onto her back then and grinned down at her. As I want to taste you. Sleep, my love, sleep. I will return, do not fear. The last thing he noticed before he passed out was that she had the most divinely sweet little lisp. The doorbell to his apartment kept buzzing and eventually, with a groan, Pal opened his eyes. The clock said 10:30 a.m., but he wasn't due at work for another couple of hours. He pushed the bed covers aside and tugged his robe on before going to the front door. Ken Wu grinned and waved a bottle of champagne at him. Guess what? School's out for Christmas. Pal let him in, frowning slightly. Because of the snow. Ken stopped. What snow? Buddy, there hasn't been any snow in Hong Kong since 1975, and then it was only up on the peaks. You hungover or something? He chuckled to himself and went into the kitchen to find some glasses. Pal blinked, then walked to the window. Ken was right, no snow. Considering the blanket that had covered the city only 7 hours ago, maybe it had melted. Pal shrugged. Who cared? He'd just spent the most exciting night of his life, and he was worried about snow. Ken came back in holding 2 overspilling champagne flutes. Merry Christmas, pal. Pal took a swig of the cold liquid. And the same to you. So I guess the party starts now. Ken grinned. You bet it does. Now go grab a shower and get dressed. Have I got the day planned for us? So she just turned up. Ken looked skeptical. Pal smiled. He hadn't planned on telling Ken about Jing Mai, but the secret would not stay hidden. They'd trawled the best of Hong Kong's bars, and were now seated in one of the best sushi and sashimi restaurants in the city. I think she's the apartment's owner, Pal told his friend as he picked up his chopsticks. The realtor told me she had a sensual way of speaking. He wasn't wrong. And she just turned up. Yep, without any clothes. She must live elsewhere in the building. Huh. Ken scooped up some stick rice and chewed thoughtfully. That begs the question, why wouldn't she live in the penthouse? It's not as if she's charging you a high rent. She can barely make anything off it after tax. Pal shrugged. Who knows? We didn't exactly get around to discussing her business matters. Ken laughed. Lucky dog. Pal chose a particularly succulent piece of fish, eating it with relish. Maybe it's the universe's way of making up for the past few years. Ken tapped his sake cup to his friends. Amen to that. After dinner, they walked through the crowded streets, and Pal began to feel as if his whole life was moving forward in a decidedly positive way. Here he was in the stunning, progressive city with all the opportunities it held, with a good friend in Ken, at a time of global celebration. An apartment that most people would kill for. And, if he were lucky like last night, a beautiful woman to share it all with. Yes, he thought, the new century is going to be a good one for Pal Magnuson, I can feel it. Ken bade him farewell just after midnight. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve, there's a faculty party at a bar downtown if you want to go. Pal agreed readily. He was ready to throw himself into the whole community here, make new friends, build a life. He chuckled, shaking his head as he entered his apartment. You really made up your mind that quickly, Magnuson? He went to bed, falling into an exhausted slumber until he woke, smiling, feeling her mouth on him. Hello, beautiful Jing Mai. He heard her chuckle, felt the vibration in her throat against his chest, and he sighed happily. Another blissful night of making love, and indeed, his body felt ultra-sensitive to her every touch, as if just by trailing her fingertips against his skin, she left a burning sensation. Before he fell asleep, he stroked her face, studying the dark gold of her eyes. My beautiful Jing Mai, where do you go when you leave me? Do you live here in this building? I am close, was all that she would tell him, before beginning to hum the strange melody that made his eyes heavy and his body relax into the deepest, dreamless sleep. The Christmas party was riotous. Ken introduced him to the rest of the faculty and some of the grad students that had joined them, and they all welcomed him as an old friend. At midnight they all cheered in Christmas Day and drank their fill in champagne. Pal watched in amusement as various people paired up and stumbled off into the night. He couldn't but help feel a little smug. Although the women in the faculty were lovely, sweet, great-looking and most importantly smart, they still didn't hold a thing to Jing Mai. She was otherworldly, unique, unsurpassable. He could barely wait to get back to her. He walked a very drunk Ken back to his building, and saw he got to his apartment safely. Ken thanked him. Come over in the afternoon, and I'll cook. Pal thanked him. Drink some water and get some sleep. I'll see you later. He almost flew back to his own home. Once there, he decided to wait up for her, making a nest on the couch with his blanket, another bottle of beer. Late-night TV was nothing but trash, so he flicked on the radio and listened to pop music until he felt his eyes closing. No, stay awake, it was nearly time. He wrenched his eyes open, in time to see Jing Mai step out of the painting on the wall. His heart nearly stopped. Jing Mai smiled. Now you know. I am always close. Pal shook his head. How can this be? It is not possible. Jing Mai came to him, coiling her body around his. Anything is possible, my love. For once, he pushed her away and got up, pacing around the living room, his mind whirling. No, I am a scientist, Jing Mai. I do not believe in such supernatural things. She smiled that enigmatic smile. I am no more supernatural than you, my love. Do I not feel real? He sat down beside her, his eyes fixed on her. He touched her face. I cannot conceive of how this is possible. Jing Mai kissed him gently. My love, the important thing is that we are together. But Pal still felt troubled. Jing Mai, what happened to the man who rented this apartment before me? She looked surprised. I have no idea, my love, only that they came here and were gone just as quickly. Now, shall we make love? He let her lead him to this bedroom, and there they made the most gentle and tender love yet. When he awoke in the morning, she was gone as he had expected. He walked out into the living room and faced the painting. Are you really in there, my sweetest love? Did he imagine it, or did the corner of her mouth hitch up slightly in a mischievous smile? Did it matter? Pal touched the painting her cheek and it felt as soft as her skin. I cannot believe this, he whispered but then tried to smile. But as you say, my only love, as long as we are together. He could not stop thinking about her, even later when he was at Ken's apartment, and they were eating a delicious meal of beef and noodles. Ken noticed his friend was distracted but said nothing, just smiled to himself. He wasn't so old that he didn't remember what falling in love was like. They watched some old movies after dinner, a comedy and a horror. Pal thanked his friend for his generosity. I had imagined a very solitary Christmas, he admitted, and you have made it one of my best in years, so thank you. Also, for thinking of me for the job. Hong Kong appears to suit me. Boxing Day. He awoke shivering, desperate to pee. He stumbled into the bathroom and relieved himself. He felt feverish, his whole body trembling. He glanced in the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot, his skin a nasty yellow. Geez, he muttered. What a time to get sick. He climbed back into bed and pulled the covers over him. He fell into a deep, troubled sleep, haunted by nightmares, and when he woke, hours later, the room was dark, and his bladder was again full to bursting. When Jing Mai came that night, he told her, regretfully, that he was sick and that he could not make love. Jing Mai cared for him tenderly until dawn. As she got up to leave, he clutched her hand. Can you not stay, my love? She bent down and kissed him. I'm sorry, dearest one, I have to go. I hope you feel better soon. Pal was disappointed but not surprised. Perhaps she could not risk being seen in sunlight, or, he didn't know what else it could be. All bets were off now that he knew she was something different, something other. His fever worsened, but on the second day after Boxing Day, there was a faculty meeting scheduled, and so he showered and dressed and called a cab to take him to the campus. Ken greeted him as he entered the meeting room. Geez, you look terrible. What happened? A virus, I think. Pal groped for a chair and sat down. His side was hurting badly, and he bent double now, sucking in oxygen. Ken looked alarmed. Maybe you shouldn't be here, man. No, I'm okay, just took the stairs too quickly, Pal insisted, and even as he spoke, the pain abated and he relaxed. The meeting was one discussing the procedures for the next semester, and the faculty head, a dreary gray man called Dennis, droned on and on for what seemed like hours. Luckily, Dennis didn't appear to require any input from his audience, and so Pal's mind wandered. Jing Mai had been loving and caring for the few hours that she stayed with him both nights, and he regretted the moment that she left. This morning, before he'd left the apartment, he studied the painting, taking from the wall and checking the back of it. It appeared just an ordinary painting. On the cab ride into the university, the idea had come to him. He would call the realtor, see if he would tell him the names of some of the previous tenants, the ones that were still alive. He reasoned he could ask that much, a retroactive reference, so to speak. Pal would ask them about the apartment, the painting, if anything unusual happened, see what other people's experiences had been. His stomach gave an ominous lurch, dragging him back to the present. He tasted bile and gagged. "Pal, are you okay?" Ken looked at him as Pal shoved his chair backward and dashed to the door. Luckily, the bathrooms were close by, and as Pal stumbled into a booth and threw up, his whole body shook and trembled. He heard the door open and Ken was there, patting him on the back. "Okay, we're going to the emergency room." Pal shook his head. "No need really, it's just a virus. I probably brought it with me from overseas." Honestly, he paused, nausea threatening again, and then swallowed hard. "I'll just go home, take the few days between now and the semester to get better." "Really thanks Ken, but I'm okay." Ken wasn't convinced. "Promise me you'll call a doctor if it gets worse." "I promise." But he didn't call a doctor, and by the next morning, the pain in his abdomen was so bad he was unable to move. Jing Mai had again tended to him, but even she could not help the pain. "I think you will have to just get through this," she said, and for the first time he felt irritated with her. He toyed with the idea of calling an ambulance, but, after sleeping for the day, he woke up feeling a lot better. He got out of bed and drank 2 full pints of water, his mouth almost desiccated. He sat on the couch in the living room, staring at the painting. Tomorrow was an ordinary working day. He would call the realtor to start his investigation and try to find out about his enigmatic lover. He dressed in the morning, noting his pants were much looser than before and that he had to hitch his belt along a couple of notches. He called the realtor and with much persuasion, got hold of a few numbers. "But don't call the families Chan Li or Simon Wang. They're the 2 who died, and I wouldn't want them upset after all this time." Pal reassured the realtor that he would respect the families and sat down, strong coffee in his hand. The first 3 names were 3 women, and he got little out of them except that they thought the place was creepy, that they felt was haunted. One of the women came right out and called it evil. Pal just rolled his eyes. He called a few more people, losing hope that he would get any more out of them. Another ex-tenant was dead, kidney cancer, his widow told Pal. Pal expressed his sympathies. "Did you notice anything strange about the apartment?" he asked her carefully. "I never lived there, nor spent any significant time there. We had separated a few weeks before his diagnosis, and when he got too sick, he came home so I could look after him. He said he didn't want me to be in that apartment, that he was sure it had made him sick." "How could an apartment have made him get cancer?" The woman sighed. "I don't know. He was barely lucid in his last days. He rambled on about a painting, a woman, how she had infected him. All the workings of a diseased mind, I'm afraid." Pal ended the call, his entire body cold. No. There was no way that the man's cancer had been caused by Jing Mai, but the fact that he knew about her made jealousy and rage ran through Pal's fragile heart. So he wasn't her only lover. He asked himself, did he really think he had been? He had no idea about anything in Jing Mai's life or history or even, and he laughed out loud now, what she was. Was she human? The softness of her skin, how could she be anything else? He resolved to ask her that night, but when she came she hushed him with her lips, and they had intimacy tenderly, Jing Mai so respectful of his recovering body that he forgot all the questions he wanted to ask her. He laid his head between her pillowy chest and slept until morning. The day before New Year's Eve, he awoke to find himself sick again, and this time there was blood in his vomit. He called Ken, who came immediately and took him to the emergency room. X-rays, scans, blood tests, urine tests. A young Chinese doctor came to see him. "Mr. Magnuson, I'm sorry to have to tell you that it's not good news. Your urine and blood tests tell us that your kidneys are shutting down. Tell me, do you drink alcohol to excess?" Pal shook his head. "I have maybe 2-3 drinks a week, if that. More this week because of the holidays, of course." The doctor was making notes. "And you've not experienced these symptoms before?" "No. The doctor sighed. We'll keep you in, run some more tests, see if we can stop the deterioration. The way it's going now, I'm afraid we're looking at a possible transplant scenario. Pal was quiet, just nodded quietly. Ken looked appalled. Dear God, Pal, I'm so sorry. Pal laughed quietly. Not your fault, just one of those things. But he couldn't stop thinking about Jing Mai and what the widow of the previous tenant had said. There could not possibly be a link, could there? From what he had learned, the other two tenants who had died, well, one had committed suicide, the other had leapt from the top of the building. Something clicked in his memory, and he turned to Ken. Ken, that economics professor you told me about, the one who had lived in my building, who jumped, what was his name? Simon Wong, I think. Why? Could you do me a favor? Could you check out his story? Was he married, separated, did he have mental health problems? Ken looked unhappy. Why? Look, I think he used to work with Glenn at a university in Japan, so I can ask him, but why do you need to know? Pal shivered, a chill settling on him. Because I want to know if the infection, the viruses, have originated in the apartment. I don't know, Ken, I'm just looking for answers. Why? Pal fixed his friend with a steady gaze. Because I had a full medical 6 weeks ago, Ken, and there was no sign of any kidney disease, of any kind of problem. So. Understood. Ken nodded and stood. You stay here, rest, and I'll try and find out what I can. Pal thought he might not sleep that night. Although he was in a private room, thanks to the university's excellent health insurance, the noises from the rest of the hospital were really irritant. Thankfully, they gave him a sleeping tablet, and he sank into a dreamless sleep. Pal. Pal. My darling, I am here. He opened his eyes and there she was. She seemed to be hovering above him, her black hair hanging down over one shoulder, an ebony curtain. He reached his arms up and she went into them. Gosh, the scent of her skin, so sweet, so heady. Her lips were against his. Pal, love me, say those sweet things you always say to me, Pal, say them. Oh, her delicious voice, curling around his brain, the sweetest seduction. He murmured her name over and over as their limbs tangled, and their skin joined as one. You are my love, my only love, he told her again and again as they had intimacy, and he realized that even if he was dying, he would still have had the love of this incredible woman. Say sweet things, her lisp had become more pronounced and he loved it, the sensual purr of it vibrating through his body. At the point of peak, white sparks exploded in his brain, and he didn't care if he woke again in the morning or not. He belonged to her for now and all time. Mr. Magnuson. Good morning. I have good news, your vitals have picked up since I last checked on you. Looks like you'll see in the new year with us after all. The doctor's false jollity didn't fool Pal one bit, despite the fact he did feel better this morning, and he knew one thing for damn sure, he wasn't staying in this place another night. They tried to stop him, of course, tried to calm him, but he refused and walked out of the hospital just after midday. The pain was bad, but at least he didn't feel sick anymore. That's what he told himself. At least I don't feel sick. He didn't go home straight away, instead he took a cab to Ken's place. His friend was shocked to see him. Damn, Pal, do you have a death wish? Come in, sit down before you fall down. Ken fussed around him, and Pal had to admit it was a comfort. Ken made him sit down on the couch, brought him water and hot soup, a blanket to wrap around him. He eventually sat down, nodding at the soup. Eat, Pal. I'm not telling you anything until you finish that bowl. The soup, wanton, sweet and sour, was good, and Pal surprised himself by finishing it. He sat back as Ken cleared his bowl. Now, Ken, what have you found out about Simon Wong? Ken sighed, rubbed his eyes. It's pretty messed up, Pal. Simon Wong was a respected economics lecturer. He was shortlisted for the Nobel a few times. He came to teach at the School of Economics and Finance, and a colleague told him about the apartment. Pal smiled weakly. Just like you did for me. Ken laughed without humor. Just like I did for you. He took the apartment, obviously, but after a few weeks, his colleagues reported that he kept missing classes without reason, and his appearance changed dramatically. He became almost emaciated, almost cadaverous, they said. They staged an intervention, thinking he was on drugs, but he assured them he was well, he had just had the flu. As he was leaving the room, one colleague thought he heard him mumble, "I have her, that's all I need." The colleague asked him to repeat it, but Simon just smiled. The next day, he threw himself from the top of your apartment building. Every bone in his body was broken, most of his flesh pulped, but the worst thing they found was that all of his major organs were rotting away anyway. He would not have survived the day. Ken looked sick, and Pal felt vomit rise in his throat. He spoke about Jingmai. Ken nodded. "I think it can only have been her." Apparently, the police found no trace of the woman he spoke of, but given the similarity in your condition. "You think my organs are rotting?" Ken gazed at his friend with bottomless sorrow in his eyes. "I see before me half the man who came to this city a week ago." "A week, Pal? What other conclusion can be reached?" Pal closed his eyes, letting his head fall back onto the couch cushion. However much he wanted to deny it, he could feel it happening. Every nerve ending in his body screamed with pain, every time his heart beat, it resonated with agony. He could not pee without burning, searing torture, but his bladder was constantly full. "I'm liquefying." The thought came unbidden, and yet Pal knew it was true. He looked at Ken. "I must go home." "Do you think that's wise?" "I have to. If I am not long for this world, then I will at least leave it knowing why this is happening to me." As he rode in the cab home, after saying his goodbyes to a worried Ken, he wondered if he would see his friend again. He sat up and waited for her. He watched as she stepped from the painting and smiled. "You look well, my love," she purred. Actually, as he listened now, it wasn't a purr, more of a hum, a vibration, almost. "Darling love, I can see you are distracted tonight. Perhaps I can soothe you." She sat down and curled herself into his side, her lips against his neck. Pal wanted to push her away, but the feel of her skin against his. "My darling Jingmai, I must talk to you before we can be together." She pulled away, and her dark gold eyes burned. "Of course." He studied her. Gosh, she was so lovely, so precious. "I am sick, my love. Really sick. Docs don't think I'll last much longer." An expression came into her eyes that he couldn't read. "I can make you feel better." He smiled. "Did you make Simon Wong feel better?" Her expression didn't change. Simon was a dear friend, but he was deeply unhappy. "And sick." She looked away. "I do not know, he never told me." "She's lying." Pal looked at the clock. "You're early tonight, it's not even midnight." "It's a special night, my love." Pal Magnuson closed his eyes and felt her hands on his body. Maybe I am, he thought, his mind swirling as if her touch was making him high. What did it matter now? Wouldn't it be better to go like this? He heard the sound she was making and finally understood what she was, and yet now, he didn't care. At least I was loved, he thought, at least I felt loved. Ken Wu spoke to the police and then went to work, not wanting to be alone. The remnants of Christmas and the Millennium decorations hung forlornly around the faculty building, echoing the desolation he felt. He was greeted a couple of colleagues who, seeing his face, sat him down and made him drink some scotch. When Pal hadn't answered any of his phone calls, he called the realtor, and they went to the apartment together. He didn't think the realtor would stop throwing up ever again. They'd found Pal on his couch, every organ liquefied and drained from him. They'd called the emergency services. Ken would never forget his friend's desiccated face. He looked for the painting that Pal said was of Jingmai, for something to give to the police, but even he could tell that nothing human had done this to his friend. Nothing human. Lawrence Hardacre tried not to stare at the realtor's pale face as he showed him around the penthouse. The dude looked sick as a dog, and had barely even stepped inside the living room. Lawrence smirked. Who cared? This place was a steal. He moved around the apartment, admiring the view, then turned and saw the painting. He whistled. Gee man, what a painting. That's beautiful, man. He looked at the realtor. I'll take the place. Hell yes, I'll take this damned palace and that painting. As he followed his client from the apartment, the realtor shook his head. He'd never seen what everyone saw in that painting. They acted if it was the damn Mona Lisa. All he saw was a painting of an Asian hornet. A huge, vicious, predatory wasp. Vespa velutina. Nasty, dangerous thing. He shut the door and didn't hear the buzzing from within.
The end.
Ways to be Wicked. Louisiana, 1899.
Way down deep, near the Louisiana swamplands, just outside New Orleans, was a magnificent mansion. The owner of this mansion was a very rich man who, despite his wealth, was also a kind and generous man. When his nephew became betrothed to his sweetheart, the kind millionaire offered the use of the mansion to them for their honeymoon. "I have just one warning," he said. "There is a boathouse at the far end of the property. Whatever you do, don't go there after dark." The newlyweds, Rebecca and Flynn, set off for the mansion on Christmas Eve through an unprecedented snowstorm that covered most of the southern states in several feet of snow. A journey that should have taken them less than a day now took them until just before midnight. Luckily, the fires in the house had been lit, and a huge tree covered in decorations. "Oh, it's just lovely," Rebecca exclaimed and kissed her new husband. What could be a more romantic than spending the first moments of Christmas Day in front of this fire? Flynn had a much more romantic idea in mind for their wedding night, but he knew what a sentimental doll Rebecca could be, and what a sullen pout she had when she didn't get her own way, so he smiled indulgently. "It's perfect, darling. I'll see if the staff has left us any food." He found the kitchen staff, drooping from exhaustion, had prepared them a feast, and he thanked them profusely. "Please, if you haven't eaten, please join us. This food is too much for just us two. We wouldn't dream of invading your privacy." Flynn smiled. "You are too kind. I tell you what, I'll just take enough for two on that tray there, and you help us out by eating the rest. And thank you, you must be exhausted. I hope you will take the next few days with your families." The cook, a rounded woman with a soft face, shook her head. "Snow's done for that, I'm afraid, sir. We'll have to spend the holidays here." "I'm so sorry for that. Then tomorrow we'll celebrate Christmas together, and I'll try to make up for your hardship." "You are very kind, sir," the cook said, a shy smile on her face. A male servant stepped forward and lowered his tone. "Sir, I have placed a hot iron in the marital bed to warm the sheets." Flynn smiled at him. That was very thoughtful. He winked at the servant, who hid a smile. Flynn gathered a tray of food and carried it into the living room, where Rebecca was waiting. She had slipped out of her furs and was sitting in front of the fire, the flames lighting her beautiful face. She turned and smiled at him, and he felt his stomach tighten. The way the fire shone in her dark eyes, the flush of her porcelain skin, the tumbling chestnut locks that she'd released and now hung in ringlets down to her waist. Flynn put the tray of food down between them, then leaned over to kiss her. "Have I told you in the last hour how much I love you, Mrs. Abbott?" She smiled delightedly. "You just did. Oh, Flynn, this is magical." "It is, my love." They ate their fill, talking, and at midnight, raised their champagne glasses and wished each other a Merry Christmas. Flynn grinned at the joy on his bride's face. "Would you like your present now?" She laughed, throwing her head back. "You know me too well, my love." Flynn retrieved his jacket and pulled from it a small black wooden box. "From me to you on our first Christmas as husband and wife." Her eyes were open wide as she opened the box. "Oh my goodness, Flynn." He laughed at her shocked face. Inside the box, a pendant, a single diamond the size of silver dollar, hung from a delicate gold chain. Rebecca gaped at it, and then her husband. Flynn smiled and took it out of the box and draped it around her neck, fastening it at the nape of her neck. She touched the diamond at her throat. "I don't know what to say except thank you, of course." Tears were glistening in her eyes, then she got slowly to her feet and held her hand out to him. "Actually, there is something I can do to show you how grateful I am." She led him up the stairs to their bedroom. A huge four-poster bed, draped in mosquito netting, stood in the middle of the chamber. A fire burned in the grate. Flynn pulled back the covers and carefully removed the hot iron. It's warm and comfortable. Flynn. He turned to find Rebecca, her wedding dress on the floor and her beautiful body naked, lit by the fire. He drew in a sharp breath. The diamond sparkled at her throat. My gosh. He went to her and took her in his arms, his hands caressing her bare skin. If there's a more beautiful sight in this world, I'll eat my hat, Mrs. Abbott. She pressed her lips to his, her fingers trembling as she unbuttoned his shirt. Flynn kissing her deeply. Rebecca opened her eyes. It was still dark in the room, but faintly, very faintly, she could hear the singing. I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Rebecca looked over at Flynn sleeping so soundly, then, pushing the covers back, she got out of bed and went to the window. In the distance, across the snowy land, she could see a faint light burning. The moon was full, and eventually she made out the shape of a boathouse. The boathouse her husband's uncle had warned them about. The singing seemed to be coming straight from there. Rebecca grinned and went to wake Flynn. What is it, my love? She told him, and he went to the window. Do you hear it? She asked excitedly. Flynn nodded, his handsome face bemused. She clutched his arm. Darling, let's have an adventure. Flynn frowned at her. What do you mean? She gave him her sweetest kiss. Would you climb the tallest tree here for me? Of course, my love. Would you wrestle an alligator for me? However big and fearsome it was, I would wrestle it for you. She smiled at him. Would you run to the boathouse at night with me? A shadow crossed Flynn's face and he frowned. Darling, we were warned not to go there, and besides, the snow is a foot deep. No, silly. We'll go in the daytime, but not now. She pouted at him. You don't love me. He protested, but it quickly dissolved into an enormous argument. Finally, he threw up his hands and shouted. Fine. I shall go for you now, but if anything happens to me, just know I did it because I love you. I promised to give you my heart when we were married, and if you require proof, that you shall have. He strode from the room and out of the house. Rebecca sat there, humbled, for a few minutes. She felt very silly, very guilty. After an hour, her love had still not returned. She began to feel worried. After 3 hours, she decided to wake the groundsman and go to see where Flynn was. The groundsman expressed dismay that the husband had disobeyed his uncle's direction. Rebecca hung her head and admitted that it was her fault, that she had asked him to prove his love. The groundsman sighed. Yes, he said, it always happens that way. They set out for the boathouse, Rebecca stumbling in the deep snow behind the groundsman. Why, oh, why had she been so silly? As they drew nearer, they began to hear someone singing. I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. The bride smiled, relieved. That's my Flynn, oh how I love his singing. The groundsman did not smile. He began to shake with fear and tried to drag Rebecca away, but she would not leave. Finally, he let her go and ran off. I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Rebecca pushed open the door of the boathouse and stepped inside. As she gasped in horror, she saw a ghostly figure bending over the corpse of her husband. In one hand it held his still beating heart, dripping blood, and with the other hand, the ghost manipulating Flynn's jaw to make it seem as if he was singing. Rebecca cried out, and the ghost whirled around to see her. The ghoul had the face of a screaming skull, and as it advanced on her, she saw that it was entirely dressed in a bridal gown. The ghost forced her husband's heart into her mouth, and as the bride choked slowly to death, began to sing. I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. The end.
Gods and Monsters. Los Angeles, 1948.
Buddy Scott tipped his cap at the young woman as she paid him for the gas. He reveled in her eyes sweeping up and down his body, neatly dressed in white, and knew what she was thinking. It was the look Buddy got from every woman who came to his gas station, Dot and some of the men too. Buddy was only too happy to let them find out, for a price of course. He'd started at the gas station after being shipped home from the Pacific. He had a wife, a couple of kids at home to support, and if the money wasn't great pumping gas, at least it was a steady paycheck. The snappy white uniform didn't hurt either. The shirt was thin enough that his ripped abs and pecs were clearly visible. Yeah, he always saw them glance downward and lick their lips. It's all yours, honey, all of it for as long as you want, for a price of course. His boss at the station, a good-natured ex-rancher called Earl who hated being in the city, left Buddy to manage the place most of the time, which suited Buddy fine. All the people who came to solicit him always left with a full tank of gas, and Earl's station was the most profitable along the Miracle Mile. It was 1948, and Los Angeles was getting ready for award season. Christmas was a heady rush of parties, his most lucrative time of the year. He worked the parties, making his way through the Hollywood elite, so his wife, the patient and discreet Mary, could be spoiled with jewelry, perfume, and this year, a new car, an almost spotless 1947 Chevrolet Coupe in her favorite lilac color. The kids, twin girls, Mimi and Lux, were 5 now, and he loved them to distraction, when he was around to enjoy their merry smiles and musical giggles. Buddy was the first to admit he was an absent father and husband a lot of the time, but the girls didn't seem to be unhappy or not be thriving. The piles of presents waiting for them under the tree made up for his working all hours. Working, huh? Buddy thought to himself now with a grin as a Daimler pulled into the gas station and up to a pump. It's hardly working when you love it so much, Buddy boy. The Daimler was driven by Carter Vanderbilt. Carter grinned at him now, his rakish mustache perfectly groomed. Buddy liked the man a lot, but he was always amused by the way Carter styled himself as an Errol Flynn type. Carter nodded in greeting. Hey bud, fill her up. Hey yourself. All good with you? Carter smirked. More than good, thanks to you. That id you sent me the other night, damn, you got connection, son. Sucked me drier than the Mojave. But I got another reason for this visit. Well, this was new. Usually, Carter came to the gas station, filled the Daimler, and handed Buddy a note along with the cash for the gas. Buddy fixed the pump and then smiled at his friend. What's up? We just signed a new girl from out of Chicago. She's pretty green, and she's lonely here this holiday season. We got her at the Marmont. Wondered if you'd like to take little Buddy up there and party. She's real looker, you won't be disappointed. Buddy finished filling the car. First, not so little Buddy. Both men laughed. And sure thing. When? Carter looked a little guilty. See, the thing is, I know it's Christmas and all, but... Buddy gave a groan. Dude, you're messing with me. Man, I got the girls to think of, Carter. Carter held up his hands apologetically. I know, and I'm sorry. That is why I'm offering 4 times your usual fee. Agency will pay. Buddy considered for a long moment. 4 times his usual fee. Geez, that was college fund kind of money. Not like the agency to get involved. Carter got out of the car and got out a cigarette. Buddy knocked it out of his hand before he could light it and nodded to the no smoking sign. Carter grimaced. You know, they let me smoke at the Grillo. And I'm sure they'll be grateful when you blow it sky high. It was a mark of how good Buddy's reputation was in Hollywood, that he could talk to someone as powerful as Carter like that. Carter routinely ate people for breakfast, but he stuck the packet of smokes back in his pocket, shrugging good-naturedly. Here's the thing, he said. Lily, that's the girl, has done some screen tests around town and they all came back with the same thing. She's talented, real talented, she's stunning, but there's something not quite right. Something in her eyes. They're dead, bud, just lifeless. Jack Warner himself came back to me and told me he thinks she needs a good intercourse session. Buddy shrugged. You sure a psychiatrist wouldn't be better? He knew personally the pleasure Buddy could give a person with that magnificent schlong. That's the only treatment she needs. So you in? Buddy sighed and nodded. He couldn't pass up that amount of money. He'd just have to smooth it over with Mary and the kids. The Chateau Marmont on Sunset Boulevard was 20 years old and had already survived a major earthquake in 1933 and many other seismic shocks, not always of the shake-in-the-earth kind. The scandals within its walls began almost as soon as it was turned from an apartment building to a hotel. Jean Harlow, Lily's namesake, and Clark Gable carried on their affair in its bedrooms, and there were persistent rumors of illegal activity. To Buddy, it was the place to be in Hollywood. On more than one occasion, he had romanced some of the Tinseltown elite there, so when he showed up on Christmas Eve and asked for Lily Harlow's room, the receptionist Jeanette just winked at him. He'd given her more than one freebie in his time, and gave him the room number. Buddy considered himself jaded by beauty. He'd been around it from a young age. His mama had been a showgirl, and he'd been raised by her and her fellow dancers in a loving embrace. He prided himself, that was why he was so respectful of women now. But he had seen it all. De Havilland and her sister Joan Fontaine, Rita Hayworth, Harlow Bacall, his favorite Lana Turner, he met them all countless times. They adored him. The one who had eluded him was the delectable Hedy Lamarr, but he was working on that. So, he'd seen the most beautiful women in the world, but nothing prepared him for the moment Lily Harlow opened the door. Her eyes, large and dark black fringed with the thickest, longest lashes, olive skin, her cheeks flushed rose pink, full pouty red mouth. Her dark hair, thick and lustrous, fell in soft waves down past her shoulders. Her body, wrapped in a white lace robe, was all breakneck curves. Buddy felt like a teenage boy again, gaping at this vision. The corner of her mouth hitched up in a smile. Buddy realized his mouth was hanging open and felt stupid. If he had anything, it was cool boy swagger, but this chick. This Harlow, it's good to meet you. I'm Buddy. She sat down at her vanity unit and picked up an already burning cigarette, the onyx holder long and slim. He watched as her red lips parted slightly and she inhaled deeply. He caught the scent of weed. Even better, he thought, with a grin. Cannabis was the only drug he ever touched. She offered him the joint, and he took a long drag. Christ, it was strong. Luckily, he held in a cough. He didn't want to lose any more cool points with this woman. So, Buddy. Lily Harlow stood up and pulled her robe open, letting it fall from her shoulders to the floor. Lily. She pressed her lips to his, and he tasted her for the first time. Lavender, rose violets, cherries, 1,000 flavors and scents went through his head as they kissed. Even though his prowess at making love was almost legendary, he had never felt as powerless as with this woman's intoxicating presence, powerless and yet totally smitten. Merry Christmas to me, he thought, as they kissed their way to the bed and tumbled onto it together. Lily was impatient, tearing at his shirt, one of his really good Savile Row imports he considered vaguely, so he helped her by pulling it over his head, tossing it on the floor. Then they were in each other's arms. Neither held back, biting and clawing at each other, rolling around trying to gain the upper hand. Buddy was surprised at her strength as she fought against him, always playful, always laughing. He bunched her gorgeous dark hair in his fist and pulled her head back so he could kiss her mouth. Whatever you want, beautiful. Damn, this girl was good for his ego, but it was more than that. It was two people connecting in the most primal, animal way. Finally exhausted, they collapsed onto the bed, breathing hard. They both stared up at the ceiling as they recovered. Then Lily looked over at him. Her lovely face lit up, and indeed there was merriment, life back in her eyes. Kiddo, she said, somewhat incongruously, as she must have been younger than Buddy's 32 by about 10 years, you kept your word all right. Must be the first man in my life that's done that. She sat up and slid her legs over the side of the bed. Buddy watched her glide across the room and pick up a silver cigarette case. She pulled a cigarette out. Want one? Please. She opened the windows to the balcony. Come sit out here. Buddy got up and tugged his pants on. It's freezing. She laughed softly. Ain't that bad? They leaned on the balcony and looked out over L.A. Lily blew a torrent of smoke rings out into the cold night air. It's after midnight, Buddy. Merry Christmas. Buddy pressed his lips against her bare shoulder. But Buddy didn't think she cared if anyone saw her. And why should she? Her body was a wonderland. Happy holidays, Lily. Tell me, you got any family out here? She shook her head. I haven't got any family anywhere, bud. He was surprised. I thought Carter said. Carter doesn't know shit. I'm not an orphan, more's the pity. Ma ran out just after I was born, probably 'cause my dad was screwing around. He dumped me on his sister most of the time, who couldn't have given a crap. When she died, I moved back in with him, and he continued to be a jerk. Stop me if you've heard this one. You want to talk about it? I'm a great listener. She smiled at him. You good at everything, buddy? He shrugged. I try. You got kids? 2. Girls Mimi and Lux. Cute names. You a good dad? I think so, I hope so. But you're here with me on Christmas Day. Never said I was perfect. One day, I'll explain it to them. When they're older. Besides, I'll be there for when they open their presents, take 'em to church. It was Lily's turn to look surprised. You a God-fearing man, buddy. He smiled, a little sheepish. Hey look, it makes my wife happy. And I don't see the harm in saying my thanks to the Creator, you know. She smiled, and the distance was starting to come back into her eyes. Actually, I don't. I'm not religious, bud. She threw the end of her cigarette out into the night. Buddy caught the tip glowing as it tumbled down to the pool beneath them. Lily went back in and slipped into her robe. You mean what you say about talking about it? Buddy came to her and wrapped his arms around her. I meant it. She kissed him. Let's get some food then and talk. Over steak sandwiches and champagne, Lily told Buddy about herself. My daddy was a mean drunk. Well, I wish that were true, that he drank, and so I could blame alcohol. But he never touched a drop. Said he was a good Christian, though he never set foot inside a church or did one damn thing for anyone else. What he did was more insidious, always putting me down, or any woman for that matter. She took a long drag on her newly lit joint. His mama didn't love him, had never loved him, but that was okay because now he was a good man, a great father, a fine member of the community. If only his mama had loved him. Maybe then he would not keep his wife subservient, or his daughter bowed and with no self-esteem. Because his mama, and therefore all women, are evil monsters. Evil. Treacherous. Why can't he shout and scream and flay the skin from their bones? It was his right. He was aggressive, 24/7, and if you called him on it. Still the scars. She laughed softly, but there was no humor in the sound. That son of a gun. When I told him I wanted to be an actress, he laughed. Told me I was too full of myself for a woman. Would never say sorry, or thank you, or congratulations. It was beneath him. I wasn't worthy, and my feelings did not matter. Gosh, I sound so whiny but when you put up with that every day for all your life, it wears you down, makes you brittle, makes you angry and resentful. We're not all like your dad, Buddy said softly, pressing his lips against her temple. She leaned into him briefly. I wish I could believe that, Bud, I really do. But I come here, to Hollywood of all places, and I see my dad in every agent, every producer or director or actor. Even Carter, although he has been kinder than most. She laughed again. When he told me he was going to send me a guy to loosen me up, I knew what he meant, and I thought, screw you, Carter. I'm going to have my fun and still be a dead-eyed stick in front of the cameras just to spite you. She looked up at Buddy. I feel differently now. You've given me something this evening that I've never experienced before. Complete inhibition. I was myself more tonight than I have ever been. It's a damn shame you're married, Buddy boy. Buddy smiled and kissed her. Baby, my wife knows the business I do. We're honest, open, and she doesn't mind as long as I don't give her anything nasty or make anyone else pregnant. The money's good. You want to keep seeing me keep talking, I'm all yours. She touched his face tenderly. Thank you, Buddy, but I'm not sure I'll be around much after tonight. if at all. What time do you have to leave? The kids will wake early, so before 4 a.m. You going to be okay, honey? Lily Harlow smiled her enigmatic smile and nodded. From now on, buddy, it'll all be different. Luckily, Mimi and Lux were still asleep when he got home, and Mary barely stirred as he got into bed and snuggled up to her comforting form. Cold, was all she mumbled, then with a gentle snore was asleep again. Buddy was too keyed up. He couldn't get his final moment with Lily out of his head. They'd made love again, this time gently, tenderly, and when she'd walked him to the door, she'd given him an envelope. He could tell it was stuffed with cash, and he'd tried to tell her that Carter had already paid him, but she wouldn't take the envelope back. Just, don't open it until almost midnight tonight. The last moment of Christmas Day. Promise me that. He had promised, and the envelope was tucked in his jacket pocket, hanging in the downstairs closet. Lily had kissed him again and smiled. He had touched her cheek. I'm sorry you had to grow up with that jerk, he said. You deserve better. She had smiled. Her dark, beautiful eyes were unreadable as she nodded and said, I know. I expect they've found his body by now. Lily stood on the roof of the Marmont and looked out over Los Angeles. City of angels, city of dreams, city of death. She smiled a little. How strange she should have her happiest time on this particular night. Buddy Scott. For a hooker, escort, gigolo, whatever he wanted to call himself, he had more soul than anyone she'd ever met. Lily had known that her beauty was her ticket, but now she was tired of it being the only thing about her people talked about. Dead-eyed Lily Harlow. You gotta seem happier, sweetheart. Seem, not be happier. Jerks. I got some happy for you tonight. I'll give you some happy all over the concrete. She spread her arms wide, then dropped them. Why did people always do that when they jumped? Why not just fall in a relaxed position? The outcome would be the same. She supposed it was because, at the final moment of their lives, people wanted to experience that which humans could not normally do. They flew. Lily gave a scoffing noise. It's not flying, you morons, it's dying. Plain and simple. Jump and snuff. She glanced down at the concrete below. Tell my story, buddy, please. She did not hesitate. 3 seconds in the cold, rushing air, and then there was nothing more. Mimi and Lux were climbing all over their father, tickling him, when the phone rang. Mary handed him the receiver with an annoyed look on her face. One family day a year is all I ask, buddy. He shot her an apologetic look. It was Carter. Hey, what's up? Lily Harlow is dead. Buddy felt as if his internal organs were being ripped out. At the same time, he realized there had been a sort of inevitability about her death. Gosh, how? Please, not murder, I couldn't bear it. She jumped off the roof of the Marmont. Back of her head split open, blood and brains everywhere. The weird thing is, they said she was smiling. She was alive when you left her, wasn't she? Of course she was, Buddy snapped, and his family fell silent around him. He tried to smile at them reassuringly. Carter sighed. That's not all. Chicago PD sent some cops around to her father's place to tell him. They found him dead, long dead by the sounds of it, his skull bashed in. Written on the wall in his blood was one word. Monster. They think Lily had killed him before she came out here. Buddy closed his eyes and knew that was the truth. I expect they've found his body by now. No, baby girl, they hadn't, but you're safe now anyway. Gosh, Lily, I wish I could have saved you. He felt as if he couldn't speak. His throat was full of cotton wool and bile. Bud, you there? I am. What's going to happen now? Carter cleared his throat. Well, they will have to question whoever saw her last night, so. That's no problem. Just tell me what precinct to go to. I have friends in the force. They know what I do. Good. Look, the press will get hold of this, there's no question. It's the juiciest scandal to hit Hollywood since Arbuckle or Flynn, so we have to get out in front of it. Beauty savagely murders father, then kills herself on Christmas Day. That's a story I can sell. Buddy felt depressed when he got off the phone from Carter, and despite his girls trying to cheer him up, he soon grabbed his bottle of whiskey and retreated to his den, ignoring the annoyance in his wife's face. He remembered the letter Lily had given him and went to retrieve it. As expected, he found the manila envelope stuffed full of cash, about $6,000 in all, and a note. The paper smelled of violets and jasmine, and he held it to his nose and inhaled deeply before reading it. My dear Buddy, it seems longer than just a few hours that we have known each other. Indeed, I think you are the only person ever to know any part of me that wasn't on the outside. Tonight has been wonderful, truly, the finest of my short life, and I cannot thank you enough. It probably won't surprise you when they tell you I'm dead. Please, would you be so kind as to pay for my funeral expenses out of this money and keep the rest for yourself? It is all I have in the world. I only ask one more favor. Tell my story, Buddy. Don't let them brand me a murderer without telling them my truth. I told you most of it, except for the fact that my father abused me from a young age. A very young age. He was a degenerate, and I'm happy I killed him. The world is a better place without either of us. Thank you, and I'm sorry for any pain this will cause you. Tell my story, please. Yours, Lily Mae Harlow. Buddy felt his heart crack wide open. Abused. Geez. If Mr. Harlow weren't already dead, Buddy would have driven through the night to get to him and rip his throat out. He heard the girls' voices through the wall and shook his head. I do not understand what drives a man to do that. I never will. It was after midnight when Mary came to find him. She looked exhausted, and Buddy felt guilty about leaving her to deal with everything. She was wrapped in a new robe he'd bought on Rodeo Drive, and belatedly, he realized it was almost identical to the one that Lily had worn the previous evening. Mary was dark-haired too, and if she wasn't a great beauty, she had a soft, kind face that drew people to her. Buddy adored her, almost worshipped her despite his other job, and they still enjoyed a healthy life even after 10 years together. She sat down in the other easy chair in the room. Something happened. Buddy nodded. A client died. Killed herself. That's terrible. Mary's eyes were sympathetic. She knew every detail of Buddy's work, but was fine with it. She was a sensible, practical woman, and knew they wouldn't have all they did if Buddy was just a gas monkey. Buddy handed her Lily's letter, and she read it. Oh, Buddy, this is awful. I know. And they're going to paint her as some kind of femme fatale in the press. Mary shook her head. It's not right, but it's the way the world works. Buddy looked at her. It needn't be. I could speak out. Mary looked wary. Buddy, you know you have to follow the company line on this, right? Whatever story the studio wants to put out is the one we go with. Our income depends on you being one of the gang, one of the trusted ones. Blow that, and we'll have to give all of this up. Buddy sighed and rubbed his eyes. He was exhausted suddenly, exhausted and sad. I can't think of anything else but going to bed right now. In the morning, I'll make the arrangements for Lily's funeral. Mary followed him up to their bedroom and got into bed. Buddy put his arms around her, and Mary studied his face. Was she nice? She whispered, and Buddy nodded. She was. You would have liked her, had the circumstances been different. As Mary predicted, Carter was not at all keen on Buddy going to the press with Lily's story when he turned up at his office the day after Boxing Day. Are you kidding me? No way. At this point, the press is clamoring for the evil temptress. They don't want some sob story. Buddy was annoyed. Carter sighed. Look, I feel for the kid, but we bring incest into it, whether it was her fault or not. Then it turns into a sleaze fest, the public will turn against us, and we won't be able to sell this as a story. Buddy scoffed in disgust. You realize you're talking about a human being here, and not a commodity? Buddy, in this town everyone's a commodity. He left Carter's office frustrated and angry, and went straight to the funeral home to arrange Lily's cremation. At the end of the note, she had said she wanted to be cremated and her ashes scattered somewhere beautiful. I know you'll choose the right spot. I don't want any headstones or plaques or memorials. Just let me go. Buddy felt a sadness settle over him. How could someone he'd known for only a few hours have affected him this much? He was a master at keeping his emotions in check, proud of his reputation for being a professional. It was the keystone to his success. Mary had been a rock, and now he thought about how lucky he was to have a wife like that. If the roles had been reversed, hell, he didn't know how he'd react. Mary had even said she and girls would come to Lily's cremation, so there would be someone there. That made him feel better and worse. Would they have to explain to the girls when they were older who Lily was, or would they get away with describing her as a friend? Dang if he knew. He went back to work at the gas station, but his heart wasn't in it. He arranged for a couple of tricks for some B-listers, agreed to go to some parties, some as a guest, some to bartend code for arranging hookups. Tonight he would be the latter, stuck behind the bar getting drinks for everyone, being a confidant for some of Hollywood's elite to talk to. Others would try and score drugs, but he never dealt, he wasn't that stupid. Others would come up to him and murmur. Couple of girls at midnight, my place. Young, dark, small, you know my type, or that young trick you sent me a few nights ago, he free tonight. The party that night was at Top Director's Pad out on Mulholland Drive. Buddy played his part well, as he always did, but inside he was seething. He looked around at all these rich kids, these men who told women how to behave, how to look, how to dress, how to talk, and his anger grew. It must have shown on his face as one of his favorite clients, an A-list actress who wore sharp suits and, like the girls he sent her, nudged him. What's your beef? Buddy sighed. Looking at all these jerks, wondering why none of them know how to treat a woman. The actress gave a laugh. You and me both, kiddo. He was about to ask her what she thought about Lily Harlow's death when another client, a producer, Dirk Hepworth, who had halitosis and was a terrible tipper, lurched over. Hey Kate dear, how about you and me get busy tonight? This party blows. Kate looked him up and down and smirked. I don't think so, Dirk. I haven't lost my sense of smell. She winked at Buddy and drifted back into the crowd. Dirk stared after her, clearly not understanding what she had just said to him. Buddy didn't feel sorry for him. Dirk was vile even by Hollywood standards. He studiously ignored him, except to pour him another drink. Dirk was staring at him. Carter told me you were with that new piece the night she died. Buddy's hands clenched around the bottle. So. Pretty girl. Buddy tried to keep from punching the man across the party. I never kiss and tell, Dirk. Wouldn't last 5 minutes in this business if I did. Come on now, chick's dead, give me some deets. Tell them my story. No, Buddy said silently, not to him, not like this. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of white and turned to catch a woman, flash past him, and disappear into the sea of twinkle lights that covered the owner's garden. He smelled lavender, violets, roses. Excuse me, he said to Dirk and raced after her. He followed the trail down a terrace garden into the shadowy depth at the bottom. He saw her standing, waiting for him. My gosh, even in death, she was beautiful. She smiled at him. Tell them my story. But he swallowed hard. I will, just not now, not tonight, not like this. Her ghost drifted towards him, and he felt her ghostly hands cup his face. Do you love me, Buddy? Oh gosh, he couldn't help it, but he did, and he told her over and over. But how can I love you? He said desperately. We had but a few hours together, baby. It's not enough. Lily's ghost just smiled, and he felt her reach for the zipper. Was this really happening? Drawing pleasure out of him, just as if she had been made flesh. And then she was gone. Buddy stood for the longest time, recovering his composure before going back to the party. Tell them my story. He wished he knew how. He saw her everywhere, and she would appear under the bar as he was serving, take his penis and suck on it until he had to grip the bar to stop himself yelling. And every time the mantra, tell them my story, tell them my story. She haunted him at the gas station, when he was alone in his den, sometimes even when he was in bed with Mary. It was starting to get to him. He talked to Carter again, but still the agent was immovable, and this time he fixed Buddy with a hard stare. "Buddy, I don't want to be a jerk, but I know how important your reputation is to you. Don't make me put that in doubt." When Buddy got home that night, he kissed Mary and the girls, then disappeared into his study, flopping down in one of the chairs. What was happening to him? He didn't even believe in ghosts. And yet he could not deny the pleasure Lily's ghost gave him, and how badly he felt for not doing as she asked. He fell asleep before too long, sinking down into the easy chair and letting his eyes close. A piercing scream woke him in a panic. He glanced at the clock just before midnight. Another scream and he was up, taking the stairs two at a time. Lux and Mimi were cowering in the corner of their room as he burst in. "Papa, Papa." A lady was there. They were pointing to another corner, dark and dingy. Mary came in then, gathering the girls to her. "What is it, Bud? What are they talking about?" Buddy stared into the dark corner, his heart thudding against his chest. He smelt violets and weed. Stepping closer, he could see the abandoned joint still smoldering. He stepped on it. "Ain't anything," he said, trying to reassure them. "Must be just a dream." Mary glared at him but said nothing. Her nose was twitching, and Buddy knew she could smell what he did. Damn, what the hell did Lily think she was doing? They took the kids to bed with them, but Buddy lay awake. What the hell was going on? He had to figure out a way to stop this without ruining his reputation, but how? It carried on that for a few nights, each time waking the kids and leaving something behind. On the last night, it was a pool of blood. Even the kids didn't buy Buddy's excuse that it was that some critter got in. On New Year's Eve was when it all changed. Buddy, Mary, and the kids were eating a big breakfast. Buddy had to work only for a couple of hours that morning, but had promised to make up for Christmas to the kids and take them ice skating. It was a good morning. There was no Lily the previous night, and all of them had slept well, albeit cramped in Buddy's double bed. Buddy helped make the pancakes while Mary fed the kids their cereal. She was bending over Lux when suddenly she was thrown across the room. Buddy jumped up, the kids screamed, and Mary, stunned, blinked twice before gasping. Her nightgown was tugged up to her chest, and in horror, Buddy watched the words being carved on his wife's abdomen, blood starting to drip from her wounds. Mary whimpered, and Buddy, jerked out of his shock, tried to go to her, but something held him back. "Tell them my story." Mimi and Lux started bawling, and finally Mary was released. Buddy scrambled to hold her, see how bad the slashes were. "I'm okay, they're not deep," she told him breathlessly, then froze. Above where the girls were standing, in Mary's blood, words were being scrawled. "Next time they will be. Then it'll be the girls' turn." "Oh, holy Christ. I helped you." Buddy shouted into the ether. "You told me I was the one person who had known you, the one person you could call a friend, and this is what you do to me. Tell them my story." The voice came out of Lux's mouth. The little girl looked terrified. "Tell them my story, tell them my story, tell them, tell them, tell them, tell them, tell them." "I will, I promise." Buddy was on his knees begging now. "Please, Lily, I beg you, don't hurt my family, and I will find a way to tell them." Suddenly the atmosphere in the room changed, and Buddy knew they were alone. He gathered his family into his arms, as they all sobbed with fear and terror. His eyes met Mary's. "Chicago," she said simply, and he nodded. They had to go to Chicago. That's where this nightmare would end. Chicago suburbs, New Year's Day 1949. Police tape still bordered the Harlow property, and Buddy didn't want to risk an arrest for breaking and entering. Instead, he and Mary, the kid safely back in L.A. with a friend of Mary's, went to the local diner. Mary was the one who asked about Lily Harlow, pretending they were friends of hers from L.A. The waitress, Sally, looked excited. "Oh, are you movie stars?" Mary smiled. "I'm afraid not, but my husband works in the industry." She and Buddy shared a conspiratorial look, a slight smile, and for the 100th time, Buddy realized the amazing woman he had married. Mary thanked the waitress as she filled their coffee cups. "Did you know Lily?" Sally was a chatty one. "Oh, sure, we went to school together. She was real quiet, but real nice." "So you hung out with her at her house?" Sally's face clouded. "No. Mr. Harlow, he was a good man and all, but he didn't like Lily having friends over. I sometimes thought he didn't like her having friends, period. He did have some girls over, to practice their English. I don't know why, because he wasn't no teacher." Buddy felt sick, but Mary pressed her for more, and Sally began to look uncomfortable. "Look, I'm not supposed to be talking so much." Mary put a hand on her arm. "Just one more question, and I'll leave you alone." Sally was antsy now. "Okay." Mary took a deep breath in. "Anyone around here really not like Mr. Harlow? I mean, really take against him?" Sally glanced around the diner nervously. "Well, don't tell anyone I said so, but Miss Gardner down at the local bookstore, they didn't get along at all. She thought he was a mean old coot, and he thought she was a barren old spinster. His words, not mine. Miss Gardner is a sweet old lady, if you ask me." They drove down to Main Street, not expecting the store to be open, but to their surprise, a warm glow came from within, and Miss Gardner welcomed them both. "I don't hold with this public holiday thing," she said. "I'm in business. I'll open every day unless I'm sick. Come in." Gardner's bookstore was a cozy, well-stocked little shop, with couches so people could sit and read. Mary, an avowed bookworm, glanced at Buddy with excitement, and he nodded. "Go ahead," he told her. "I'll chat with Miss Gardner here." He soon found Miss Gardner was no nonsense about a lot of things. She expressed sorrow over Lily's death, but none over her father's. Lily was a sweet, bright girl whose beauty was her curse, she said firmly as she made them all cups of steaming hot chocolate. But that man was the devil. Evil. It was a good day when they found his rotting corpse. Not many of us were unhappy, except those sheep who hung on his every word. Buddy considered for a moment. "She told me something about him, something about their relationship." She fixed him with a stare. "You don't even need to say it, son. I always suspected it." She sighed, then sat down heavily in her chair. "Geez, I could have killed him myself. A monster, that's what he was. You two got kids?" Buddy showed her photographs of Mimi and Lux. "Anyone touched them like that, I wouldn't think twice." "Good," she said, then eyed him. "There's more, isn't there?" Buddy hesitated. Mary, who was reading a book across the store, met his gaze and nodded. So Buddy told Miss Gardner everything. Everything, including what he did for a living and how he'd come to meet Lily. Mary even showed her the scars on her stomach. Miss Gardner took it all on faith. "I believe you, and yes, I can help you. You got Lily's letter." Buddy handed it over. "Just so happens," Miss Gardner said, "that Lily used to write poetry, and when she went off to Hollywood, she gave it to me. Handwriting analysis," she explained to them. "It's all very well for me to tip up to the police ranting about assaulting, but when it's in Lily's handwriting, they can't argue." Buddy's eyebrows shot up. "You'll do it?" "Hell yes, I'll do it," she said. "No reason why that bastard should get to die a martyr. Lily's name should be cleared, and screw Hollywood. Doesn't mean you should lose your job, though." She grinned wickedly, then nodded at Mary. "You're one understanding woman." Mary smiled at her. "I'll admit sometimes it gets to me. But Buddy provides for my girls. What Buddy does, it's not the same as when me and him are together." Buddy's chest tightened with love for the woman in front of him. "You know what? Some things are gonna change when we get back. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'll still arrange tricks for the business, but me? Nope. Not anymore." Mary grinned at him. "Unless it's Rita Hayworth, and then you get a free pass." They all laughed, but then Miss Gardner made a face. "It's all getting mushy in here. Listen, how long are you in Chicago for?" "Just tonight." "You come to my house, have a home-cooked meal tonight. Been a long time since I had company. And we'll plan when and how to do this, but I promise you, Frank Harlow is going down. Much later, after they'd had a wonderful evening with Ms. Gardner, damn, call me Beth, would ya? I feel like a Sunday school teacher. Buddy and Mary went back to their motel and had intimacy. Buddy smoothed the hair away from Mary's face. Mary Scott, I do love you so. She smiled. I'm all yours, Buddy, for all time. Buddy woke at 4 a.m., noticing the sudden drop in temperature. Lily was standing at the foot of their bed, but she smiled at him. Hey girl, Buddy said gently at the same time as surreptitiously prodding Mary to wake up. We think we got it solved. You remember Ms. Gardner? Lily smiled as Mary woke and sat up. Thank you, Buddy, I mean it. You kept your promise. Mary was staring at the ghostly vision, and Lily held out her hand to her. I'm sorry I hurt you. I had to make him believe. I would have never hurt your children. Mary opened her mouth to speak, then shut it again and just took Lily's ghostly hand. Lily looked back at Buddy. You'll see why I needed you to tell my story so badly, Buddy. You'll see very soon. Ms. Gardner came through for them big time. Soon it was national news that starlet Lily Harlow had repeatedly been assaulted from a young age by her own father. The studios hissed a bit, and Carter eyed Buddy suspiciously, but nothing could be traced back to him. Beth Gardner had removed his name from the top of the letter. Buddy kept his reputation and his business, although he was true to his word and never serviced another client himself. They came out one by one, the other girls who Frank Harlow had assaulted then threatened to keep them quiet. 13 other young women who he'd brutalized and tormented. It was shocking and disgusting, but now Lily was hailed as a heroine. Buddy just regretted the world wouldn't know that she'd saved future victims by killing her father. We know, said Mary softly, we know and we will honor her. The end.
Your Ghost.
Why the darkness of my melody? For the sorrow of the proud is dark. Why is gone down the streak of the day? For my young dreams could never be lark. Aino Leino, 1878–1926, Nocturne. Suomi, Finland, 1984. The rail station loomed ahead of her, gothic, forbidding, inky with menace. The air tasted of metal, cold metal that burned the inside of her nose and mouth. 3 a.m., Lilith huffed out a long breath and enjoyed the satisfying crunch of the snow underfoot as she trudged along the road. Nobody awake, darkness. The morning held a special kind of sadness. Her eyes flicked left and right, seeking movement, intruders into her solitude, a cat and a night fox. Pollution from the streetlights bounced off the snow, casting an orange glow over the town, making the stars impossible to see. Her snow boots hit the curb and she stumbled, knees banging, hands slapping down onto the asphalt. She glanced around, embarrassed, and quickly stood, ignoring the sting of her wounds. She brushed her gloved hands impatiently and strode with purpose towards the station. Excitement burned in her stomach. The station's hollow silence was comforting. The last train to Helsinki had passed through hours ago. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, her heart thumping out a staccato beat of anticipation. 1, 2, 3. The pinprick of light began to grow through her eyelids, and as it moved towards her, lit her world pink. She marveled at the color for a beat, and then, as she heard his whisper, opened her eyes. She smiled as she watched him glide towards her. His movements were graceful but off somehow, a tune missing a note, a badly cut film. It thrilled her. He spoke in a tongue she did not understand, soft but guttural, otherworldly, not human. The tone of it was comforting, and yet underneath it, it was as if she could hear the screams of 1,000 haunted souls, a scratchy sound, metal against rust. She felt his touch, cool, gentle. She pulled the scarf from her neck, and as he placed his fingertips on her throat, she began to hum. She had no name for the song, it just came to her whenever he was near. She watched him sway to the thrumming, dancing almost, with a childlike delight. Ecstasy. A strange, disjointed dance. Time stopped. As she sang her strange song, the pain would begin. No, not pain, an odd feeling as if something was being taken from her, something physical and yet not. A vital essence, perhaps. She didn't care. She loved him. Whatever he was. The frozen air made her cheeks flame and her lips pulse. Dawn hovered behind the pine forest, a pink haze. He took his fingers from her throat and placed his hands either side of her face. With his thumbs he closed her eyes. She felt his breath warm, delicious on her face. Then as ever, the cold swept in, and with a rush of overwhelming grief she knew he had gone. Lilith sucked in a lungful of freezing air, attempting to head off the wave of light-headedness that always followed their meeting. The ancient station master took no notice of the girl as he coughed his way onto duty. Night ghouls he called them, the ones who came. Life was trickling onto the streets as she walked home, hitching her coat tightly around her. Market traders grumbled, ignoring her as she kicked errant vegetables from her path. Some of the more raucous men laughed as they watched the early morning drunkards pissing into the gutter, the warm yellow liquid cutting into the snow, steaming, draining down the street, freezing into rivulets. 2 more streets and then she would pass the window of the watchful one, the pretty dark-haired boy who watched her journey every night with curious eyes. Lilith liked that he watched her, that someone cared or wondered what she was doing. That someone acknowledged her existence, someone outside of her strange love, of course. The watchful one, however, had asked nothing of her yet. She was glad of that too. He watched her every day. Insomnia had broken his spirit some months back. Doric noted the time, 5:53 a.m. She had been gone for 2 hours as usual. He lit a cigarette and leaned his forehead against the window, trying to see around impossible corners. Thinking, if he could just leave this room. He sighed. He tapped the cast that extended up his leg and encased his hip. The day could not come soon enough that the blasted thing would be cracked and split away from him, and he would be free. The girl turned the corner onto his street. She was skinny, clearly she almost never ate. Always the same clothes, t-shirt, jeans, boots. A tomboy. Strange eyes, too light, too haunted, troubled. Harsh purple lines beneath them, like bruises. Hair that never seems to be brushed. He backed away from the window, shy, not wanting to scare her. She looked thinner today, almost faded. It had not been noticeable at the beginning, but lately she seemed diminished. Oh, she looked as happy as she ever had on her return from the station, but even so there was less of her entity each day. He watched her gliding gracefully along the snowy path. She moved as if she were dancing, joy radiated from her skin. He sighed at her beauty. "Hello," he whispered, and to his shock, she stopped as if she had heard him call out, as if somehow the radiance inside her had heightened all of her senses. Sight, sound, and speech, all the clumsy senses he called them. They were all just there, for most people anyway, he had decided long ago, artless and ill-used. He preferred the other senses, some of them delicate and strong as a spider's web, instinct, foresight, empathy. People didn't listen enough to the own truths inside themselves, they were foolish, blind. Lilith went back to her tiny apartment and curled up on top of the comforter. It was cold, obviously, but she didn't care. It made her feel closer to him, her ghost dancer. The watchful one had spoken tonight. She had heard his whisper through the falling snow, and she had turned, but he had withdrawn into the shadows when she tried to see him, see his eyes. She wanted to stop, draw him out, tell him about her night, her ghostly friend, and share her joy with someone. She thought he might be like her, alone, solitary, open to the otherworldly scene she had discovered by accident that night all those months ago. It had been at her lowest point, the lowest of all her low moments. Even though she had escaped the horror of her family home in Salo. Her 2 elder brothers, twins, drunks and junkies had destroyed her parents. They were her dad's sons by his first marriage, and would have done the same to Lilith. That night they came home drunk, and decided their 17-year-old half-sister was fair game. She heard them coming up the stairs, talking about her, calling to her. Her mom and dad had been waiting. Her dad headed the boys off on the stairs, arguing with them, keeping them at bay. She knew they would shove him, sneer at him, ignore his pleas. Her mother pulled Lilith's coat on over her pajamas and shoved a backpack into her hands. She kissed her daughter's forehead, hot tears splashing down on Lilith's skin. "Go now. Don't look back and don't return until we tell you to. Everything you need is in this bag. I'm so sorry, I love you, little star. She'd slid down the snowy rooftop of her home and gone straight to the rail station. Her parents weren't the only ones who'd made escape plans for her. She had been waiting until she was 18, a few months away yet, but now she knew exactly what to do. In the wood near the station, she found the tree with the red scrap of cloth hammered into its base and dug out the little metal box she'd hidden there. All her money she'd earned from the part-time job in the grocery store was there, plus some extra she'd stolen from her brother's wallets when they were passed out drunk. She didn't feel one iota of guilt about that. She bought a ticket one way to Kajani in the center of Finland. She had no other reason that she'd read about the town was that 6 years previously they had built a house there honoring her favorite poet, Aino Leino. The man wrote about nature, love, despair, all things that Lilith lived in her every day. His words made her feel so much less alone. When she arrived, she had known she had chosen her destination correctly. Even the rail station was beautiful, an Art Nouveau-style building that was warmly lit and where she'd spent her first night, huddled down in one of the toilet stalls. In the morning, she'd aged herself with heavy makeup and scored bar work. By the afternoon, she'd rented her room in a shared house with housemates as private and reclusive as she was. She counted that day as the first of her new life. But during that first night at the station, she had slept fitfully, half scared of discovery, half racked with hunger. During the adrenaline of her escape, she hadn't even thought about food or water, and now her stomach ached from hunger and her throat was raw and dry. She risked a trip to the machine she had seen in the main hall. Trying to appear nonchalant as she fed Marka into the money slot and pressed the buttons. She tried to not meet anyone's eye as she gathered a small feast of soda, potato chips, and candy, and squirreled it back to her camp in the bathrooms. At this point, she cared little about hygiene as she shoveled food into her mouth and washed it down with the sweet, syrupy sodas. At 3 a.m., she figured she could risk some fresh air. All the sugar in the system had made her antsy, almost hyperactive. She slipped out of the door onto the platform. It was winter, the end of January, and most of the lights in the station were turned off. The last train had left hours earlier, and now only a skeleton staff remained, an old man sitting in a cold booth at the other, well-lit end of the platform. Lilith stayed in the shadows. She loved the night, the pure black darkness. While her schoolmates back in Salo had bemoaned the long winters, the dark nights, Lilith had loved them. It was an excuse, a way to be invisible. She got to the end of the platform and stepped down on the stony grassland. She stood for a long moment, taking in the cold air. And then she saw it, him. For a second, she thought she was either hallucinating or it was a trick of the light. Either way, it was moving irrevocably towards her, and Lilith didn't know whether to scream or run. In the end, she could do neither. Doric knew that she was wherever she went home to now, but he still couldn't sleep. He stood at the back window of his apartment, looking out over the small shared garden, to the woods beyond. His keen eyes raked the landscape for any movement, and he smiled, grabbing his tape machine and microphone and switching it on. A majestic swoop woo over what was once open fields. Now there are factories, laboratories, and pockets of new houses. More light at night, fewer inky black hunting grounds. The road, bathed in the orange glow of the streetlights, has fewer of the rowdy metal boxes the humans use than it did a few years ago. Occasionally, a particularly noisy one screams through the silence. A thumpa, thumpa, thumpa beat rattles the night world. Time to patrol up a hill, a small river to the right, a field to the left. A movement catches its eye. A water rat? No, nothing. Gliding now at the top of the street, along to the church, somber and peaceful. The house opposite, curtains drawn but warm light behind them. The humans are having a secret meeting. Down to the poet's house, overlooking the river. This time definitely, food. A rat makes the mistake of pausing, and he's toast. The owl dispatches him with no mercy. Replete, it completes the circuit and returns to the tree, to watch and protect. He shut off the tape recorder and sighed. He had hundreds of hours of these tapes stacked on a shelf in his dad's old room. Doric's father had been a collector too, of fairy stories and myths and legends. He had truly believed that most of them were real, too. "Take my word, son," he often said, "history will prove me right. There's more out in those woods than we know." Doric's mother used to grin at Doric and roll her eyes. She knew her husband couldn't frighten her down-to-earth son with his tales, so she put up with it. Doric used to make fun of his dad as much as anyone, all in good humor, of course, but something deep inside him believed him. He didn't think it possible for humans to come up with these stories without some grain of truth to them. After that terrible day, the car crash that took both of them, Doric had lived here alone. He would never forget that day. He was told his beloved mother had died instantly, but his father, rushed to the hospital, had lived long enough to tell his son, "I was right. They did this, Doric, they caused the crash." That's why Doric had believed in his father's work all these years. He didn't mind the solitude. His dad's hefty life insurance meant he could live well enough for a long time, maybe even forever, without having to get a job, so his occupation instead was watching. Watching the day. Watching the night. Watching her. As his plaster cast was removed, Doric felt the palpable relief of his skin being able to breathe for the first time in ages. His withered and wasted leg looked like a pale white work, and he grimaced. But he stood. He smiled at the sweet-faced nurse. "Thank you." The nurse busied herself picking up the pieces of the broken cast, and nodded at him, smiling. "Christmas piece, Doric." He gave a start. He'd forgotten, it was Christmas Eve. "Christmas piece," he replied and smiled. Lilith had worked at the bar for as long as she could get away with it. Eventually, her boss, who she'd liked a lot and who had adored her, asked her how old she was and where he should send her paychecks to. She never went back. She'd overheard one of the customers talking about how much she could make talking to men on the phone and had hung around their table, trying to understand what she meant. It became pretty clear. She'd listened long enough to find out who to contact, and the day after her 18th birthday, the men came to install her phone, eyeing her lasciviously. She stared back at them cool-eyed until they grew uncomfortable. The dirty talk she could handle. She'd heard enough of it, working at the bar, sometimes aimed right at her, and she'd seen a couple of pornos on late-night television. It amused her that she, a woman who's never been with a man, could bring these paying customers to peak just with the sound of her deep, purring voice and some well-chosen words. Some of them asked her to shout abuse at them while they jerked off, and she would happily comply, screaming all of her frustration and hatred of her half-siblings, and of herself, at these anonymous men. They were her favorite clients, and the best payers because they kept coming back for more. Over the months, she'd whittled down her client list so that 99% were those kinds of calls. Only the other 1% that still bothered to call wanted intercourse talk, and Lilith gave the minimum she could muster. They never went unsatisfied. With the money she made, she could have moved to a nicer, bigger apartment closer to the town center, where all the young people congregated, and had fun living and laughing. But Lilith had no desire to be one of them. She liked her solitude, her books, and her little secret. She looked forward to the nights, visiting her love at the rail station. Lately, though, she began to question herself. What was she doing? This thing, whatever he or it was, wasn't of this world. What possible good could it do to keep on seeing him? Yet the song he elicited from her was like an addiction, a shot of pure heroin through her veins. Tonight she felt it. A dragging inside her, a weariness. The wash of love was the same, his touch as gentle and the ecstasy as real. But she felt a pull, a wasting away, and for once, she felt bereft for a different reason, as if part of her had been taken without her permission. The world seemed less real, her brain not comprehending shapes that would normally be familiar to her. A couple of times she had to stop, get her bearings. The second time, she looked back and saw it. In the packed ice of the road, a smear of blood. No, more than a smear, a trail. Her trail. She calmly checked herself. No wounds. She walked a little farther, stopped, looked back. Blood. She stood for a moment, eyes closed, swaying just a little. Her mind whirled. When she opened her eyes again, the blood was still there. She turned her back on it and started to walk. Maybe I won't go tomorrow, she told herself. Maybe instead I'll get on a train and go up to Christmasland, up to Corvatuntry, give her younger self the chance to do what she never did. Be a kid for the night. She walked with her head up as much as she could tonight, looking in warm windows at Christmas scenes being played out. Finnish people loved Christmas Eve. It was the big event, and everywhere she saw lit shapes hanging, stars, hearts, snowflake, trees. Colors and colors and colors and laughter. Decorations of tree bark and straw sat on the sills of the windows. Lilith stopped at one point and stared at the scene of a family eating dinner. She pushed the pain of the memory of her own family away and walked on. Doric tottered down the path, the ice threatening to take his legs from beneath him. He gripped onto the fence and leaned on it to look down the street. She had just turned the corner at the end. He backed off, excited, nervous. He listened for her footsteps. She had reached the end of his fence. Hello. Soft. He bit his lip as soon as the word came out. She looked up at him, startled, owl eyes blinking. Hello. Her voice was gruff, scratchy from misuse, rusty cogs grinding. He stepped forward. They looked at each other for a long moment. Everything he had planned to say evaporated. It's Christmas Eve. A faint smile. Yes? I'm Doric. She hesitated. Lilith. Doric pushed his floppy black hair away from his glasses. Hello, Lilith. He shifted, nervous. Would you like to come inside and have some glogie? A wary look came into her eyes, and suddenly he was scared she would run away. I mean, I know that sounds, I'm not a weirdo, I promise. Isn't that what a weirdo would say? But she smiled suddenly and a weight lifted from him. I suppose it is, he said. Okay then, I'm totally weird. Me too. Bet you're not. Bet I can out-weird you. Challenge accepted, he laughed. He nodded towards his house. What do you say? He waved the pan of mulled wine at her, but she shook her head. I don't drink, thanks. I'll take a cold soda pop if you have one. He snagged a Coke from the refrigerator and handed it to her. That stuff will rot your teeth. That stuff will rot your liver, she shot back at him straight away. He touched her glass with his. Touché. So, she looked at his dad's study, her eyes running over the spines of the many, many books on the shelves. You live here alone? I prefer it. You like to read? She nodded and he smiled. Me too, you can borrow anything you want. He sensed her relax slightly and she got up to study the titles. He noticed her lingering over his father's paranormal section. You believe in that stuff? I don't know. Maybe. She ran a gentle finger down the spine of one thick volume. The Encyclopedia of Finnish Mythology and Lore. His dad's favorite. He nodded at it. Take a look if you want. She hesitated and then pulled the hefty volume from the shelf. She underestimated its weight and tottered back. Doric darted forward and steadied her, one hand under the book, the other on her back. Thanks, she said in a gruff voice. She didn't step away from his touch, rather she appeared comforted by it. He left his hand where it was as they set the book down and opened it. Loose leaf pieces of paper fluttered out of the front of the book, and Doric gathered them up, shoving them to the side. My dad made copious notes, he said with a wry grin, of things he thought he might have seen in the woods out there. Well, actually, anywhere we went. Family holidays were always near places of interest, where there had been sightings of ghouls and ghosties. He chuckled, but he noticed her eyes slide to the stack of abandoned papers. Seriously, they are little more than possible sighting of large black creature. When pressed how large, he would admit that they were the size of the common house cat. Her mouth hitched up on one side and she half laughed. We all see what we want to see sometimes. She turned the pages of the book, running her finger over the notes in the margins. Where's your dad now? Your mom? They died. I'm sorry. She looked up at him and he stared into her large silver eyes, noting again how strangely light they were. Her skin was an olive color, her hair dark and short, sticking up all over the place. Thanks. They were my best friends. Do you live with family? She shook her head. Not anymore. Long story. I've time if you want to talk about it. She smiled and shook her head, finally moving, so he had to drop his hand. Maybe some other time? He was disappointed. You're not going so soon? She hesitated, then relented. If you don't mind my company, I'll stay for a while. I don't know many people here. He smiled. Please stay. I swear I'm not a crazy, not in the scary way anyway. I see you every night and I don't know, I always feel like we could be friends, that you'd get me. Does that sound mad? Lilith squinted into the middle distance, obviously considering. No, actually. I've seen you, I thought you looked lonely. I'm lonely sometimes. Doric smiled. Then you'll stay. They talked, watched trashy TV, ate Doric's food. Lilith thought he was a fine cook. Doric rolled his eyes and blushed. They talked about him, 19, and might never have a work at a proper job. Lilith teased him about that until he cried laughing, but then her face was serious. It's a nice position to be in, but what is your passion? What would you want to do? Doric smiled. Write. I just want to write. About. A shadow fell across his face. That's just it. I don't know. He looked over at the book they'd been studying earlier. Maybe continuing my dad's work. Lilith looked away and she seemed to be struggling with something then. What if it was all real? The stories, the sightings, what if you could see it for yourself? Would you be freaked out? I've thought about that, and I'd like to think I'd be cool, just accept it, but who knows? I might cry like a baby and pee myself. Lilith burst out laughing. Gross. How about you? It was as if he could see her physically withdraw from him as he asked the question, and he felt a jolt of fear shoot through him. She shrugged and said nothing. Where do you go at night? He rushed the question, regretted it instantly. She was silent, her face impassive. Just for a walk. He couldn't stop now. Why? I mean, it's dark, you're alone? I just do. Shit. Now he'd blown it. I'm sorry. I just care. She turned those silver eyes on him. Don't. It's too dangerous to care. She stayed until just after 1 a.m., then he walked her to the door. Are you sure you'll be okay? She nodded. Thank you for the nice evening, Doric. And the food. Come back again soon. I mean it. She hesitated, then, smiling, stood on her toes and kissed his cheek. I'll think about it. He opened the door, to let a rush of freezing air swept in. He shivered, but Lilith didn't seem to care. Good night, Doric. Good night, friend. Christmas peace. Christmas peace to you. And she was gone. Doric closed the door, feeling as if his heart had just vacated the house. It's too dangerous to care. Too late, Doric thought sadly. It's way too late. Lilith made sure Doric wasn't watching when she double-backed and made her way to the rail station. She would be early tonight, but she didn't care. She needed to see if her secret love was real, that she wasn't having some sort of fever dream, hadn't been having it for months. At the rail station, all was dark. She slipped down to her usual place at the far end of the station, and into the utter blackness there. She felt him first, his cold arms around her. You are early. To another's ears, his words would seem muddled, not human at all, but over the months she had come to learn them. She closed her eyes as his lips found her neck. I could not wait, my love. The sensations running through her body made her begin to sing. His hands would sink below her clothes so that she felt his touch on bare skin all over her body. It made her shiver with desire. He said nothing more but continued his strange dance around her. You are ready, my love. His eyes glowed white, the color of moons. You have reached womanhood. No, I'm not ready, but she found she was unable to speak as he made love to her. How could this be? He's not human, but she was lost, overwhelmed by him, his presence. Afterward, she walked home, past Doric's house, but didn't even glance at it. How could she have wondered if there was something more than him, her ghostly lover, for her? She belonged entirely to him, to that world of darkness. She paid no heed to the trail of blood she left behind her. Doric waited 2 days, enduring Christmas Day alone, then Boxing Day. He didn't see Lilith and didn't know where she lived, so couldn't go to her home and seek her out. His heart ached with the need to be near her. He felt sadness at the thought that she might be avoiding him. He hoped not, gosh, he so hoped not. He waited that night at his window, and sure enough, tonight, she passed by at her usual time. He darted out of the house and called out to her. For a moment, he thought she might not turn around, then she looked at him. "Hello, Doric." He smiled. "I missed you." He expected her to roll her eyes, tease him. Then she smiled. To him, it was as if dawn had broken. She walked slowly back to him, and to his utter shock, she pressed her mouth to his. "Invite me inside, Doric," she whispered, and stammering, he did just that. She took his hand and led him up his stairs, only hesitating, looking at him with a question in her eyes. Doric, his mind whirling, nodded to the room at the end of the hallway, and she walked on, her little hand still in his. In his bedroom, she turned to face him. Her eyes were different tonight, even more silver, almost like ice, but the smile on her face was sensual and genuine. "I've been thinking about you," she said softly, "and I think we need to stop pretending." "Pretending what?" His breath caught in his chest. "Pretending we could ever be just friends, Doric." In one fluid movement, she pulled her sweater over her head. She wore nothing beneath, and Doric swallowed hard. Lilith saw his nervousness and smiled, picking up one of his hands and placing it over her chest. "Doric, it's okay." Doric shook his head and tore his hand away. I don't know, this is everything I wanted, Lilith, but I don't understand, this is so sudden." "We both of us don't live by anyone else's rules," she said softly. "Why shouldn't we give in to our desires?" There was something in her tone, something that made Doric's senses tingle. "I'm being recruited." He pushed the thought away, that was madness. The girl he liked was standing topless in front of him, and he was questioning it. He stepped closer and peeled his own t-shirt off, shivering slightly in the chill of the night. Lilith smiled, placing her hands flat on his chest, tilting her head up for a kiss. Doric's mouth was on hers again. She tasted sweet and cold like a soda pop, but her tongue was warm against his as they kissed. She was thin, very thin, and he felt protective of her fragile frame as they lay down on the bed. He ran his hand down her body, from her shoulder to her hip. He could feel her shoulder bones, her ribs, and her pelvis bone jutting out from her pale, almost blue now skin. Afterward they lay in each other's arms, and Doric stroked her face. He grinned at her. "I was just going to ask if you wanted to come in for some food, and play a board game or something. But I have to say, I liked your idea a whole lot better." Lilith kissed him gently. "I'm glad." It was a bit of a surprise. She chuckled. "I swear, Doric, it wasn't until I saw you that I knew it was the right thing to do. We're not children, neither of us. When I left the other night, at first, I just thought, good, I have someone to play with, dream with. Kid stuff. Then I was made to realize I'm not a child. I'm not sure I ever have been." She looked at him, her eyes soft. "And I felt the same thing coming from you. As if we were thrust into being adults, so that's the role we have to play now." Doric felt a little sting of regret. "You mean this was a test of that?" "No. I wanted to do it, I thought you did." He relaxed. "Yes?" They lay in silence for a while, then Lilith got up and swung her legs over the side of the bed. The disappointment returned. "You're going?" "I have to." Doric was a little irritated, almost jealous. "To go wherever you go at night?" "Yes?" He sat up, watched her dress. "Are you meeting someone?" She didn't answer that, just leaned over him and kissed him. "I will come to see you soon, I promise." She left the room, and Doric scrambled to follow her downstairs. At the door, he stopped her and wrapped his arms around her. "I think I'm in love with you, Lilith." Lilith hugged him briefly. "We'll see." She touched his cheek and moved away from him and disappeared into the night. At some point along the way, he had stopped caring that she knew he was following her. After the night's events, he had decided that was permission enough for him. He stayed ways back, but he could see by the constant half-turn of her head that she was aware of him, that she was giving her permission to follow. He thought he could see the uplift of her cheek, that she was smiling. She strode into the rail station. His face creased in confusion, he slowed his pace. He stopped at the door and peered around. An empty ticket office. Snakes of unease slithered around his body. His footfalls echoed around the hall. At the far end, a gate ajar. As he neared it, a soft melody reached his ears. She was singing. He gripped the metal bars as the song curled its way into his mind, into his soul. Waves of pleasure. Without thinking, he moved towards her, the music drawing him in and in. Then he saw it. The creature. The demon. It hovered in front of Lilith, its hands around her throat. Oh God, Doric tried to move, tried to reach out to her. The creature's attention was now fixed upon him, and he saw its mouth open, wide, a gaping maw of razor-sharp fangs. No. No, it could not be. His father's books, all his work had told him simply that this creature did not exist in Finland. It was the demon that haunted the east of Europe. It had never strayed this far west. And yet, frozen, he watched as the creature's ice-white eyes, rimmed with red, fixed on his own with a half-amused look, and his lethal jaws clamped around Lilith's tender white throat. No, please, not my love, but Dora couldn't move, couldn't speak. Lilith felt the teeth sink into her throat, and she smiled. This was what she came for every night, the feasting and the harvesting that left her light-headed and dizzy but as euphoric. The initial slice of teeth into flesh was agonizing, but it lasted but a scintilla of time, then the joy would flood through her. Tonight was different, however. She had the lasting glow of the love-making with Doric in her veins, and her ghostly love seemed to sense this. You have done well, my love, he hissed in that strange tongue. You have brought me new blood. His essence was different tonight, too, more potent as it flowed into her blood. Something in her was changing, and finally Lilith realized she had been tricked this whole time. No, this wasn't fair, please. Her last mortal thought was a plea to her still human lover to run. Doric saw her turn, and he moved closer still, mouth open to declare his love again. The moment he looked into her eyes, he knew. The demon hovered behind her, a terrifying rictus on his face, and now Doric understood. Revenge. His father's investigations had uncovered an underworld that did not want to be uncovered, and this was their revenge. You unspeakable monster, he whispered to the creature. They had taken his parents, and now they had taken his new love. Lilith stared at him, her eyes snow-white. Dead. The mark of the demon was still on her throat, blood soaked her clothes, her skin paler than the moon. He couldn't look away from her. Her ice-cold fingers snaked around his throat, and he now began to hum, a melody not of love but of unimaginable pain. And yet, the love he felt built, saturated every cell of his being until it was all-consuming. Lilith, oh my Lilith! He screamed into the void of the night. Lilith's kiss was sweet and cold, and colder than the grave. The ancient station master took no notice of the young man's corpse as he coughed his way onto duty. Night ghouls, he called them. The ones who came. The end.
The Iceman cometh.
I can officially proclaim, it is snowing. Dave Borg, the second male lead of Happenstance, announced to the party as he stood at the doorway of the coffeehouse. Then shut that damn door, Harry Flynn shouted as the rest laughed. Emily shooed Dave, who was very drunk, back to the party table, grinning and rolling her eyes. Dude, my heating bill just tripled, so thanks for that. Now who's still hungry? I can whip up some grilled cheese if you like. She grinned as they all yelled their approval. Sasha, sitting at the opposite side of the table, winked at her, and Emily flushed with pleasure. The tall, dark-haired actor had become a good friend, often spending his off time in the coffeehouse with her, even helping out serving sometimes. She had kept it professional and friendly, although the attraction between them was obvious, but knowing actors weren't the most reliable men in the world, Emily guarded her heart. Despite that, Sasha was never too far away from her thoughts, and it was only yesterday when she'd sought out Cody, one of his co-stars who she'd become close to, and plied her for information. Cody, with her straight blonde hair and wicked grin, had known exactly what she was asking. "Sash isn't like that," she said. "He's one of the rare good ones. He's crazy about you, boo." Emily had flushed madly and denied they were anything but friends, but Cody had hugged her and laughed. "Girl, chill out. Just enjoy it." The trouble was, she couldn't stop thinking about him. At night, she lay alone in the small apartment above the coffee house and thought about his tall frame, his broad shoulders, and his long legs. The cool green eyes which crinkled with laughter whenever she joked around. His voice, gosh, his voice. Anytime they touched, and that was increasingly often, her skin would burn and a frantic pulse beat between her. Gosh, she wanted him, and she hadn't wanted anyone for a long time. She set about making the grilled cheese, the kitchen door ajar in case her barista Tom or her waitress Sally needed her. It just so happened that she had a good view of Sasha too. As she cooked, she fantasized about him coming up behind her in the kitchen, pressing his lips against her shoulder, his hand sliding her dress. "Stop it," she told herself. "You're behaving like a starved teenager." Taking the plate of sandwiches out to the others, she noticed most of the other customers had gone apart from a lone man, sitting in the corner, sipping his coffee. Emily realized he had been there all day. If she was honest, she found him a little creepy. He had been into the coffee house frequently over the past few days and sat there watching her. Emily had almost asked Sasha to have a word with him, but then held back. Sasha wasn't her keeper, wasn't obligated, and she could handle a creepy customer all on her own. She'd done it before. It was just nice to think someone was looking out for her. "Come eat." Sasha tried to grab her hand. She ducked out of the way, grinning. "2 secs." She moved around the room, switching on the lamps, turning down the overhead lights. She loved this time of day when the coffee house would glow with a soft warmth, the rush would ease, and she could relax. She looked up to see Sasha at the counter, slipping a disc into the shop sound system, and a second later, Billie Holiday filled the room with sweet music. "I'm gonna love you like nobody's loved you, come rain or come shine." Sasha turned and smiled at her. Emily, flushed with pleasure, grinned shyly. She loved that he already knew what music she loved. Sasha sat down again, and she could feel him watching her, a smile on his face. Her heart began to beat just a little faster. She felt someone move alongside her and looked up. It was the stranger. He was tall, solid, blandly handsome, and his smile did not reach his steely gray eyes. "You're gonna love me like nobody's loved me, come rain or come shine. Can I help you?" His voice was nasal, flat. "No thank you, I'm just about done." He stood very close to her, too close. She cleared her throat, uncomfortable, and let her dishcloth fall to the floor. She turned to pick it up and moved away from him. He looked down at her with a mocking smile on his face. Flushing, Emily felt like a bad kid caught in a lie by her father. "We're just about closing, but can I get you some coffee?" Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Sasha watching them. She shifted her gaze to his, and he jerked his head up slightly. "You okay?" She nodded at him, and the stranger looked around and met Sasha's gaze. The two men stared at each other for a beat. Sasha's face hardened and he stood up, his tall, broad body imposing. The stranger looked back at Emily, and his eyes raked over her body. He smirked. Emily swallowed, her chest tightening. "No." The stranger threw some money down and strode to the door. Emily, irritated at the man's rudeness, locked the door. Sasha was behind her then, and she turned, looking up into his gloriously handsome face. He smiled down at her, and for the millionth time, she felt a desperate need to kiss him. "Is he my competition?" Sasha asked softly, and a thrill ran through her. "There's none who could touch you," she said softly, feeling brave. She saw his eyes soften. "Good," he said so softly she could barely hear him. "I'm happy about that. I'll show you later just how happy." He reached over and brushed a lock of hair from her face. An electric charge ran through her skin. Emily couldn't help but lean into his touch. Sasha smiled, sliding his hand to the back of her neck. His eyes were shining. Emily sighed happily. But I'll love you always. I'm with you rain or shine. Dave and Cody, who were dating, were the last to leave, quickly followed by a grinning Sally and Tom. Emily saw them out and locked the door behind them. Sasha drained his wine glass and stood up. Billie Holiday was still crooning away gently, and he smiled at Emily, his eyes intense on hers. He held out his hand. Come dance with me. As she went into his arms, Sasha pulled her close and buried his face in her hair. God, she was so damn beautiful, and she smelled so good of spice and fresh air. At nearly 40, he'd avoided relationships, mostly due to a bad breakup in his 20s, but the day he'd walked into this coffee house and saw her, he'd been lost. She was so different from the women who he was usually around, Hollywood types mostly. Her dark hair, gathered up into a messy bun at the nape of her neck, was a glorious mahogany shade, her dark hazel eyes warm and kind. The pink blush of her cheeks drove him crazy. Now he tipped her chin up and pressed his mouth against hers for the first time, and it was as sweet as he had imagined. The kiss deepened, and he heard her soft moan, which made his blood pump faster. He swept her up into his arms, and onto the couches in the corner of the coffee house. She stroked his face, looking at him as if she couldn't quite believe this was happening. Neither could he, and as his fingers moved to the buttons of her dress, he found they were trembling. He couldn't stop kissing her soft mouth, wanting to taste every part of her. He pulled the fabric apart and marveled at her soft skin and her softly curved belly. Christ, you're beautiful, you know that. Emily laughed softly. As long as you think so. His lips were fierce against hers. Proof that reality sometimes is better than fantasy, she chuckled, and he laughed. You fantasized about me. She lifted her lips to his. In every way, Mr. Isley. An animalistic growl came from the back of his throat, and he ground his mouth down onto hers. Then I hope you haven't any plans for the rest of the evening, because I plan on making every single one of those come true. I love Seattle, he said, and grinned at her, not just because of the cute girl at the coffee house, but it's just a great place to be. You live in LA now? He nodded. Convenient for work, but I've never liked it. I'm an old-fashioned guy. I like small towns, friendly neighborhoods, places to walk instead of drive. I guess Seattle is pretty small compared to LA, she mused. And you're right about the people and I. She stopped. There was a loud thump against the building, followed by another. Is that someone trying to get in? She shook her head, her eyes wide. I don't know. They both slid out of bed and went to the window. Geez, it's a whiteout. He was right. Outside, the weather had turned worse, and now the snow was falling heavily, stacking up against the buildings, almost blanking out the light from the street lamps. Maybe a car got into a slide. I'll go down and check. He grabbed his jeans and Emily pulled her robe on and followed him. Downstairs, the main coffee house was lit by the light of the Christmas tree, and Emily glanced up at the clock. Hey, she said, and Sasha stopped and looked back at her. She smiled softly at him. Merry Christmas, Sash. He grinned and came to her, brushing his lips against hers. Merry Christmas, beautiful. They kissed for a moment, then went to the door, Emily unlocking it. The snow was piled halfway up outside, and Emily and Sasha stuck their heads out into the blizzard for a second but couldn't see anything. We won't see if there's any damage until the snow melts now. Sasha pulled her inside and brushed the snow out of her hair, kissed the flakes from her eyelashes. She giggled and shrieked with laughter as he pulled her robe open and scooped a handful of snow onto her nipple. You are a dead man, she giggled, and gathered a handful of snow and pounded it down on his head. A free-for-all followed, until they were both soaked and laughing like maniacs. Stop, stop, I'm going to freeze, she said breathlessly, and Sasha closed the door. You look so beautiful lit by the twinkle lights, almost otherworldly, he kissed her gently as they came to a breathless stop. I never want to move from this place, she thought. I could so easily fall in love with you. The crash from the kitchen startled them both, and they looked at each other, alarmed. Sasha jumped to his feet. Wait here, beautiful. He felt her behind him. He wasn't surprised, but he rolled his eyes at her. No good at doing what you're told, are you? She gave him a cheesy grin. Only when you're inside me. He laughed out loud, but as he pushed into the kitchen with Emily behind him, his smile faded. Geez. Emily looked past him and gasped in horror. Great gobs of what was either blood or red paint were smeared on the far wall, a message. Ever wonder if you'll make it through the night? Sasha went cold, and his arms reached automatically for the small brunette at his side, wrapping around her protectively. She was trembling violently. Who would do this? Who would do this? Sasha shook his head grimly. I don't know, sweetheart, but it's a sick joke. I'm going to call the police. He went to grab his phone, but came back immediately. Phones are down. Emily was still frozen where he'd left her. She looked at him with haunted eyes. There's more. He looked where she was pointing. On the countertop under the message, a set of chef's knives were arranged, a note pinned under them. Sasha stepped towards it. Read it out, Emily said with a shaking voice. Sasha read the note and closed his eyes. It says, stupid, leaving all these sharp knives around. Damn. He was angry now. This is beyond a sick joke, Em. Do you know anyone that would want to hurt you? She shook her head. Number. An ex-boyfriend. She just shook her head. Sasha pulled her into his arms again. I swear to you, nothing will happen to you tonight. This is some idea of a joke. She wriggled out of his grip and went to the back door, opening it. She looked out onto the pure white snow. She slowly turned to him with fear and horror in her eyes. Sasha, there are no footprints in the snow. Whoever did this is in the building. Emily tugged on her sweater. Whatever cruel joke was being played had ruined their special night together. Together, they had searched every room in the building, Sasha insisting on her staying behind him and that she take a knife with her. They found nothing. Sasha and Emily checked every window, every door, locking them all. Sasha shook his head, confused. I don't know how they got in, but there's no one here now. He smiled at Emily. I think we're good, baby. Someone was just playing a dumb prank. He wrapped his arms around her. What say we go back to bed and forget it? We'll wait out the storm, and in the morning call the police. She hadn't been convinced, but she nodded. Sasha had barely let her go since, but it wasn't the tender embrace of a lover, more the protective way of someone who might lose the person he loved. No. Their relationship had gone quickly from friend to lover, but there was no way Sasha should feel as responsible as he clearly did. Sash. Yes, baby. She warmed at the endearment, but looked at him with serious eyes. I hate that this has ruined our Christmas. He pressed his lips to her forehead. Our first Christmas of many, many more. And no, forget that stupid prank. Nothing will spoil this night. She flushed and kissed him. Many. He stroked a finger down her face. You have to know how I feel about you, Em. I've spent nearly every free moment breathing down your neck for the last few months. He grinned, and she stuck her tongue out at him. What a creeper, she joked, and he laughed. Nuzzling her nose with his own, he kissed her. This creeper's in love with you, he whispered, and Emily felt tears prick her eyes, her heart swelling with joy. I love you too, she said softly, and they kissed tenderly. Emily closed her eyes, wanting to forget all the unpleasantness, the cruel joke downstairs. This was all that mattered. This was what was real. The Christmas tree, smaller than the one downstairs but more loving decorated, twinkled with white lights. Sasha was trying to get the TV to work, but the snowstorm had knocked out most of the TV stations. Emily took the remote from him. Let's just go make camp in my bed until morning. Sasha frowned, then his face relaxed. That sounds like a plan. Sasha woke with a start and sat bolt upright. There was a figure at the end of the bed. Hey! A flash of alarm made him shout out, and the figure vanished. Vanished. Sasha blinked. Sash. Emily touched his shoulder, and he turned. The sheet covering her was covered in blood. Geez, Em, are you okay? She looked down and gasped. I don't know, nothing hurts. He tore the sheet from her and sighed with relief. There were no wounds on her body. She looked at him, wide-eyed. What the hell is going on, Sash? He stared back at her for a long moment, then told her about the figure at the end of the bed. Emily nodded slowly, looking sick. Sasha stroked his hand down her face. You've seen it before. Emily drew her knees up to her chest. Only once, and I thought I was either dreaming or hallucinating. I was sick at the time, last Christmas actually. I had flu really badly and we closed for a week. Sally came to check on me, said there was some weird stuff outside the doors, dead animals, some blood smeared on the doors. I didn't think anything of it. Anyway, I was in bed and woke to see the figure. Blinked and it had gone. What did yours look like? Someone. Couldn't tell if it was male or female with a white mask on. Blank, featureless but a mask. Same here. This is getting weird. She nodded, looking at him with sad eyes. Not what you want, really. He realized she thought he was backing off and reached for her. Hey, look. It's almost daylight. As soon as we can go to my hotel for the rest of Christmas. Come back here when things have eased off. Go, the police have this place searched. She leaned into him. I gotta say, I don't feel safe. He tightened his arms around her. I won't let anyone hurt you, Em, I promise. Emily woke at 7 a.m., warm and safe in Sasha's arms. She studied him while he slept, that gorgeous face, all cheekbones and fine angles. His dark lashes on his cheeks as he slept, that long aquiline nose and full mouth. Emily smiled and kissed him gently. He opened his eyes and smiled. Good morning, beautiful. He rolled her onto her back, making her chuckle, and covered her body with his. He smoothed the hair away from her face. Can't believe I'm waking up with you, pretty girl. Emily smiled up at him, her eyes shining. Right back at you, handsome. Now, in the morning light, the weirdness of the previous night seemed ridiculous. They had intimacy slowly, then showered. Emily had hesitated before she went downstairs to the kitchen, knowing what she would see. Sasha put his hand on the back of her neck and kissed her temple. Together, okay. They both stared at the wall of the kitchen. I don't understand. Emily shook her head, as if trying to clear a fog. Sasha's hand tightened slightly on her neck. The wall was clean. No bloody writing, nothing. Emily's chef's knives were all in their block. The kitchen was clean. What the actual hell? Emily looked at him. You didn't come down here and clean up? He shook his head, not annoyed by the question. No, sweetheart, you. No. They stared at the blank and clean wall for a few moments more. Did we both have some kind of fever dream? I don't know, sweetheart. Emily let her body relax. Well, it's not impossible that we did after all. We've both seen that weird figure, right? Right. Sasha sighed. Look, have you ever looked into the history of this place? Emily shook her head. I only moved here a couple of years ago, and to be honest, I snapped this place up for the coffee house. It was going for a steal. She trailed off as realization dawned, then she laughed at Sasha's expression. Yeah, okay. Dumb move? Human move, Sasha amended. After all, who asks their realtor about any ghosts a place might have? He grinned. I can't even believe we're having this conversation. Emily hugged him. I would rather cope with some weird, spooky stuff than an actual maniac. Thank God is what I say. Listen, I'll go grab my laptop, and while I cook you the best Christmas Day breakfast of your life, you can look up any local lore about the place. It's raining, Sasha told her as she came down from the apartment, laptop under her arm. Emily pouted. Damn it, no more White Christmas. Sap. She blew a raspberry at him and handed him the laptop. Here you go, Grinch, do some digging. Sasha grinned and opened the laptop. Anything private on here you don't want me to see? Nope. Unless you count the reindeer porn. Haha, funny girl. You love this holiday, right? Emily busied herself getting breakfast food out of the refrigerator. I do. I love all the sparkle and the glitter, and people being happy, being nice to each other for once. She cracked some eggs into a bowl. Sasha watched her with a smile creeping across his face. "You really are the sweetest thing." She grinned at him. "You just don't know my wild side yet." "That wasn't wild last night. Man, now I can't wait." She waved a spoon at him, chuckling. "Get investigating, dirty boy." A half hour later, and they were eating while Sasha told her what he had found. This place is built at the turn of the century as a saloon bar. Nothing remarkable until Christmas Day, 1956. The owner, Alexander Hooper, lived here with his wife, Clementine. By all accounts, he was totally head over heels for her and she for him. They held a small party in the bar on Christmas Eve, after which they went back to the apartment above, and Alexander stabbed his wife to death. No warning, no reason. The guests at the party said he was in a good mood, that they seemed as in love as ever. Alex then walked into a local police station and handed himself in. The police found Clementine's body in the bathroom of the apartment. She had been stabbed multiple times in the abdomen, and her body arranged as if she was sleeping. Blood everywhere, smeared on the walls of the kitchen. He gave Emily a pointed look. He'd used every knife in the kitchen. Emily looked sick. "Gosh, that's horrific." There's more. Previous owners or tenants of this place have reported weird noises, apparitions, masked figures appearing and disappearing, blood on the walls. Here's the good news. No one has ever been harmed. A few people got scared out of their wits, but no deaths or injuries have ever been linked to the incidents. Emily felt a huge weight lift from her body. "Oh gosh, Sash, that is good news." He leaned over and kissed her. "Now we really can enjoy our Christmas." Outside, the snow was melting, the roads awash with the heavy rain. Sasha and Emily stood under the porch of the front of the coffee house and watched the gray skies. "You know, there's something beautiful about the decorations all lit up against such a stormy sky," she said. Sasha grinned at her. "Like I said, what a sap." She poked his side. "Listen, I was thinking. There's an attic I've never been up to yet. Maybe there's some interesting stuff up there, something to do with the Hoopers." "Yeah. Doesn't it freak you out?" She shrugged. "Not so much, now I'm just curious. Why would Alexander Hooper suddenly just murder his wife? There had to be a reason." Sasha nodded. "Okay, let's go check it out." Emily kissed him. "And I just remembered that loud banging we heard. We never did check out to see if there was any damage to the outside." Sasha looked up at the sky. "I'm game if you are." They raced each other through the torrential rain, darting around the outside of the building. The coffee house stood in its own block. Emily, quicker than Sasha, though she suspected he was letting her win, gave only the cursory of glances to the outside of the building but couldn't see any damage. Rounding the corner back to the main entrance, she gasped and skidded to a stop. Sasha collided with her, laughing and cursing as he grabbed her to stop himself falling. Then he saw what she was staring at. Geez. Anyone looking at the slab of frozen ice would have seen the same thing. The definite shape of a figure was frozen against the side of the building, the head staring straight in through the window. "Man, that's creepy." Emily went up to the figure. She couldn't believe what she saw. The limbs were defined, even the muscles and structure of the figure's torso were all there. The ice hand was placed on the window, and now Emily, ignoring the fact she was drenched, went inside and looked into the face of the Iceman. Sasha followed her inside and put his hands on her shoulders. Emily grabbed his hand. "Sasha." The face of the Iceman was exactly the same as the stranger who had been watching Emily for days, and the expression on his face was one of murderous rage. Emily closed her eyes and listened to Sasha chopping the rest of the Iceman into pieces. She knew it was ridiculous, but she had never been as afraid as looking into that cold face. It had everything that was mean, spiteful, hateful. "I feel like its eyes are following me around the room," she had said, waiting for Sasha to laugh it off, but instead in a dead, flat voice he had said, That's the thing, Ems, it is following you. That had terrified her, and Sasha had berated himself for blurting out the truth like that. He'd offered to get rid of the thing, and she'd agreed. Now she lay on her bed waiting for him. He came back in, his clothes soaking wet from the rain and ice. He grabbed a towel from the bathroom. It's gone, babe? Thank you. She sat up suddenly and reached for her laptop. She typed Hooper House, Iceman into the search engine. Sasha was toweling his hair dry, watching her face as she looked at the search results. She shook her head. Nope, nothing about a weird Iceman. She sighed and pushed the computer away. Sasha stripped his sweater off, then his jeans. Emily half smiled at him. Anyone would think this is my plan to keep you naked all Christmas. Sasha grinned and climbed onto the bed with her, wrapping his arms around her. I'm okay with that, gorgeous girl. She woke and it was dark outside. The bed next to her was empty. She sat up. Sash. Up here. She looked upward, to where the door to the attic was open. Sasha had pulled down the stairs from the entrance in the corner of her bedroom. Emily slid out of bed and tugged her robe on. She climbed carefully up into the attic space and gasped. Wow! The room was lit by standard lamps and dressed as an old-style living room, a 50s-style living room. Emily gave a disbelieving laugh. Sasha stood at the mantel of a fireplace, grinning at her. Can you believe this? She shook her head. I don't. Sasha's smile faded, and he nodded towards a photo frame. Then you're really not going to believe this. She walked over to him, and he handed her the frame. Even before she saw the faces of the two people in the photo, she knew. The tall, handsome man with the short dark hair, green eyes, and long aquiline nose. The woman, soft curves and mahogany hair, dark hazel eyes. Oh God, Sasha. I know. Emily looked around at the place and shivered. Sasha, let's go down. I don't like this. In a minute. There's a box here I haven't looked in. She put her hand on his shoulder as he opened it. There was a mask. White. Blank. Expressionless. Is this what you saw on that figure? She nodded and he sighed. Yeah, me too. Put it away, Sasha. We don't need to worry about it. He closed the box. You're right. But let's make this permanent. Let's burn the damn thing. Emily felt relief wash over her, and she nodded. Good idea. Is it childish to believe that once we do this, all the freaky stuff will stop? Sasha stood and kissed her. Not at all. They were in the kitchen, and now Emily cranked up one of the gas burners. Sasha held the mask to it, and then dropped it into a pan Emily had given him. Together they watched it burn, the old paper crumbling and turning to ash. Sasha hugged her. Listen, why don't we go grab some clothes and get out of here for the rest of Christmas? If you don't want to come back here at all, well, we can do that too. I've always wanted to buy some property here. Emily nodded gratefully. I'd like that. Sasha's luxurious hotel suite was in one of the high-end hotels in Seattle. The view over the city alone made Emily gasp. Sasha grinned at her. You ain't seen nothing yet, gorgeous. In the large bathroom, he'd filled the tub and lit some candles. I thought a relaxing soak, a good meal, maybe some drinks, then a night of lovemaking. He said this with such a thoughtful look on his face that Emily burst out laughing. He was right. The soak in the tub was completely relaxing, so much so they had intimacy in the water. They ordered room service, but decided to stay in the room rather than go for drinks. Instead, they had intimacy again and again, until at last they were exhausted and sated. Sasha stroked her cheek as she began to fall asleep. I love you, Emily Tuscany. I love you too, Alexander. Her eyes flew open and she gasped. Why the hell had she said that? Sasha just looked amused. You've obviously Googled me. Sasha is a shortened form of Alexander. That's all that meant M. Don't worry. Emily felt uneasy, but Sasha kissed her. Seriously, sweetheart, don't worry about it. Just sleep. I love you. Her eyes closed, but as she gave into sleep, her chest had a weight in it, fear. She woke at 3 a.m. to find the bed empty. She sat up. Sasha. No answer. She laid out of bed and searched the hotel room. Sasha was nowhere to be found. Emily picked up the phone to call reception, but all she got was a dial tone. Fear started to build inside her. She found her robe and pulled it on, and tried to open the door to the room. It was locked. She felt terror now. What the hell is going on? My darling. She whirled around. Sasha was standing full dress behind her, wearing the mask that they had burned less than 12 hours previously. He advanced on her, and Emily, terrified, backed up. Sasha. What are you doing? Sasha, please. I'm not Sasha anymore, my darling, he said, and he drew a knife from behind his back and plunged it into her. She cried out in agony and slumped to the ground. Why? She said softly, why? The masked Sasha knelt beside her and ran forefinger down her face. Because I loved you, my darling Clementine, I loved you. He raised the knife and brought it down with such force. Her last living thought was of Sasha. How I loved you, my darling, my wonderful Sasha. And cut. Wonderful stuff, you two, really terrifying. The director applauded the two actors as the man helped the woman, drenched in red corn syrup, to her feet. They laughed and took a bow as the cast and crew joined in the applause. The actor and actress went back to her trailer. Wanna join me in the shower? You know I do. Everyone on set knew they were making love, knew they were crazy about each other. This movie had been written especially for them, once the news of their relationship had broken. The press was loving it, two of the most gorgeous, talented stars in the movie industry madly in love. If only they knew. Gosh, you're delicious. He grinned. As are you, my darling. And now shooting's done, we can enjoy the holidays together, alone. Afterward, they dressed slowly. She grinned as she saw the mask on the table. I do so love it when you put that on, she said. There's something about that little frisson of terror that makes me so hot. He gave a little growl and grabbed her to kiss her lips. I love you, you dirty woman. As I you. She glanced out of the window. It's snowing again. So it is. He tipped her face up to kiss her deeply and tenderly. You and me forever. You betcha. Merry Christmas, Alex. Merry Christmas, Clem. The end.
Junkyard Betty. Bonneville Salt Flats, Utah, 1973.
His bare feet rasped against the soil, the stones. The water lapped closer and closer, an inch now from his skin. Somewhere else the water would be blue or green or even clear, but here it was gray. Solid, as if nothing could penetrate it, as if a million ball bearings were suspended in it. The sky didn't help, itself a block of misery blue. They reflected back at each other with a mutual loathing. The water touched his feet, and as it washed back, he watched the crimson swirl into it, be consumed by it. Absolution. He looked up, squinted over to the far side of the salt flats. In the dip between the small outcrops of hills, he could see something, machinery, cars, and a lot of some kind. He snorted back a wad of phlegm, shot it out into the muddy pool. He thought he could see movement over there. Maybe worth his time investigating. He was gonna need a new car anyways. Broke down, Bodie Johnson walked back to the car he'd stolen from the Salton Sea. A week and a whole state away. Between then and now, deserted trailers and empty cockroach motels. This country had plenty of places someone like him could remain undetected forever. He reached into the car and plucked a lady's scarf from the passenger seat, shoving it into his jeans. Wouldn't do for anyone to see it and get suspicious. He'd been so careful up to now. He could feel the salt puckering the skin on his fingers. Seemed he was always around salt nowadays, salt, rust, blood. As he walked across the salt flats, a dog skittered out to meet him. The dog, handsome despite the blind eye and the missing leg, gave a strangled cough and rolled his one eye at him. He stared back. Garp. The dog coughed, then turned and trotted back into the shack at the far end of the junkyard, stopping every few yards as if he was encouraging the man to follow him. The man walked slowly through the yard. Old refrigerators, stoves, junk of every kind. Then, as he reached the shack, he saw them. In a row, 4 motor vehicles, each one in pristine condition. Not one of them newer than the 1950s. Brokedown eyed them all. He recognized a Ford Fairlane, its pink and white paintwork almost pristine, its chrome bumpers glinting in the hot sun, and somewhere inside him, it conjured up the specter of a memory, a good memory that he couldn't quite get to. Brokedown never had much use for cars other than to get here, there, or away, but there was something about these 4 vehicles. They seemed in too good a condition to be in this junkyard. Over by the crusher was a small shack, run down. Outside of it, someone had stuck 3 old gas pumps, Fire Chief, Pennzoil, Texaco. It looked like a parody of a Hopper painting. Brokedown strolled over, his eyes darting left or right for signs of life, and pushed open. It creaked with age and rust, and a cloud of dust fell down on top of him. He coughed his way inside. And stopped. The outside of the shack may have looked like shit, but inside, the floors were polished, the countertop gleaming, and behind it, a girl, no, a woman with all the breakneck curves, red lips and raven hair, a Betty Page on acid attitude. She was dressed in a red mini dress with white fur trimmings at the neck, wrists, and skirt. The shack inside was decorated for Christmas. A huge tree with sparkling ornaments was at the far end of the shack. Brokedown was bemused by the space inside. From outside, the building looked as if it wouldn't fit more than 2 people in, but inside the space stretched. He breathed in deeply. Cinnamon and other spices filled the air, making his mouth water. He was transported back to his childhood. Christmas was the one day when he and his family didn't argue or fight or be generally unpleasant towards each other. Even the one time he'd actually had a mature, long-term relationship, when he hadn't been broke down, had just been plain old Shane Johnson, the Christmas he'd spent with Leanne had been a happy time. But then their baby had died, and that was it. The memory made the shudders come down in his mind. Brokedown didn't feel emotions except when he was taking a life. Then adrenaline would rush through his veins, and he would exult in his own godlike power. He shot another look at the woman behind the counter. Geez, she was stunning, that dark roll of gloss black hair, those pouty red lips. She fixed Brokedown with a stare. Her eyes were a silver so bright, he felt he was looking into, what? What was it? They had an uncomfortable purity that made his skin itch. Yeah. He said the words without thinking, and the woman's mouth hitched up in a half-smile. Can I help you? Whoa. Brokedown swallowed and shifted his weight. Her voice was, what the hell was going on? His entire body was telling him to hightail it out of there, but damn that voice, it was a low, sensual purr, sure, but underneath it, at a lower register, there was something else in it, something undefinable, bells, angels singing, screaming. Yeah, just didn't expect there to be. He looked around, a diner in the middle of the flats. Can I get you a drink? That voice again. Brokedown cleared his throat, which was gritty and dry suddenly, his neck tight. Yeah, sure. Her face a serene blank canvas. Betty, hell, that's who she looked like, that's what he'd call her. Reached down and pulled a bottle of beer from a cooler, cracked the top and handed it to him. It was cold, but he noticed her hand left no condensation mark on the glass, and the liquid itself, instead of being a warm golden color, was as silver as her eyes. Weird. He tipped the bottle back, letting the cold liquid, feeling it hit the back of his throat, waiting for the relief. None came. Hell, the salt must have got to him. He gestured with his thumb outside. Them cars. Looks to be brand new. They do. Ha. She didn't know nothing about them. Not that it made any difference, he hadn't planned on paying for the damned car. She wouldn't be able to stop him, not dead anyways. His gaze drifted up her body, to her neck. Lily white skin. He wondered how the fingertip-shaped bruises would look on her. What's wrong with them? She turned that intense blue gaze on him again, and he shifted uncomfortably on the stool. They have various faults. Huh. How about giving me another one of those cold ones, and giving me the tour? She gave him a half-smile. If you'd like. He let her sashay out in front of him. That walk would look ridiculous on anybody else, her hips curving up into the tiniest waist he'd ever seen. If she hadn't been quite so obviously genuine, he would have mistaken her for one of the strippers he liked to pay for sometimes, when he'd enough money, and who would dress up exactly how he liked. The waitress look always did it for him. Betty walked over to the Ford Fairlane he'd spotted earlier. Now Brokedown made the connection. The waitress outfit, the pink and white colors of the car. Wendy Jane, an 18-year-old candy striper who took care of Mama in the old folks' home back in Bakersfield. Mama was an old ex-hustler who never stopped yakking until the day she'd reached for her bottle of wild turkey, and a stroke had hit her like a freight train. Brokedown had never liked the old skank, but when he set eyes on young Wendy Jane Hurley, he silently thanked his mama for ending up in this godforsaken place. She was a sweet, slightly overweight girl with bad skin but pretty with it, her dark hair pulled back in a thick play. He loved dark girls. He'd drowned Wendy Jane in the bathtub she'd just laid Mama in to soak. Mama never even blinked. Wendy had struggled, shocked by the sudden turn of events, but he'd held her under easily. He'd left Wendy Jane there and just walked out. Scared of the publicity and people taking their parents out of their facility and losing the money, the home hushed it up as a terrible accident. That kind of pissed him off. He wanted the credit, the glory, but hey, it meant he could think about the next one and the next one. Nice car. Betty fixed him with a silvery, unreadable stare. Its engine got flooded and it died. Something in the way she said the words made his heart pound, and he felt his face turn hot. Guilt? What it actually guilt he was feeling. He thought about Wendy again, and suddenly his mind went to her parents, their loss, their agony. Her 12-year-old brother, who had idolized his older sister, and was never the same after her death. He saw all of Wendy's dreams and ambitions, all of her potential that he had wiped out just because he could. Stop. He forced his mind back to the present. Betty was walking back to the shack. Hey, he called out over his shoulder, what about these other ones? She stopped, looked back over her shoulder at him. Later. I thought you might like to take me first. Brokedown's mouth dropped open, but he stumbled after her, a wide grin spreading across his face. Inside the shack, Santa Claus is Coming to Town was playing as Betty turned and in one easy motion dropped her dress. Underneath she had the killer curves he had imagined, wide hips, flat stomach. Betty didn't bother with foreplay. She shoved him to the floor and straddled him, her fleshy thighs gripping his hips as she lowered herself onto him. He lay on his back and closed his eyes, listening to the cheerful Christmas music. Santa Claus is Coming to Town seemed to be on a loop. He's making a list, he's checking it twice, he's gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Brokedown grinned to himself. The hell with you, Santa. I just got the best present I ever had, and I sure as hell haven't been nice. What a day, what a woman. He would enjoy killing her later, but for now, he'd take her until he was spent, then end her. Have another drink. He opened his eyes to see Betty, now back in her red uniform, handing him another glass of the strange silver beer. He took it with a grin and a wink. Sure thing, Toots. He slid a hand up her inner thigh. She stepped away and gave him a wintry smile. I'm ready to tell you about another one of the cars now. Her eyes were cold. Later. Come with me, I have something to show you. Brokedown reluctantly got to his feet. Who did this skank think she was, ordering him around? Damn woman, always getting ideas above their station. Why did they wonder so many of 'em got killed, when they were so disobedient? Betty led him out to a dark red Chevrolet Bel Air, all curves and shiny chrome. The cream-colored roof was pristine, but as they got into the vehicle, Brokedown saw the cream leather seats were all ripped and torn, red stuffing spilling out of them. Someone took a knife to her in the parking lot of a motel, Betty said, turning those silver eyes on him. She still drives, but the damage cannot be repaired. Do you ever think about that, Brokedown Bodie Johnson? He hadn't recalled telling her his name, but he couldn't think about that now, because his mind had been dragged back to Rochelle, a gorgeous redhead he'd screwed up against an ice bin in the parking lot of a motel in Cleveland. She'd been a willing partner, had hitched up her dress for him and ridden him, giggling and kissing him right up until the point when after he'd finished, he'd pulled a flick knife from his pocket and driven it into her without any mercy. He dumped the body inside the ice bin, watching her blood cover the ice as she'd breathed her last, a look of utter confusion and agony on her lovely face. It was the first time he'd used a knife on one of his victims, and he'd never felt power like it. He'd seen. In the paper, she was just another lonely girl looking for adventure. Why should he care? Brokedown shifted uncomfortably and got out of the car. Screw this. He could have sworn he saw Betty smile. He turned and went back into the hack. Something was different. The music had slowed, still the same song, but now it sounded like it was being played at the wrong speed. He turned to see Betty following him into the shack. "Who are you?" he demanded of her. "What is this place?" Betty smiled enigmatically. "You'll soon find out, Shane." He froze. "Ain't no one called me that for years. How do you know my name?" That irritatingly serene smile again. She came to him, pressed her hands flat against his chest. "I'm your Christmas surprise, Shane. Are you telling me you don't want this?" He opened his mouth to tell her, no, he didn't want this, but the words would not form in his throat as he breathed in her scent of spice and sin. He bent his head to kiss her, and as his lips met hers, he felt a strange pull to his core, as if again, something was being taken from him, but he couldn't break away, so sweet was her taste. "Would you like something to eat?" He nodded, and from nowhere, she nodded to the table by the window. It was loaded with every type of Christmas food he could imagine. Betty gazed at him. "You remember this? You were 7, Shane. Your daddy was in a good mood, your mama had a pretty new dress. Your little sister was only 3 years old, sweet little Winnie. You loved her, didn't you?" Brokedown felt his eyes prick with tears, and he nodded. "How do you know all of this?" Betty put her hand on his arm. "Don't worry about it, Shane. Just think back to that time. What happened to Winnie, Shane?" He felt his chest tighten. "She died when she was 5. How?" He got up from the table, angry. "Why do you need me to remember this? What are you trying to do?" She grinned. "Trying to figure out if you're naughty or nice, of course." He stared at her. "What, you're Santa Claus now?" Was it his imagination or did anger flare in her eyes? "Santa Claus doesn't exist, Shane. How did Winnie die?" He looked away from her. "She drowned in the well out the back of our property." "That's right. Never got over it, did you?" "I don't want to talk about this. Tell me about another one of those cars." Betty inclined her head graciously. "The DeSoto Adventurer." Brokedown looked out of the window at the car. "It's a beauty." The black trimmings and paintwork contrasted with the overall white color, and the car itself wasn't as curvy as the Chevrolet or the Ford, giving it a sleeker, cleaner appearance. "Remind you of anything?" Betty's voice sounded different, far away as an image popped up in Brokedown's mind. Sue Lin, the one time he'd tried to go straight. A friend of his dad's had set him up as a trainee at a city job in Manhattan. Would have been good at it too if it hadn't been for Sue Lin distracting him with her scent of jasmine and her pale porcelain skin. Her jet black hair had tormented him, and when eventually he'd managed to persuade her to go out with him, she'd surprised him by saying yes. Surprised him even more when she told him to come to her apartment. He'd turned up and she was without any clothes. "I don't believe in waiting," she'd told him as she pulled his clothes off. "That's for kids. You want to take me, I know you do, so let's go." Hell, just her saying those words was enough to get his blood pumping. She was skinnier than the girls he usually went for, but her limbs clamped around him, and she rode him skillfully. Afterward, as she lay on her back beside him, he'd picked up a long thin blade which lay on her dresser. She had known what he was going to do, he had seen it in her eyes. He'd never had a victim who wanted to die before. She kissed him just before he slid the blade through her heart. "Thank you," she'd said, then gave a little gasp as he killed her. There was hardly any blood. He found a bag of money with his name on. "I knew you would do as I asked when I saw you." Take this and run, my love, and thank you for giving me my freedom. The bag had contained $100,000. Turned out Sue Lynn's father wanted to marry her off to the same man who'd been abusing her since she was a kid. Even Brokedown didn't sink that low. Who was he kidding? He was so damn used to killing, he didn't think twice. It was like an addiction for him. He would drive down boulevards and city streets, his eyes raking the streets for his next victim. He liked them innocent and sweet, girls that would be missed. Brokedown knew he was a sick jerk, didn't think he should have to apologize to anyone for that. It was just the way this country had spat him out. He had wasted all of Sue Lynn's money, of course, in Vegas, and on strippers and hookers. All that money for sticking a knife into a pretty girl. Brokedown shook the image of Sue Lynn's dead staring eyes away, and nodded at the car. What's wrong with that one? Betty was watching him. No engine. But you knew that, Shane, didn't you? You knew the heart had been ripped from the car. He whirled around. What is this? What do you want from me? You obviously know what I do, so stop messing around with me. She merely smiled, and fury exploded inside him. He grabbed her by the throat and dragged her across the shack and rammed her against the wall. What the heck is all this, Betty? Who is Betty? There was another change in her voice, a deeper register, though his hand was squeezing her throat and she sounded amused. Brokedown growled. Don't mess with me, what's the hell is going on here? It's Judgment Day, Shane. His hand fell away from her throat as if not under his control. Betty's eyes burned and Brokedown felt his throat constrict in terror. He backed off in a hurry. Screw this, I'm outta here. Leave if you can. She said simply. Damn, she was infuriating. He would go outside, find something to use as a weapon, then come back and kill her, end this the way he always ended everything. He turned away from her and stalked to the door, yanking it open, and stepped out into a blizzard. He couldn't see an inch beyond his face, such was the whiteout. A blizzard in Utah? Hell, it was December, but what the heck? He felt her hand icy on the back of his neck then, and he was falling, his mind stripped bare. Darkness came quickly. He woke in the driver's seat of the last of the cars. A burgundy Hudson Hornet. A deep color like congealing blood. Outside, the blizzard had simply stopped, and no snow lay on top of the glistening white salt. He felt disorientated and disconnected from the real world. Which one does this car remind you of, Shane? He started in shock. Betty sat in the back seat, her long legs resting on the back of the passenger seat. He looked at her in the rear-view mirror and for a second saw something other than that exquisite face of hers, as if the mirror was a photograph, and some sort of double exposure had occurred. The face of a beast flashed before his eyes, and he gagged with terror. He blinked, and when he looked again it was just Betty, her enigmatic smile in place, her beautiful face serene. He met her eyes, only they burned with a fury which took his breath away. He swallowed hard. No idea what you mean. Come on now, yes you do. Which of your dead girls is this car? The last one. Millie Ray Lambert, the daughter of his friend. She was 18 and stunning, the local homecoming queen. She was good with it, smart and bright, the full package. He'd killed her in her prom dress, stabbing a knife until she bled out in his arms. Why had he killed her? She was such a sweet, sweet girl, but her father, his friend, owed him $20. That was what he told himself, but nah, screw that, he had wanted to kill her. $20 were worth the feeling of that gorgeous girl dying in his arms. He looked the look of utter confusion in her eyes. She'd asked him after the first stab, why? Why are you doing this? The way the knife sank into her softly was thrilling to him, dark burgundy blood on a white dress. He'd left her body on her date's car for everyone to see, for every prom-goer to witness. At her funeral, he'd comforted his friend, already a widower and now his only child taken from him, and Brokedown reveled in the pain he had caused. The date, the boyfriend, had been eliminated from the murder inquiry, and Brokedown watched his quiet devastation on his young face. He'd seen the woman he loved slaughtered. Brokedown gazed into the rear-view mirror at the beautiful woman watching him. Why are you asking when you already know? Naughty or nice, Shane? Stop saying that. You obviously know all about me, so I'm asking, what is all of this? A blink and they were back in the shack, sitting at the table, facing each other. Brokedown's arms were resting on the table, but he found he could not lift them. Betty smiled at him. You don't see, do you, Shane? Look around, let go of your own worldview and really see. Brokedown closed his eyes. Just let me get out of here. Oh, you're never leaving this place, Shane. Just accept that. He opened his eyes slowly and looked at her. Her beauty was unearthly and terrible now, and when she smiled, he could see the teeth, sharp, fang-like teeth, and her eyes burned not silver but a deep hellfire red. What are you? His voice was little more than a whisper. Betty reached up and slowly and carefully unrolled her hair to reveal the two horns on her head, ridged and sharp. Her face changed to that of a fearsome goat-like thing, and she stood to tear off the red dress, her body transforming into that of the most revolting creature he'd ever seen, with a huge phallus, erect, and burning bright red as if boiling hot to the touch. Brokedown whimpered as the creature yanked him onto the table and spread-eagled him across it, stepping behind him. I told you to look, Shane. The creature forced his head to the side so he could see the huge Christmas tree. See? The glittery baubles he had glanced at earlier were not made of glass and plastic, but were human organs, glistening with fresh blood, deep red. They swung gently, dripping gore. From all the people you've murdered, the creature growled and forced his head back down. I should have come for you when you were a child, Shane. I could have saved so many. Your mother used to warn you about me, remember? Oh gosh. Now he did remember. The tales his mother used to tell every November and December, the one that used to scare him witless. The creature of his nightmares. The Krampus. The monster who came for the naughty children. Gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Terror gripped him as his bowels and bladder released, and the room filled the stench. The Krampus, now grown to an impossible size, picked him up and dragged him outside. The junkyard was gone, the cars, no, in their place stood the corpses of his victims, not just the 4 he'd recalled this day, but all of them. Hattie from Reno, Shirley from Lincoln, Andrea from Charleston, and more, so many more. They stared back at him with burning hatred, vengeance almost a halo around them. The little dog who greeted him earlier barked at him again, and Brokedown could have sworn the dog was laughing at him. He closed his eyes for a long moment, reconciling himself to the fact he was going to die here, today. Shaney. His eyes flew open, and he stared as, through the crowd of corpses, pushed his little sister, still just a toddler. Winnie? She came to stand in front of him. Why did you kill me, Shaney? No. No. It wasn't me, Winnie, I swear. It was, Shaney, don't you remember? You told Mommy a bad man took me, when all the while I was playing hide-and-go-seek with you. You told me to go hide, Shaney, and I did. I hid down the well, Shaney, but you never came to find me. Then you came to get some water, and the bucket hit me on the head, didn't it? I fell in the water, and it got into my mouth and nose, and I couldn't breathe no more. Brokedown had his head in his hands. No, no, no. You killed me. She opened her mouth wider, and a fountain of dirty well water poured out, splashing him, soaking him. Brokedown started to sob. I didn't know. I didn't know you were down there. But you didn't tell Mama and the police that we were playing a game. They would have searched everywhere, Shaney. Even down the well. I could have lived, would have lived. No, no, no. Only the fact that the creature held him up stopped him from falling at her feet and begging her forgiveness. I'm so sorry, Winnie, I'm so sorry. His little sister smiled sweetly at him and touched his face. It's okay, Shaney, you're going to get what you deserve now anyway. Her words sent ice through his veins. The Krampus picked him up and dragged him through the throng of corpses. They parted to let it through, and now all Brokedown could see was the empty expanse of the salt flats in front of him. Even the far-off hills had vanished into a haze. The creature threw him down to the sand, and Brokedown felt a small hope that he might be released. The creature laughed as if it could read his mind. Feel the salt beneath your skin, it growled, feel how cool it is. Try to remember that feeling because, Brokedown, you will never feel it on your skin again. You will burn, Shane, Brokedown Bodie Johnson, burn. The creature forced him onto his stomach and then broke down, was naked, spread, eagled, and burning harnesses chained him down by the wrists and ankles to the salt. He closed his eyes and heard them begin to sing, low at first, and then when he felt the creature's burning hot penis start to enter his ass, he screamed out in agony, and the singing got loud and more gleeful. It was the last thing Broke Down heard before the pain burned through him, and he was sent spiraling down into the fiery grip of the hell he had chosen for himself. He could hear bells, discordant and loud, smell his own guts being cooked. He's making a list, he's checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty or nice. The end.
Santa's Little Helper. Melbourne, Australia, 2011.
Bronte Fuller drew in a deep breath and pushed open the door of the bar. She still had no idea why she was going through with this, except her best friend Pilar had bet her $50 she wouldn't do it, and there was no way she was letting Pilar win. So here she was, in the small bar in Melbourne the week before Christmas. It was disgustingly hot outside, even in the evening, and so Bronte was glad of the cold rush of the air conditioning inside Harry's bar. She looked around to see if there was any obvious speed daters waiting, but no. Damn, which meant she'd have to ask the barman, which she did, blushing furiously. The barman grinned at her, eyeing her curvy body appreciatively. "Through there, doll," he pointed at a door in the back. "And if you don't have any luck, you know where to find me." She considered his offer. He was a good-looking dude, long surfer's blonde hair, big arms, and easy smile. For a quick bounce, yeah, he would do nicely. Her always-on-call buddy. As she went into the other room, she asked herself again, why was she doing this? She neither had the time nor the energy for a relationship. She rubbed her eyes and belatedly remembered her eye makeup. Shit, now she looked like a damn panda. "You look like a damn panda," the woman in front of her said. She was wearing a badly fitting fuchsia suit and had Meryl written hastily on a name tag. She sighed at Bronte. "The bathrooms are over there. Go fix your makeup. The boys will be here soon." Boys. She loathed it when fully grown men and women were referred to as boys and girls, and she already hated Meryl on sight. As she fixed her makeup, she said the name over and over, putting on a dumb voice every time. "Moral. Meryl." A toilet flushed, and a tall, gorgeous black woman slinked out of the stock. She grinned at Bronte. "I see you met our fearless leader." Bronte gaped at her. "You don't mean to say someone like you needs to come to these things?" The woman grinned. "Well, a woman like you has. I'm Dakota." Bronte smiled at her. "Bronte. My first time here." Dakota tucked her hand under Bronte's arm. "Apart from moral, it's actually not so bad. We all have a nice what-the-hell outlook and a healthy dose of cynicism." Going back into the dating room wasn't nearly so scary thanks to Dakota. Despite her first impression, Meryl was efficient and sorted them swiftly into groups and explained how it worked. 5 minutes each table, then move on. After everyone's talked to everyone, then we break into one large group and go from there. Bronte, nervous at first, soon found herself relaxing. Dakota had been right about the relaxed atmosphere, and soon she was enjoying talking to some funny, cute, and downright hilarious guys, most of whom she'd love as a friend, but she wasn't attracted to any of them physically. "Ah well," she thought, "at least I've not wasted an evening." The door to the room was pushed open, and Bronte felt a wave of icy air go up her back. What the hell? It was summer and 40 degrees. Where the hell? She stopped when she saw the newcomer. He was tall, rangy, but he was about as far away from the surfer dude type she usually went for as he could be. His finely sculptured features were that of a demigod, his dark close-cropped curls neatly trimmed, his green eyes amused and intense. Damn, Bronte thought, feeling the desire flood through her, making her heart pound. She wiggled slightly in her chair to ease the tension in her body, but only succeeded in making herself more aroused. She glanced back at the guy and found him staring at her. She swallowed and he grinned at her. Meryl was flapping around the newcomer. "You're too late for the one-on-ones," she said, huffing, "but I can." "It's okay," he said, not taking his eyes from Bronte. "I found the one I was looking for." He grabbed Bronte's hand and pulled her up. Bronte could barely catch her breath as she was whisked out of the door, but she caught sight of Dakota's laughing face and her thumbs-up signal. In moments, she was seated alongside him in his Mercedes, and he was pulling into traffic. Bronte let out a breath. "Well, hello." He laughed. "Hey there. I'm Nick." "Bronte. What was that?" He grinned over at her, and her insides liquefied. God, he was divine. "I'm really sorry, Bronte. I've never done that, but just at that moment I knew I had to have you. I think, given the looks on the other men's faces, that there would be a fight over you, and I didn't want to waste time. Come have a drink with me at my apartment then. I promise, if you're not interested, I will drive you home." Every warning she'd ever been told by just about anyone rang in her ears. Do not go to a stranger's apartment. Do not. Do not. "Okay," she said, and then cursed herself silently. "Stupid, stupid, stupid." Nick smiled. "Good, and don't worry, I'm not a murderer." She laughed, still a little uncomfortable, but as they drove through the sultry night, she couldn't help her gut instinct telling her it was okay. She looked over at him, studying him. He was the quintessential, archetypal Roman god. Nick looked over at her, and she was sure he knew what she was thinking. His mouth hitched up in a smile, and he just nodded. The journey passed like a dream, and soon she was riding in the elevator with him, in one of the most exclusive apartment buildings in the city. She counted the floors. Soon it was clear they were going to the penthouse. Nick did not say a thing in the elevator, just stood with her, looking down at her, his hand caressing her cheek. Bronte wasn't sure she was awake. His touch was feather-light, sensual. She could smell his cologne coming off his skin, and it was driving her crazy. As they arrived at his penthouse, he took her hand, winding his fingers between hers and leading her into his living room. She wanted to look around at the gorgeous, luxurious home, but she couldn't take her eyes from him. He tipped her face up with his finger and pressed his lips lightly to hers. "Would you like a drink?" he said softly, but she shook her head, looking up at him through her lashes. Gosh, no. All she wanted was him, his body on hers, his arms, long and thickly muscled, around her. Nick smiled down at her, his eyes fixed on hers in a way that made her limbs feel like jelly. His fingertips brushed her stomach through her thin dress, and she gave an involuntary moan and swayed. That was all he needed. He swept her into his arms and carried her into his bedroom, laying her down on the navy blue comforter. He braced himself on his hands either side of her head and grinned down at her. Bronte felt drunk, breathless. Nick smiled. "Hello, pretty girl." Unable to speak, Bronte mouthed high back at him and he chuckled. With one finger, he pulled at the tie on her wrap dress and opened it to reveal her curvy, honey-skinned body. "Wow," he mouthed back at her, and she smiled, absurdly pleased and yet eager, desperate for him to hurry, hurry, hurry. But Nick knew exactly what he was doing. "I'm going to make you mine, pretty woman, and you're going to love it." Little sparks of light were in her vision as she came down from the high. If I died right now, she thought, I'd be okay with it because nothing could get better than that. "Wanna bet?" She jumped at the sound of his voice as he looked up and grinned at her. "I assure you, my darling one," he said, and his voice had a deep, intimate tone. "It can and will get better than that." Bronte stared at him, her dark brown eyes wary. "How did you know I was thinking that?" "I heard your thoughts." Bronte gaped at him. "You can read my mind." He stroked her face, a gleam in his green eyes. "Only when it has something to do with us, my love. Don't worry. Your private thoughts are private." "Except they're not." She wriggled out from beneath him and sat up, pulling her wrap dress around her. What if it's something private about me, how I feel about myself when I'm with you? You reading my mind gives me no agency, does it? No mystique." Nick sat up and wrapped his arms round her, pressed his lips against her temple. "You don't need mystique, I'm already hooked." Bronte pulled back to glare at him. "You don't know anything about me, Nick, except my name and what I sound like when I come." Nick grinned. I know I sound unbelievably arrogant, but I have a confession. I knew you'd be there tonight. Now she was getting nervous. What? Nick rested his forehead against hers. I see you all the time. Don't worry, I'm not some freakazoid stalker. My company has an office at the university. So he knew she was a grad student then. He smiled. Yes. Stop that. Sorry. Despite herself, she leaned against him. There was something so safe about him, despite his obvious machismo. So how can you read my mind? Wait, you're not some sparkly emo vampire, are you? He laughed out loud. Most definitely not. Let's just say, in my position, I'm privy to some state-of-the-art technology. So you are human. You appear very unfazed by the thought I might not be. Yes, my darling Bronte, I am all human. Hour after hour it went on, Nick seemingly never spent but incredibly tender. Eventually, she had to beg to stop. Not that I want to, she said breathlessly, but I really am just human, and I won't be able to walk in the morning. Nick chuckled and wrapped his arms around her. Sleep, my love, we have plenty of time to get to know each other. Bronte stood at the window of their hotel suite and looked over the beautiful city of Helsinki. She could barely believe they were here, or at least that she was here with her boyfriend of just a week. Can I call him my boyfriend, or is it too soon? No, it's not too soon. You can definitely call me your boyfriend. Nick came out of the bathroom with just a towel around himself and grinned at her. Stop that, but she smiled. The week had been a dream of talking and laughing. When he'd asked her yesterday to come with him as he honored a business commitment, she'd had no idea that meant spending Christmas with him in Finland. Finland. She had no time to think about it either, grabbing her passport and a few clothes and calling her adoptive mom in Sydney. Her mom, not expecting her for the holidays anyway, they weren't that sort of family, was excited for her. Go, be happy, you deserve it, Bronte. I love you, Mom. Merry Christmas. Now they in Helsinki in the most luxurious, expensive, exclusive hotel suite on the day before Christmas Eve, and Nick was wearing just a towel. Perfection. She smiled and went to him, breathing in the scent of his cologne and the soap he used. Nick caught her face in his hands and kissed her. You taste so good, he murmured, and she smiled. Her hands were exploring his body, the broad back, the firm chest. Would she ever get enough of this beautiful man? So, what's the plan for the next few days? Well, he said ruefully, at least some of the time I have to work. You never did tell me exactly what you do. She sat down on the bed and starched out on it. Nick joined her, propped up on his elbow, the other hand on her waist. Well, at Christmas my company always does charity work, shall we say. We help pack and deliver gifts to the less fortunate. That's amazing, Bronte was touched. So, can I help? Nick had a strange look in his eyes, something between love and regret, but he kept the smile on his face. You want to? Of course, after all you've done for me. I haven't done anything for you, he said, looking away, and Bronte frowned. Yes, you have, Nick. I never thought I'd be able to visit a place like this. He was studying her then. No. She shook her head. You know what's funny? I always thought of myself as a hot weather kind of girl, but now I'm here. I like the snow, the cold. There's something so serene about it. Further north, there's no noise pollution from cities or towns, and you can listen to the snowfall. It's the very definition of peaceful. Bronte snuggled into his chest. Sounds like heaven. He mumbled something she didn't quite catch. What was that? He smiled down at her. Nothing, it's nothing. If you're serious, we'll go up to Lapland as soon as possible. I'll make the arrangements. You won't even know we're traveling. At his words, Bronte suddenly yawned widely and he laughed. See? We'll travel overnight. I'll pack my stuff. Bronte's voice was little more than a mumble as sleep overcame her. SSH, my love, don't worry about anything. Sleep. She was flying. Or rather, the vehicle she was in, whatever it was flying through the night, the air cold on her cheeks and excitement in her veins. She felt Nick's arms around her, and she didn't feel afraid or too cold or anything. She felt completely secure. She looked up, and the ethereal green and pink striations of the aurora borealis stretched across the midnight sky. I have died, and this is heaven. But she had never felt more alive than in this moment with this man, in this place. Bronte opened her eyes, and her vision was assailed by a trillion sparkling diamonds. She blinked. The diamonds were set in walls of ice. Actually, she now realized, they were the ice of the walls around her. She sat up, speechless. Nick had kept his word. They had traveled, and she hadn't known a thing about it except, Bronte thought back to the dream so vivid in her mind still. She slipped out of bed, found warm slippers waiting for her, and was grateful because the floor, like the walls and ceiling, was solid ice. She wondered that she didn't feel cold at all, just sublimely rested and comfortable. She found her robe hung on the door and shrugged into it, pulling the door open and stepped out gingerly. She found the ice underfoot wasn't slippery at all. She walked into what looked like a kitchen. Nick was sitting at the table reading, and he looked up and smiled. "Good morning, beautiful." He stood and took her in his arms. "Welcome home." She chuckled. "This is your home." He hesitated, then nodded. "I live here during the winter months. Come on, I'll show you around." It wasn't so much an ice house, but a palace, and in each room, Bronte's mouth gaped a little wider. It was as if everything was made from crystal, and yet it still retained a homely feel. Anything that couldn't be made out of ice was still the same as she would have back home, except a more expensive brand, of course. She had her breath taken away twice by the place. Once when they moved through a large blue-tinted hallway and vast ice fountain dominated the space, and then the next time, when they climbed to the top of the building, there was a huge domed roof out into which she could see the stars twinkling. "It's still dark," she said in wonder, and Nick laughed. "At this time of year, this far north, the sun barely rises. Do you mind that?" Bronte shook her head, her eyes shining. "No, I love the nighttime. It's my favorite time of day. And I love the peace, just listen." Nick looked amused, and she chuckled. "Sorry, it's your home, you would know." "Our home?" Bronte blinked. "What?" "It's our home now." She went to him and kissed him softly. "Why do I think you're keeping something from me?" Nick just smiled. "Come, let's go grab a shower, then I'll show you around the factory." "That's not the right word, but you'll see." "How are the walls not melting?" she asked as they shared a hot shower together. Nick was washing the shampoo from her hair. "Not everything is ice," he said over the hiss of the shower. Bronte placed her hand against the wall of the shower. It felt smooth but not cold. "Glass?" Nick shook his head. Bronte's eyebrows shot up. "Crystal." "Guess again." "No. No, it couldn't be." "Diamond." Bronte's voice broke. It wasn't possible, it couldn't be. Nick smiled and cranked off the water, pulling huge fluffy towel from the rack and wrapping it around her. "Bronte, here nothing is as it seems." She pulled the towel tightly around her and stared at him. "Including you." "Who are you, Nick?" He smiled. "I promise I will tell you everything, my darling one." Even so, he was maddeningly slow about it, enjoying her impatience. "I'm trying to build it up for a reason," he told her, and he led her across a snowfield to a large barn-like building. He opened the door for her, and she was assailed by a rush of warmth, of sense of Christmas. She looked at him, and for a second saw something else in his face, a vision overlying his youthful face, him older, grayer. "No. I'm seeing things." She went into the barn to see a fleet of young people, all dressed in big sweaters and jeans, chatting and laughing as they wrapped gifts, then loading them onto trolleys. Nick introduced her to some of them, and Bronte felt as if they accepted her presence without question. "Gosh, this place feels like home," she thought. She adored it, and now, as she looked around the large barn, Christmas decorations everywhere, she turned to Nick with her eyes alive with excitement. "Point me where you want me, boss." He laughed and took her hand. "Then come with me and we'll get started." They set to wrapping gifts, and Bronte noticed there was a mix of items for both children and adults. She looked at Nick, who was wrapping a large microwave. He grinned at her. Sometimes, someone just needs a little bit of luck to come their way. Bronte fell in love with him at that moment. You are a remarkable man, Nick. Is it short for Nicholas? Ha ha, Saint Nick. You'd make a great Santa Claus, my love. With a shock, she saw him redden slightly and glance at one of the other workers who were watching them. They shared a look Bronte didn't understand. What? What did I say? Nick leaned over to kiss her. Nothing, sweetheart. I've just heard that joke a million times. He was smiling, but Bronte felt the sting. She wrapped in silence for a time, watching Nick and his co-workers carefully. Where do the parcels get taken? Nick nodded. We send out deliveries from here. Bronte tried to get her head around the scale of the operation, but gave up. She instead walked around the place, chatting to the workers, most of whom seemed really comfortable with her, as if they had known her a long time. Late afternoon, and Nick bore her off for some private time. There's still so much more to do, she fretted, but he grinned. We got it covered, Bronte. His lips were warm against hers as he led her back to their bedroom, and Bronte was already half undressed when suddenly a figure burst into their bedroom. A large man covered in furs with a wild look in his eyes. Bronte yelped in alarm, but Nick steadied her. It's okay, he's my brother. I'm sorry to burst in, Nick. Hi, Bronte, but I had to come straight away. He tugged his hood down, and now she could see he bore a marked resemblance to Nick. He grinned at her with the same crooked smile. You're looking as beautiful as ever, Braun. She blinked. I'm sorry. Nick shook his head at his brother. Peter. Peter looked between his brother and Bronte, and his brow furrowed. What? I'm sorry, you've usually got to the thing by now. Not this time. What are you two talking about? Why do you sound like you know me? Bronte asked Peter, panic creeping into her voice. She looked at Nick. What's going on, Nick? Nick looked at his brother. Can you give us a second? Peter didn't look happy. Okay, but look, I have it. I found it. Found what? Nick looked shocked. You have. Peter nodded, and a ghost of a smile crossed his face. Finally. Here. He handed whatever it was to Nick, who clutched it tightly and kissed it. Bronte was shocked to see tears in his eyes. What is it, Nick? He looked at his brother, who grinned and ducked out of the room. Nick took her hand and led her to the bed. He didn't show her what was in his hand, and it was driving Bronte mad. Nick, if you don't tell me what's going on right now. He stopped her with his mouth, kissing her tenderly, deeply. She was breathless when he finally pulled away. Bronte, my darling. The reason Peter talked to you that way is because he does know you. Everyone here knows you. I know you. Bronte, a long time ago we met and we fell in love almost immediately. We were together for many years, many happy, blissful years. Then someone tried to take you from me, an evil man who wanted you for himself. Nick stroked her face. I would not give you up. I swore I would die before that happened. So he took his revenge. Bronte's breath had frozen in her lungs, and she closed her eyes. She knew she should be laughing this off, but she couldn't. Somehow, deep inside, she had known. He murdered me, she said, not knowing where the words were coming from. Nick nodded, the heartbreak obvious in his eyes. Yes. I came home on Christmas Day to find you dead, the walls of our home decorated with your blood. His voice broke and she leaned into him. But I'm not a ghost. No. We found a way to bring you back thanks to some very ancient magic. It was tied to a pendant of a rare kind. The Aurora diamond is unique. In it, you can see not only the Aurora but the universe and beyond. It was created from your love and mine, and your life force was already inside it. When it was found here in Lapland, you were brought back to me. He reached into his pocket. It was stolen by someone we trusted. The trouble was, all your memories had been tied to it, as well as your life. We might have lost you again, but the pendant remained intact with your life force. It was just that it was sold and resold so many times that eventually it passed into legend, for most people. He pulled it out of his pocket. Now Peter had brought it back to you. Your memories will be restored, my darling one. He made to place the chain over her head, but she pulled away. Wait. Bronte got up and paced the room, her hand on her chest, tears in her eyes. When I put that on, I'll be someone else again? Nick understood her trepidation. No, you will be you, just with all your old memories. But what about my new ones? My life in Melbourne. My parents, my friends. Please tell me that was real. Mostly. And by the way, they all know about you. Some memories we had to recreate, your childhood for instance. None of that happened. Nick shook his head. I'm afraid not. It's a very complicated glamour, but effective. So, why couldn't you glamour me with my actual memories of you? We tried. The sadness in her voice made her want to cry. Bronte sat down beside him and touched his face. What's really strange is, I believe you. 2 weeks ago, if you'd said this much to me, I would have called the crazy cops. Nick, I once asked you if you were human. I was joking then. I ask you again, but with an amendment. Are we human? Nick kissed her softly. Physically, yes. Except we don't age. Ever. We both reached the age of 25 and stopped, although we can make ourselves look older. Some more of that useful magic. The same, he grinned, obviously relieved at her acceptance of his story. He held out the pendant, and she took it from him, studying it. The large irregular-shaped diamond was uncut and unpolished, but in it, she saw infinity. She closed her eyes and wrapped her hand around it. Flashes of memory flickered in her mind, black and white at first, the bursts of color, as her life before now dissolved, and her true story was beginning back to her, slowly. She looked at Nick with her eyes wide. I know you. He smiled. Welcome back, sweetheart. Nick told her to take it slow. Don't try to absorb everything straight away, but Bronte was so keen to learn anything and everything. She asked Nick to tell her about the years they spent apart. Actually, we always spend Christmas together. Here, in our home. Do you remember Dakota? Bronte thought back to the night she and Nick met at the singles evening. The gorgeous, leggy girl who she'd made fun of Moore with. She knows? She's one of us. In fact, she'll be here in the morning. She's your oldest friend. She is. As soon as she asked the question, Bronte remembered spending time with Dakota, watching the aurora. Nick was watching her expression, testing that she was really okay with all of this. She stroked his face. So tonight? Tonight I do my job. She laughed. Oh goodness me, you are Santa Claus. Nick laughed. Yes and no. There's no Santa Claus, just a worldwide web of people who do what we do. I just happen to be in charge, is all. Why? He grinned. Because I've been around longest. Something was nagging at the back of her mind. So how old are we? Are we the same age? Worried about wrinkles? They both laughed. Nick kissed her gently. You have nothing worry about, beauty. You're still a baby. You were born in 1789. A shock ran through her. 1789. Nick grinned. Before you moan, remember you'll always be 25. Bronte chewed her lip. So, I was human, but somehow stopped aging. Nick, you remember I once asked you if you were a... No, we're not vampires, Bronte, but his face was serious. It's something else, something we don't have a name for. Yes, I admit, I created you, and yes, it was a process. How? We made love. Bronte started to laugh. And now I think you're teasing me. Are you serious? You'll remember all of this soon, I promise. Are you ready to put the pendant on? She considered. There's one thing I'd like to do first, and she pulled him down on top of her. Peter was never very good at keeping his mouth shut. As soon as he'd showered and eaten, He made his way to the bar, and was even now getting rowdy with his friends. The watcher hid in plain sight. After all these years he had become adept at changing his face, his gait, his entire being. It had been an age since he'd been here the first time. The time he saw her, and knew she had to be his. He'd cried while he killed her. Then to find out that she had been brought back with the Aurora pendant. Once it had been stolen, along with her memories, it had given him time. He'd followed her around the world and sometimes, yes sometimes, he'd gotten close. Posed as a potential suitor, but always one of Nick's minions was ready to swoop her away or block his vision of her. They couldn't see him, but they could sense him. He wondered why they couldn't feel him here, in this festive, revoltingly cheerful wonderland of theirs. This was the last time, though. When it was over, either she would be dead, or it would be him who would be gone forever. All he had to do was destroy the Aurora pendant. He smiled to himself and finished his drink. He knew how to destroy the pendant, was the only who could. Because he was the one who had made it. One by one her memories were returning, and as she walked the long corridors and forests of her new old home, a certainty was settling into her bones. She belonged here. She belonged with him. Her heart had opened wide, and now she held him there with perfect love and perfect trust. Her fingers closed around the Aurora pendant, and thrilled at the knowledge that was given to her. And his work, if only the world of humans knew, she though, shaking her head. Their figurehead, their icon, Santa Claus, a drop-dead gorgeous 600 could pass for 25-year-old with a global network of delivery drivers and a will to make people's lives better. My man, she thought rather smugly. She found herself in the beautiful foyer with the ice fountain. She put her hand in the stream of ice to catch the crystals. So beautiful. Hello. She spun around, the sound of the stranger's voice. As she took him in, the Aurora pendant seemed to quiver, and a strange pain shot through her. The stranger smiled, but his eyes were dead and cold. Hello again, Bronte, is it now? When I knew you before, you went by another name. As he spoke, her old name came back to her. Sophia. She stared at him, feeling uneasy. How did I know you? He smiled but said nothing. She stepped away. Well, I must be going. Oh, I don't think so, Sophia. We have some unfinished business. And he went for her. Nick heard her scream from the other side of the palace, and darted towards the sound immediately. His heart almost stopped when he saw her struggling with him, Maceo, her murderer. With a roar, Nick went for him, knocking him away from Bronte, who staggered back and fell to the floor. Nick was only able to glance quickly in her direction before Maceo came for him. The other man's face was twisted with rage. Not this time, Nicholas. This time she dies for good. No, Maceo, Nick said, throwing him off. It's your time to die now. In a second, the room was filled with other people. Peter dashed to his brother's aid while Dakota went to help Bronte. She exclaimed in alarm when she saw Bronte was injured. Bronte, are you okay? Bronte, her hand clutched to her chest, nodded. It's not serious. I'm good, thanks, let me up. Dakota, her eyes concerned, helped her to her feet. Bronte wrapped her hand around the Aurora pendant, stepped towards the fighting men. Stop. To everyone's utter astonishment, Nick, Peter, and Maceo froze. Bronte's voice carried new weight, and as she walked up to her would-be murderer, her eyes changed from the deep dark brown to almost translucent silver. Maceo. I remember your name now. He couldn't take his eyes from her. You were supposed to be mine. Bronte looked amused. I am not a possession, Maceo. I don't belong to anyone. I belong with Nick because I choose to be with him. As she spoke, she moved her hand to reveal her blood from the wound on her chest had been absorbed into the diamond. Nick nodded and took her hand. Peter stepped up and bound Maceo's hands. Bronte turned to her lover. My love, I remember everything. Everything. Nick grinned at her. Then it's time to start where we left off. What about him? She nodded at Maceo. She couldn't believe this little man had once murdered her. He seemed so small and insignificant now. Nick's smile faded. You leave him to me, beloved. He won't see another day. No, she said. Don't kill him. We don't need to sink to his level. Whatever you wish, my love. Christmas night. Bronte and Nick lay in each other's arms, sated and happy. Last night, Bronte had relived the joy of gift-giving the world over. Nick watched her smiling. The best gift I ever got was getting you back. For good now, my love. For good. Bronte kissed him, moaning softly at the feel of his lips. I love you, Santa Claus. And as they laughed together, they began to make love, long into the night as outside their icy home, the snow began to fall again. The end.
The Fireman. Detroit, Christmas Eve 2012.
Wake up. India moaned to herself softly. No, not moan, she thought. Dead people don't moan. Dead people don't think either, you idiot. So how was she hearing this voice telling her to wake up? I can't wake up, I'm dead. I know this because a few minutes ago a man I used to love murdered me. I felt myself dying as his knife sliced into my body again and again. Wake up, beautiful. I need you to wake up. Tell that to Roger, who stuck his knife in my belly over and over and over. Sweetheart, I don't want you to burn. Burn? How will I burn on this freezing cold rooftop in Detroit on New Year's Eve? Tell me that? But now she could smell smoke. Which was odd because once again dead people can't smell anything. What the hell was going on? She felt herself being lifted and now she really did moan. Agony as she was moved. I'm sorry, my love, I can't let you die here. She was pulled against a hard, warm chest, felt her face rest against soft cotton. A t-shirt. Breathe for me, gorgeous. Gosh, his voice was low and soulful, almost musical, and the way he used endearments. Almost worth living for. Breathe. That's it, baby. Come on, we're going to see the new year in together after all. Breathe. Who are you? Breathe. Come on, we can do this together. Breathe. I'm trying, I promise, just don't leave me, please. India opened her eyes to bright white light. She winced and squeezed them shut again. Hey, kiddo. Sam, her best friend and art dealer, took her hand, and she blinked and tried to smile at him. Hey. Her voice was gravelly, her throat dry, and Sam reached for a glass of water. The cool liquid felt heavenly as she drank. Where am I? Stupid question, doofus. You're obviously in the hospital. Sam grinned like he knew what she was thinking, and then his smile faded. Indy, I cannot begin to tell you how sorry I am this happened. Roger did this. She had no problem in saying his name, injecting anger into her tone no matter how weak she felt. Sam nodded grimly. We know. The police found Roger's body at home with a written confession. Ate a bullet. Quick and painless for himself. Said he loved you and wanted to be with you in heaven. He'd always been her de facto older brother throughout art school and beyond. They would joke that if only he had been straight, they would have been married by now. His hand gripped hers. No, one who loves someone does this to them. Sorry, honey. How do you feel? Disconnected, somewhat. That's the morphine. Believe me, you'll need it for a while yet. Sam glanced behind him, out of the doorway. The police will want to ask you what happened. Geez, Indy, his voice suddenly broke, and India was shocked to see tears in the big man's eyes, the thought of what you must have gone through. She rubbed his hand. Think positively, Sammy, I'm still here. Thanks to whoever brought me down off that rooftop. Is he here? I want to thank him. Sam looked confused. What? The guy on the rooftop. He found me and was talking to me. Sam, I was dead for sure, and he started to talk to me and brought me back. I know that sounds crazy, but I swear, is he here? Who is he? Sam shook his head. Darling, they found you in the road outside a burning building. There was no one else there, not for blocks and blocks. India stared at him in disbelief. I don't understand. Indy, there was no rooftop, no savior. You must have been delirious, you were found by a bunch of kids. No hero? No, she wouldn't believe it. She had heard his voice, felt the beat of his heart as her head rested against his chest. He wouldn't have just left her on the road after all of that, he couldn't have. Not a man with a voice that tender, his gentle pleas for her to live were like that of a lover. Wait. This was the morphine talking, right? India closed her eyes, feeling a wash of pain flow through her. This wasn't the time to wonder about a mystery man, it was time to recover, to heal. To get her life back. Portland, Oregon, 3 days before Christmas, 2015. India opened the email and gave another hiss of disappointment. From Commissioner Grant at DetroitPD.gov.us. Dear Ms. Ray, thank you for your email. We regret we are still unable to trace the gentleman in question and would suggest that, as per your surgeon's advice, you concentrate instead on getting well. I understand that your recovery has been long and arduous with many setbacks. We wish you a speedy recovery and hope you can now find closure with this issue. Yours. Blah blah blah. In other words, drop it, crazy lady. She sighed and deleted the email. A year. A year since the stabbing, a year since her mysterious hero had saved her. And the police commissioner was right, it had been a hard year. Her injuries had been so severe she'd had to learn to walk again, and when Sam, who was self-employed and bi-coastal anyway, had suggested relocating back to their hometown of Portland, she knew it was the right decision. But she couldn't get her savior out of her mind. Just a name, she thought, so she could stop calling him the savior. India glanced at the clock. She hadn't been working for months now, and she was getting restless. Her doctor, Shay Ford, had been helping her through rehab and had become a friend, but was strict with India about stretching herself. Thanks to the large settlement she had reached with Roger's family, they hadn't even fought it. Disgusted and disgraced by their son's brutality, they'd paid her twice as much as she had sued them for. It's the least we could do, Roger's mother told her tearfully. I'll never forgive him or myself for what he did to you, sweetheart. India had wanted to hug the other woman, but all she could do was nod dumbly. She had felt numb after the Fields lawyer told her and her own lawyer that they were settling for just shy of $7 million. After medical bills, government taxes, and legal costs, India walked away with a cool $2 million, which had meant more than anything, breathing space. The downside was, as Sam told her daily, it also gave her time to obsess over the man who had brought her back from the dead. Sam was skeptical, but India insisted, Sam, I was dead. I know what it felt like to be in the void. I was gone and he brought me back. Sam gave up arguing after a while. When they had come back to Portland, he asked India if she wanted to stay with him and his husband, Jay, for a while, but she demurred. I'm no good at being a third wheel, and you need your space. Trust me, I'll be fine alone. And alone, she intended to stay. She didn't know if she would ever trust anyone again after Roger, such were the scars, physical and mental. She knew that at 28, a lot of people considered her beautiful. Tall and voluptuous, with dark brown hair and red highlights tumbling down her back, café au lait skin and dark soulful eyes, but all India could see now in the mirror was a scared little girl. Alone. She had never known her birth parents, never knew what happened to them or why they gave her up. She was bounced from foster home to foster home until she was 16, and then, determined to go to college, she had worked long hours in a diner to be able to afford it. She'd answered an ad for a roommate and met Sam, the tall, gorgeous, green-eyed, dark-haired boy, and they fell madly in platonic love. Sam was her person. Even when he met Jay, he had told him, love me, love my Indy. It hadn't been a problem. Jay and India got along straight away, and the three of them had a riotous time throughout college and beyond. India was considerate. She never intruded on their private time, and never felt left out or lonely. She discovered she was by nature a solitary creature. Which didn't mean she didn't date, of course. Her looks, her charm, her warmth meant she garnered a lot of male and female attention, and she dated a few times. Nothing serious until Roger Fields, the heir to the Fields tech fortune, pursued her relentlessly and she agreed to go on a date with him. Roger had been charming and sweet those first 2 years after college. His dark blonde curls and preppy charm made him popular, but it was only when they were alone that his insecurities came to the fore. When India started to make her mark in the art world, Roger reacted with jealousy and started acting possessively. His mood swings became more regular, his outbursts more violent. He'd only hit her once. He'd only had that one chance because the first time it happened, she walked out of his life, moved in with Sam and Jay, and ended things for good. She went to the police, her face badly bruised, but they knew Roger was the son of Robert Fields, the patriarch of a billion-dollar conglomerate, and wouldn't hear her story. And angry and disillusioned, India felt as if she really didn't matter in this world. It took all of Sam and Jay's love and kindness to keep her from falling into a deep depression. Now, India sat on her couch in her small apartment and stared out of the window. The sky was a strange mix of gray and pink and yellow. Snow was on the way. She still didn't know if she would be able to get through Christmas without flashbacks of that terrible night a year ago. She grabbed her purse and her coat and headed out of the door. Distraction was what she needed. She had no plans for Christmas, even refusing Sam and Jay's offer to join them. I'm going to hibernate with a bunch of junk food and some movies, she thought now, as she got into her tiny car and set off for the nearest Walmart. Walking the aisles, she absent-mindedly threw candy potato chips into her cart, before deciding she would at least cook a chicken and get some vegetables, something to balance the sugar and fat. A year of rehab and lying in bed injured hadn't helped with keeping her slim figure. Not that she was overweight, just curvier than she had been, and all that, despite the fact that she had mostly lost any appetite. Another thing Roger had taken from her, she had loved her food before. Roger had liked her skinny, although how the hell he knew because I've never been skinny, she growled herself now. The hell with Roger, screw everything. She wheeled her cart down every aisle of the massive store, throwing in Christmas decorations too. She'd go get a tree later. Have yourself a cheesy little Christmas, she began to sing to herself. Eat junk food all night. From now on, my leggings will be really tight. A snort of laughter behind her made her laugh, and she whirled around to see a man, early 40s, she guessed, a little way along the aisle from her. He was grinning at her, and she couldn't help but notice his warm smile, his eyes rimmed with the darkest lashes, round, wire-frame spectacles giving him an intelligent and vague geeky look. It helped balance out his devastatingly handsome face. He was tall, wearing a dark navy wool overcoat, elegant, classy. That's a great song, he said, and I second everything you just said. India half grinned, flushing scarlet. It's the only way to celebrate. Damn, he really did have a great smile. Very true. He waved his nearly empty basket. I was struggling for inspiration, but I can see you've got your groove on. He nodded to her now overspilling cart. India grinned and picked up a particularly tacky light-up reindeer. I'll have you know, Bambi here is lit by actual elves on the inside. Is that right? Yup. And this beautiful little snow scene, look it. She switched it on, and tiny dancers began to glide around an iced-over lake, surrounded by Dickensian houses. See? The man chuckled. That's beautiful is the word you're looking for, she said with mock indignation. She dumped the toy back into her card. Well, let me see what you got there. Oh, that's just depressing. He showed her the contents of his basket. 2 apples, a pre-cooked chili for one, and a pack of Twizzlers. She shook her head at him, and he bowed his own in contrition. I know. I can't compete. India laughed, surprised at herself for being so open and friendly with this stranger. But it felt good to just fool around again with someone who didn't know her, didn't know what happened to her, and didn't treat her like poor old stabbed India. She was just a girl in the grocery store. He was gazed at her for a long moment and then stuck out his hand. Levi Granger. She took his hand, feeling how big and smooth and dry it was. A flash of longing, of imagining his hands on her body, but she shook it away. India Ray. He looked vaguely surprised at what she didn't know. That's a great name. She flushed. Thank you. She could feel her face burning at the man's scrutiny. It had been years since she had felt this way, actual attraction. To cover her embarrassment, she nodded to his basket. So, is this your whole holiday in this basket? He laughed, and it was a heavenly deep rumble that made her heart kick up a notch. I'm happy to admit it isn't. Less happy when I tell you it's because, like a teenager, I'm spending time with my parents and my brother this holiday. I hate to foster stereotypes, but my mom makes the best food, yada yada yada. India laughed. Nothing wrong with that. You the same? She must have hesitated a beat too long, because his smile faded. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have intruded. India reddened. Damn, now her lovely little moment was made awkward. She forced a smile. Don't be. Everyone has their own way of celebrating. I'm glad you have a great season planned. His green eyes held hers. Say, if you're around on New Year's Eve, would you like to have a drink with me? India's heart banged uncomfortably against her chest. He saved her. Listen, don't decide now. Here, he stuck his hand into his pocket of his jeans, designer, well fitted to a fine pair of hips, she noticed, and pulled out a rather crumpled business card. It's got my cell phone. Call me if you'd like to meet up then, or any time. For anything. India was torn between thinking he meant it genuinely or pitied her. So she just nodded and half smiled. Thank you, I'll think about it. He grinned again. Gosh, he really was divine. Good. Well, I had better leave to your provision selling. Hey, don't tell anyone else, but I think I saw a genuine Faberge singing Santa down the next aisle. India giggled, grateful for him relieving the tension. Are you sure it's Faberge? Levi pretended to consider. It could be Ming Dynasty, I'm not too sure now. Whatever it is, I probably need it in my life. I think you do. It was great to meet you, India Ray, and I hope we'll see each other again. She smiled. Happy holidays, Levi. And to you, sweetheart. Bye now. And he was gone. India stood in the middle of the aisle for a long moment, wondering at the strange feelings inside of her, feelings she hadn't felt for a long, long time. Giddy, teenage crush kind of feelings. She went and bought the singing Santa, despite the fact it was neither Faberge nor Ming Dynasty. She named it Levi. Sam wrapped his arms around his friend and hugged her tight. Please change your mind and come spend tomorrow with us. He hadn't seen India so animated and cheerful for months. Heck, for years with that monster of an ex, even before he tried to kill her, she was subdued and low-key. But she'd brought their presents around and stayed for dinner, but now she smiled up at him and shook her head. Dude, this will be your first Christmas for a while, just the two of you. No way, I'm being the third wheel. She knew Jay was relieved. What Sam didn't know was that Jay was planning on proposing to Sam on Christmas night, and India was definitely not going to intrude on that. Jay was nervous enough anyway. She hugged Jay too, and he whispered, "Thank you, darling," in her ear. She had helped him pick a ring out, a solid black tungsten ring with black diamonds inset. It was big, masculine, and would suit Sam to a T. She had no doubt in her heart he would say yes to Jay. They were so in love it made India's heart soar. You'll come over after Christmas, yes? Jay too was worried about her being alone, but she grinned. How about I promise you I will see you before New Year's? She drove home, a content feeling inside her. Maybe this was the start of her new life. Maybe she needed to forget the savoir and move on. She stuck her hand in her pocket and pulled out Levi Granger's card. She put it to her nose and breathed in. It smelled faintly of cologne. She smiled and tried to concentrate on the road home. At home, she put on some music and added the gifts from Sam and Jay under the tree. She had to admit she had gone a little over the top with the decorations, but who cared? She turned off the main lights, then lay on the floor, staring up at the tiny white lights on her tree. Maybe I should get a dog or a cat. Maybe I should start painting again. Maybes. She smiled to herself. She really could do what she liked from now on. She was glad to be back in Portland. It was the friendly locals, the small-town vibe she needed in her life right now. And it had a great artists' community. She would seek some of them out in the new year, she decided, and rent a studio somewhere. At midnight, she wished herself a Merry Christmas and went to bed, snuggling down into the comforter. Sleep came quickly as it always did now. Her body, even after all these months, was still recovering, and she was always dog-tired, too exhausted even to dream. But not tonight. The dreams returned, and they were not good dreams. She remembered stepping up to her apartment door after returning from the gallery, then a hand covering her mouth and nose with a cloth that stank of chemicals. Struggling, two thick muscled arms around her. "We're going for a ride, baby girl." Roger. He always called her baby girl, and she had always hated it. It wasn't a term of endearment, it was a term of subjugation, of possession. It had been a week since she had left him, after that terrible day when he'd lost his temper and punched her across the room. Her face was still badly bruised. She'd told him, "Stay away or I take the photos to the police and bring down your perfect little life." She thought about that now, as she began to lose consciousness, and she knew now what he was going to do. When she woke, her hands bound in front of her, freezing cold on the rooftop of an abandoned building in downtown Detroit. Roger sat astride her, his once handsome face now demonic in its anger and hatred and bloodlust. As soon as he saw she was awake, he'd just grin and raise the knife. She closed her eyes. The first blow. The knife sank deep and she cried out. The pain was unimaginable, but she barely had time to register it before he stabbed her again and again and again. "Wake up. India, baby, wake up." She smelled smoke. No, wait, that wasn't until after Roger had left, leaving the knife buried. Why could she smell smoke? Woody, almost spicy smoke? "India, wake up, you're safe, you're well, I'm here now, wake up." It was him. India struggled to force herself awake, still locked in the horror of her murder. She had died. She knew that without any doubt. She had left most of her blood volume on that roof. Her belly was torn open, the pain, the pain. "Indy, wake up." She opened her eyes to see a man, tall, dark curls cropped close, dark blue eyes, swarthy skin. A sensual mouth. She drew in a shaky breath. "You're here. And so are you, beautiful, just like I promised. You did it, India, you lived." She reached out to touch his face, half expecting it to pass through thin air, but when her fingers touched his skin, a thrill ran through her. "Who are you?" "My name is Theodore Markham," he said gently. "Call me Teddy." "Teddy," she said, almost in wonder then. "Teddy, how are you in my room, in my bed?" She realized now he was still dressed, t-shirt and jeans, but yes, he was lying with her on her bed. "You've been looking for me," he said. "That's all that matters." India. And it was. She lay for a long time, with him next to her, and just gazed at him. "You brought me back." "Yes?" "Why?" "That's what I do." "Are you human?" He laughed softly. "Of course. I was a firefighter." "Then how come no one knew who had saved me?" Teddy's eyes were midnight blue. "I had to go help someone else. I wait until I knew the paramedics were coming, made sure you were being looked after. They told me some kids had called it in, had found me." "Yes?" India rubbed both her eyes and blinked at him. "Teddy, this is all, I mean it's been a year. A year and now you show up, you break into my home, my bedroom." He touched her cheek gently. "Just say the words, and I'll go." "No." A wave of panic came over her, and she reached for him. His arms wrapped around her. "Don't worry, beautiful India, don't worry, as long as you want me, I'm here." Instinctively, India pressed her lips against his, wanting to be close to him after all this time, and she felt him respond. "Are you sure, Indy?" He whispered, and she nodded, not wanting anything now to stop this dream, this reality, whatever it was. He had saved her once, now she wanted to know him, be with him. His woody, spicy, smoky scent made her senses reel, and her body react, her skin tingle. He kissed her tenderly at first, then as they became breathless, with growing desire, the electricity between them explosive. India didn't stop to think about the weirdness of this all. She had been looking for him for so long, she listened to her heart and her body. What was this? She was almost delirious with pleasure, still unsure what she was doing, but gosh, this was heaven, heaven, heaven. India woke to an empty bed. Christmas morning. She rolled over in bed and faced the ceiling and blew out a sigh. Shit. It had been a dream. She sat up in bed and gazed out at the snow gently falling. Well, at least it had felt real. Her body was still tingling from the memory. Teddy Markham and his magnificent body had made her dreams turn from nightmares to the ultimate pleasure. She slid out of bed and went to find her iPad. She tapped in his name into the search engines and found nothing. No Teddy Markham at the Detroit Fire Service or Police Service or anywhere. Theodore Markham. Nope. Only one Theodore Markham, long dead. Maybe Teddy had moved around. See, that's the sort of question you should have asked in your dream. She chuckled to herself. She wandered into the kitchen and set the coffee machine up to make her Americano, then pulled open the refrigerator, not feeling inspired to eat despite the delicious junk she'd filled it with just for today. She felt on edge, her body vibrating with what? Frustration? The afterglow, she grinned to herself now. Hell, they should market dreams as toys because her body felt as if she'd been thoroughly and professionally taken. She checked the front door. Dead-bolted from the inside. No way could anyone else have been here. She wondered if maybe it had been a weird form of brain burp, maybe PTSD on the anniversary of her murder. Maybe she should stop calling it that. Dead people don't come back. Her attempted murder. Roger failed. She was here. She was alive. She spent the day as she had intended, reading a couple of short novels from her to-be-read pile, watching Christmas movies, picking at food until, at 5 p.m., she decided she was hungry enough to cook the chicken she had bought. She took her time to prepare it, enjoying the process of blending herbs and spices with butter and garlic, slicing a lemon to stuff inside the bird. Soon, the apartment filled with the delicious scent, and India realized she was starving. Since the stabbing, she had lost her appetite frequently, but now she felt ravenous, and when the chicken came out of the oven, she couldn't help but tear hot pieces from it and eat it, burning her fingers and her tongue, but she didn't care. It was as if she were tasting it again for the first time. That sure smells good. India yelped in shock and in turning skittered back, banging her tailbone against the hard counter. Teddy Markham smiled at her. Hey there, beautiful. She stared at him in shock. It wasn't a dream. He was here in her kitchen, this big, beautiful man. He stepped towards her and she quivered and put her hands up. Wait. He stopped, ever patient. India studied him. How are you here, Teddy? This isn't real. Oh gosh, am I going insane? Is that what this is? I'm crazy now. The email from the Detroit Police Commissioner popped into her head, and she sank to the floor, her legs unable to hold her up anymore. She dropped her head into her hands. When I look up, you won't be here, and I'll look up and realize I'm just traumatized or projecting or. She felt his hands gently encircled her wrists, and she whimpered. Close your eyes, India, the silky voice again, it sent shivers through her. Close your eyes and remember. I held you then, I held you last night. I am real, I am here. Sometimes there is no logical reason for something. I was meant to rescue you from that rooftop. I am meant to be here now, to love you, to heal you. I am crazy. She mumbled again, but then she heard his gentle laugh. You're not crazy, Indy. She risked opening her eyes. Gosh, he was so beautiful. He reminded her tonight of Levi Granger, strangely enough. The same warm smile, intense eyes, the way he looked at her. India, he whispered, his mouth an inch from hers, let me in again and let me show you what love is, what it can be. His lips brushed hers, and unbearable pleasure ripped through her. Teddy. Shush. As he took her in his arms, her body curved around his hungrily, wanting his fingers on her, his skin on hers. This was real, she didn't know how, but then she hadn't known how she survived that night. Let it go, let it happen. With him, she didn't care that her abdomen was horribly scarred from the knife wounds and surgeries, that she was carrying a few pounds of extra weight despite her previously low appetite, that she had never felt less attractive in her life since the attack. She was eager when he found her mouth again. Every nerve ending inside her seemed ultra-sensitive, and as they made love slowly. As she finished, her eyes closed, but just before the darkness, she thought she saw his face change, as if somehow Levi Granger's face was half superimposed on Teddy's face. She blinked, gasping and panting through the peak, and the image was gone. What was going on here? Teddy stayed through the night, and they continued to have intimacy, each time more exhilarating than the last. In the morning he was gone, and India smiled to herself. If this was her life now, it wasn't a bad thing. Teddy visited for the next few nights, each time appearing as if from nowhere. India just accepted his presence, and the more they made love and laughed and talked, about inconsequential things really, the more she began to feel her femininity return. She felt alive and vital and loved, and even trust was beginning to be a reality. She trusted that every night Teddy would come to her. She knew his physical body and his spirit were there, but now she didn't even care to wonder what he was. Just accept, he told her, and slowly she did. And yet she could not get Levi Granger out of her mind. 2 days after Boxing Day, she even went back to the Walmart on the off chance she might see him. She hoped she would, but felt foolish on the drive home when he didn't show. Like a lovesick teenager when I have a grown man waiting for me every night. That night, after they'd made love, Teddy smiled softly at her. You know, you have his number. India blinked at him, feeling guilty about thinking about Levi. I have you. For as long as you need me. But someone may need you, India, and when that happens, when you allow yourself to trust. He didn't finish his sentence, and she was glad because she knew what he was going to say. I'm not ready to let you go yet, she whispered to him. I know, sweetheart, I know. The day before New Year's Eve, she finally went over to see Sam and Jay. Sam had, of course, accepted Jay's proposal, and they were still in a fog of love and celebration, but were delighted to see India. They had cooked a turkey, and as they ate, Sam studied his best friend. You look wonderful, Indy, the best I've seen you for a long time. She grinned. Stop flirting with me, Samuel. You're engaged, damn it. They laughed, but Sam patted her hand. I mean it. He's right, Jay handed her the bowl of potatoes. You look almost radiant. Tell me, Miss Ray, have you been a good girl this Christmas? He waggled his eyebrows suggestively, and she grinned, reddening. I'm always good, she shot back, hoping they would let it drop. They didn't. Look at her face, Jay crowed. She only went and got some. Sam gaped at her, and so India told them about her new lover, missing out the parts about him being not of this earth. That's what she decided he must be, an angel, as hokey as that sounded. Instead, she found herself describing Levi Granger to them, where they met, how they met. She just fudged some details. No, you blatantly lied to their faces, girl, but she didn't care. In her mind, Levi and Teddy were becoming almost intermingled. Strange to think she'd only met Levi once, but it was as if she knew him. She didn't tell them about the marathon intercourse, however. If and when she did hook up with Levi, she couldn't really risk them telling him she'd told them they had already slept together. Said Sam suspiciously. Well, if you look this good after a conversation with the guy. I'm insulted and outraged on behalf of all women, she grinned at him. Why is it all men think they are the reason for this glow? She gestured dramatically to herself. Sam chuckled and leaned to grab her hand. I don't know, darling, but I am so happy for you. You will call him, right? She held the business card in her trembling hand. Gosh, she could throw up, but just as she thought about hanging up, Levi answered his phone. Levi? Indy? Oh gosh, just the fact he used her nickname in that deep warm voice of his made her stomach flutter. Hey there, Merry Christmas. And the same to you, sweetheart, I was hoping you'd call. Why did it feel like they'd known each other forever? Can I assume you've made your mind up about the drinks? Can I celebrate? She chuckled, her face flushing, her breath hitching a little in her throat. You're really easily pleased. He laughed. What can I tell you? I have a thing for beautiful women with exquisite taste in seasonal home decor. Suddenly she felt nervous and tongue-tied. You okay? She gave a short laugh. Been a while since I did this. Then can I come pick you up, or would you rather meet somewhere? She was about to say that she'd meet him somewhere when she heard a dog barking in the background, and Levi started laughing. Hey, I'm sorry, Indy, my dog's just come in from the garden and jumped all over me. Get off me, you nutjob. His voice was so tender and warm that Indy's heart melted. Anyone who loves his dog that much. You can come to my apartment. I mean, if you want. Her voice shook. There was a short pause. If you're sure you won't be too uncomfortable? No, I really think I won't. Come for a drink in the afternoon. Are you free tomorrow? For you, anytime. Again that voice, gosh. She gave him the address and they said goodbye. While she said goodbye, Levi said, I can't wait. She was smiling for the rest of the afternoon. When Teddy came that night, it was changed between them. They didn't make love, just talked until the early hours. Then Teddy said, come with me. He led her up onto the roof of her building. India was okay for a moment, then she started to tremble. Gosh. That night was coming back to her. Teddy held her face in his hands. Do you trust me, Indy? She nodded, her body trembling from the cold and from fear now. Teddy took her hand. Then come back with me to that night, and I'll show you what happened. She was back on that rooftop in Detroit, but she was watching herself being murdered by Roger, being stabbed to death brutally, without mercy. She watched her own blood pour out of her ruined body, into the deeply packed snow. She saw the light go out of her own eyes. And she felt anger. She let out a primeval roar of rage, of injustice, stalking over to Roger and pushing him. To her shock, he staggered back as if she had made contact. He looked terrified, and she realized he couldn't see her. She roared again, and Roger covered his ears, whimpering, turning this way and that, trying to see where this attack was coming from. India roared again and again, into his face, until he was gibbering in fear. She plucked the knife from her own body and grabbed Roger's wrists, gouging deep chasms into his arteries from elbow to palm. Roger screamed, but as his own lifeblood gushed from him, he suddenly saw her as she was now raging, vengeful, alive. How does it feel to be so beautiful? He gasped as the last of his lifeblood left him and he collapsed, now just a husk. India dropped the knife and turned to Teddy. It was me. I killed him. Teddy nodded with a smile. An eye for an eye. You had every right. She gazed at him steadily now. Teddy, don't lie to me. Are you an angel? He smiled. Something like that. I was human once. India, we need to do one last thing. Do you trust me? She nodded. With my life. He held out his hand and led her to the edge of the roof. Blink. She did, and they were on her roof in Portland again. Indy, fall with me. Earn the right to trust again. She felt only a flicker of fear but then nodded, and together they let themselves fall, the cold, cold air rushing past them, destiny rushing to meet them. India woke in her own bed. She breathed in a cool, fresh air and smiled to herself. It was New Year's Eve, and today she would see the man she knew in her heart was her future. She moved through her day in perfect peace and calmness, until at 4 p.m. her intercom buzzed. When she opened the door, he stood there, and they simply gazed at each other for a moment, until they both broke into laughter. She beckoned him in, and he presented her with a gift bag. A little token of my esteem, he said, somewhat shyly, but grinned as she raised her eyebrows. I didn't think flowers were original enough for a woman like you. India laughed softly. I'd say, how do you know, you barely know me, but... He nodded. Yeah. It does feel as if we do know or have known each other for a while, right? Yes? She laughed. Can I open this? I'm curious now. Levi laughed. Prepare yourself for the beauty. She giggled at his playful tone. Here goes. She reached into the bag and pulled an object out. She began to laugh as she turned it around. That is the ugliest freakin' thing I've ever seen. I love it. It was a green-haired troll doll that Levi had glued to a plastic light-up star. He'd even made a bikini for the doll, out of garishly orange tinsel. It was hideous. India laughed so hard, tears started to roll down her cheeks. It's perfect, come on, help me put it on the tree. He was so tall, he didn't need to use a step, just carefully replaced the boring star with the new improved one. He flicked the little switch, and the tiny LED bulbs inside the star began to twinkle. They stood side by side admiring it. I don't think I've seen anything quite so magical, she said, and he took her hand. I'm glad you like it. She looked up at him. I'm glad you're here. Me too, Indy. She grinned, already at ease with him. So what's the plan for tonight? Levi looked guilty. You know what? I hadn't thought that far ahead. India chuckled. Well, I can cook if you like, and then we could go to a bar down the block. It's pretty good. Levi nodded thoughtfully. Or I can skip out and get some alcohol, and we camp here instead of dealing with the crowds. She looked at him gratefully. You read my mind. He touched her cheek. Give me a half hour, I know a place. While he was gone, India prepared the chicken she had bought fresh that day. She had wanted to stay in, be one-on-one with him. She didn't want to share him. Good girl. India smiled. Hello, Teddy. She looked up to see him smiling and truly saw him as he was. Otherworldly. Teddy, thank you. For everything. For saving my life. For helping me trust myself again. He smiled and started to fade away. Take care of yourself and Levi, India. I won't forget you, Teddy. And he was gone. India took a deep breath in. She would never forget him, or question how it had been possible. She had survived thanks to Teddy, and now she needed to honor him by really living. Levi returned soon with a vintage red wine, and they ate together, laughing and talking like old friends. At 11 p.m., they went out onto her balcony to watch the fireworks. Levi swept her hair back over her shoulder, and she smiled up at him. Why is it I feel like we were meant to be here, right here, you and me at this moment? I don't know, except yeah, I feel that too. He pulled her gently into his arms. Is it too soon to do this? And he bent his head to kiss her. She shook her head and wrapped her arms around his neck. Not too soon at all. And how about this? He slid his arms around her waist. No. Or this. His fingers went under the hem of her t-shirt and stroked her belly. She shivered and moaned. No. Levi smiled and they went back inside. India was trembling with cold, with desire, with nerves. Levi kissed her again, slowly, deeply, tenderly. Soon, they were tugging each other's clothes off and falling to the soft carpet in her living room. Levi smoothed the hair away from her face. This is unexpected. She smiled. You know what? It just feels right, Levi, like we've known each other forever. It's strange, right? She wrapped her legs around his big body. Strange and wonderful. Levi made a sensual sound as she ran her nails down his bare back, feeling the rippling muscles beneath his skin. He buried his face in her neck. Oh gosh, Indy. India's fingers knotted in his short hair. Every cell in her body was vibrating with excitement and pleasure. At midnight, they were still making love and hearing the fireworks outside. Levi paused and gazed down at her. Happy New Year, sweetheart. And to you, Levi. Maybe this be the first of many, he grinned and thrust his hips hard. Many, many, oh my yes, yes. The end.
The Snow Angel. Dublin, Ireland, 1993.
When the weather broke, Dublin was like a sulky teenager, indignant that the unexpected Indian summer was gone, but secretly relieved that the status quo had been restored. Dubliners shrugged and washed the streets along with the rain, the beggars on the Halfpenny Bridge quietly mumbling about change, letting their necks get damp. High above the city, the candy-striped twin chimneys of the ESB power station came into view. From his seat on the tiny plane, Sam McMahon felt his heart lift. He was home. As the craft banked, Howth jutted proudly from the mainland, and as the airport got nearer, he could see the Dublin mountains, dark and beautiful in the distance. When the plane had coasted to a halt on the runway, and the mass of passengers began to mill around, banging overhead lockers and filling from the door, Sam sighed happily. Even 3 days away from this city was enough. In the arrivals hall, he picked out the tall form of his brother quickly, and Doug hugged him in warm greeting. Fighting their way through the harassed businessmen and excited tourists, they made their way to Doug's ancient Volvo, and Sam sank into the shabby passenger seat with relief. They chatted and laughed for a few minutes, before falling into companionable silence. The rain was harder now, insistent, and a chill of air caught Sam on the chest. He cared little. For all the exotic, far-off, wonderful places he had been, nothing compared to the warmth and friendliness of this city. He sank further into the seat, laying his head back on the rest, and watched the suburbs flow by. Ellie Ahern sat, shifting distractedly in the uncomfortable plastic chair. The editor's office hung with a stale, smoky smell, and the desk, where it wasn't littered with paper and her portfolio, was thick with oily grime. She suspected the coffee cup nearest to her had taken root. From outside the closed office, a gaggle of sound could be heard. Paul Flaherty ran both a small publishing house and a reasonably successful local paper, and here was his base, a small office building just off Smithfield Village. A nervous-looking secretary would drift in and out of his office, bringing coffee and tea. Ellie could never work out why she looked so intimidated. Paul was one of the few editors she'd come across who spoke to his staff with anything resembling respect. She liked Paul despite his aversion to hygiene. She looked at the various photographs on display. They mostly consisted of those huge frames prints of sunsets and lions with inspirational clichés stuck on the bottom, the kind of thing bosses felt would motivate an overworked, underpaid, and despondent workforce. Ellie considered that kind of thing deeply patronizing, and ruined a perfectly good photograph. She was distracting herself, trying to ignore the unease inside of her, trying not to think of the strange events of earlier that day. That's all it was. She had woken to find her boyfriend Joe already gone. Or maybe he had never come home. Again. She was so sure, so certain he would never cheat on her, but lately she had wondered. He had been so moody with her, and whenever she tried to talk to him, he would get annoyed. Then this morning she had gone downstairs to the kitchen and found one of her paintings on the floor, ripped and smashed. It looks like a foot had been stamped through it. The shock of it, the spite of it, had made her catch her breath, but then Joe had been acting so strange lately. Paul glanced up at her and gave her a smile, and she forced herself back into the moment. "This is great, Ellie. Okay, it's yours. It's a series of children's books, new editions of fairy tales, old stuff, you know the routine, blah blah blah." He waved his hands in the air and she giggled. He sat back in his chair and studied her. "Freelance stuff keep you busy?" She nodded. "It will now, thanks to you." "Yeah, pretty much. Don't have to work for food money down at Super Quinn anymore, put it that way." "Well," she grinned, "not at the moment anyway." She started to slide her prized illustrations back into the plastic sleeves. He said nothing while she packed up her portfolio. "Never thought of having an installation? Some show somewhere, Hugh Lane maybe?" She shook her head. "I've no discipline, Paul," she said. "I'd have to have some structure. That's why I enjoy illustrating for specific titles. Besides, I can draw, but a proper grown-up artist? Don't think so." She grinned at him. "Don't sell yourself short. There's a lot of mediocrity out there, believe me, and you're better than most." "Gosh, a lot of shite." He stood and looked out over his staff. "I've good people here, easiest place in the world to manage, but the paper's a different story though. I need to spend more time there. This place, I need to bring in an associate to run so I can concentrate on getting the paper right." Ellie looked up. He looked drained and older than his 33 years. "What's up, Paul? Dissent in the ranks?" Paul smiled wearily. "Ah sure, it's nothing. People not pulling their weight. Nothing needed but a kick up the ass. You could stop making them look at those." She nodded to the photographs she had noticed earlier, enough to make anyone rebel. "Or vomit," she added, as she caught sight of a particularly nauseating motivational quote on an otherwise lovely picture of the Indian Ocean. He chuckled, a deep throaty sound. "You're not wrong, Ms. Ahern. Oh, now here's something else. He rescued a sheaf of papers from beneath a mound of newspapers. A friend of mine, Sam McMahon, is looking for an illustrator. He paused, concentrating on the letter in front of him. Quite a lot of work here, but if you are interested. He handed the letter to Ellie, who quickly scanned through it. Sam McMahon, a Dublin-born writer, was famous for his histories and essays on various subjects. He had been a psychologist who worked for the police and solved many horrific murder cases for them. This time, he was tackling the history of love. Love and its darkness, she read out and then looked up at Paul, eyebrow raised. Sounds a bundle of laughs. Seriously though, I'd like to meet with him to discuss it if you think my work is appropriate. Paul nodded happily. Sure thing. Now, I have meetings with a couple of my writers, so I must away. He pecked her on the cheek. I'll be in touch tomorrow. Drumcondra was busy, the roads filling up with commuters to and from the center. Sam watched the snapshots of life flash past the dirty windows of the car. It was Friday, and stacks of rubbish piled up along the pavement. As they pulled into O'Connell Street, he saw groups of men larking around, laughing, eyeing up the impassive Irish girls. No doubt stag parties, taking advantage of the cheap flights from the continent. Doug parked the car at the police station, and they walked down into Temple Bar. The rain had swirled up the dirt from the street, and the pavement felt grainy beneath their feet. Surprisingly, the city center was relatively clear, and as they rounded the Bank of Ireland, a movement caught Sam's eye. A girl with waist-length hair was running through the rain, a few yards ahead of him. The spray made her form seem distant, ethereal. Her jeans and shirt were sodden. She disappeared down into Temple Bar, and when they two entered the main street, she turned, caught his eye, flashed him a brilliant smile that made his heart beat faster and was gone. Sam was disappointed. He liked the freedom of her movements. There was something childlike, uninhibited about her, something familiar, which made him smile. It was as if she had been an apparition, a memory he had long ago buried. They reached the door to Carmel's bar and pushed the door open, letting the warmth and noise flood over him. Ellie knew Joe was home, because as soon as she shut the door, she felt uneasy. Hey, she called before going into the living room. Joe was cleaning his camera equipment. He glanced up at her. Where have you been? Snapped, not asked. Ellie's chest constricted and she didn't answer straight away, just put her portfolio away. Just a job interview. Good. We're not bringing in enough money at the moment. Ellie flushed. Bastard. She was the main provider for both of them, and Joe knew it. Not for the first time, she wondered why she was still with him. Instead, she said nothing but went to find some food. She pulled open the refrigerator and stared into it, fighting back the tears. Why did she always feel like crying lately? It was December, almost Christmas, but she couldn't feel less like celebrating. It's because deep down, you know, don't you, Ellie? One of you is going to leave, and it should be you, it must be you. She ignored her own instincts. A moment later, she jumped as Joe came up behind her. Were you with that editor again? Don't be coarse, she snapped, but then groaned as Joe pushed her up against the closed door of the fridge and tugged her jeans down and took her. Ellie closed her eyes. Joe was always nasty when she refused him, and she really didn't want to fight. But she knew it was ending, knew she wanted a new life without this angry, spiteful man in it. Why did you stay so long? She asked herself, grimacing as Joe finished. He pulled out and left her to clean herself up. She went to take a shower and cried hot tears, leaning her head against the cool tile. Leave him. I will, she promised herself. As soon as I have the money from the new job, if I get it. I'll just go, leave him, and leave everything except my clothes, books, and art stuff. He can take everything else. Just to be free, she thought, and wondered how she had ever turned into this woman. Paul called her later that evening. Sam McMahon wants to meet you, can you make 10 a.m. tomorrow? He mentioned a coffee shop she knew, and Ellie felt her spirits lift. Looking forward to it, and she thanked Paul again. She went to bed early, snapping off the bedside lamp when she heard Joe come up the stairs. She turned her back to him and pretended to be asleep, but he simply dropped onto the bed beside her, and was soon snoring. Tomorrow, Ellie thought to herself, tomorrow I'll start my new life. Sam looked up as the girl he'd seen running through the rain walked in. He knew straight away she was here for him. He stood and smiled at her. Ellie. She chuckled, recognizing him from his photo. Hello again. She shook his hand and he ordered her a drink, tea with lemon. Gosh, she was even more beautiful close up. Her large brown eyes were framed by black lashes and her long hair was pulled up into a ponytail. Her smile was wide and merry, and as they began to talk about the job, he found her intelligent and articulate. So it's called Love and Its Darkness? He nodded. I used to be a homicide detective and saw a lot of crimes of passion. I'll be focusing on the psychology behind it.
And you need illustrations for that?
Ellie looked uncertain. He nodded. Yes, believe it or not. I just don't want to use crime scene photos. It's disrespectful. Ellie looked at him with a small smile on her face. I like that. Respectful. Gosh, her smile. He wanted to reach out and sweep a hand through her dark hair, feel the soft strands brush through his fingers. Sam felt his chest start to tighten and he looked away from her, cleared his throat. We can start after Christmas if you like. I'll pay you a retainer for your services up front and an agreed sum for each. I thought this would be commensurate. He pushed a piece of paper to her, which had a fee per illustration on it. Ellie's eyes opened wide. Sam, no, that's way too much. No, it isn't. I hate it when artists take less than they should for their talent. You've worked hard to get as good as you are, and you're really good, by the way. If anything, I'm shortchanging you. Ellie had blushed bright red again. Gosh, it was adorable. Well, she stammered, thank you. Thank you, Sam. You really don't know how much this will mean to me, to my life. There was something going on in her lovely eyes that he didn't quite understand. Ellie, some of these illustrations will be quite traumatic. If you're ever uncomfortable with any of the subject matter, talk to me, and we'll work something else out. I'd like us to become good friends and colleagues. And lovers, but he kept that thought to himself. Who knew what her situation was? He dug a rather crumpled envelope from his jacket. Your retainer plus my contact details. Do you think we could make an appointment to go through the project and set up a work schedule? Ellie nodded. Of course. Anytime you want. I work from home and I haven't a lot of work on at the moment, so actually, would you like to come to my home for some dinner? I'm not saying I'm a Michelin-starred chef, but I can knock up some pretty decent chili, and our fridge always has beer. Sam didn't miss the our fridge part, but he smiled. I'd like that. Come tonight if you're free, I'll show you some more work and we can talk. Sounds good to me. Joe sat silently, upright in the chair, arms resting on the battered wooden table, eyes tight shut. His mind was totally focused, contemplating where his life was going now. He was thinking of his parents' words. Darling, they would tell him proudly, one day the world will be at your feet. Remembering, he smiled. Yes, it would, soon, and everyone who had ever doubted him would shake their heads in disbelief at his achievements. He casually flicked a pen in his fingers, scratching the table with a cracked nib. Everyone who had laughed and told him he wasn't good enough. The so-called friends who had merely tolerated him, the teachers who had mocked him, an unexceptional scholar. He remembered that particular school report oh so well, his parents' outrage, not at him, but at the school who did not recognize their beloved son's talents. What did they know? He got up from the table and strolled into the kitchen. The dusty window diffused the light on the cheap white work surfaces, a dusting of crumbs, this morning's breakfast. Ellie had been quiet this morning, withdrawn. He knew she was thinking of breaking it off with him. He couldn't allow it, would not allow her to leave him. Joe wasn't the type of man who was dumped, no way. The phone rang, and he looked up, irritation flaring as it broke into his thoughts. He let it ring, leaned his forearms on the counter, ignoring the crumbs that stuck to his skin, and disappeared into his own world. He would try and get things back on track with Ellie. He needed her if his life was going to be a success. A beautiful woman on his arm, and his rightful place as Ireland's premier photographer. His photos of Ellie alone would make sure of that. Yes, he would have to keep her around, she was the Shrimpton to his Bailey, the Diana to his Testino. He would make his moods up to her. She loved Christmas, and so far, a week out, there were no decorations up in their apartment. Not like her at all. Joe sighed. Maybe he had been a jerk to her lately. He grabbed his keys and went out. He would make this up to her, get her on side. The last thing he wanted was to lose her. After she and Sam had said goodbye, Ellie went to Carmel's bar. Carmel was her best friend and her sort of adoptive sister. Carmel pushed champagne into Ellie's hands. "You've got a new job, and it's Christmas, so let's get really drunk." There was a lull in the bar, as people wandered off to find something for their supper. Carmel had always resolutely refused to cater for her customers, saying it was too much hassle and attracted rats. Ellie had argued the bar attracted rats anyway, and that Carmel often had carnal knowledge of them, so she shouldn't complain. "I can't get drunk, I've my new boss coming for supper." Ellie swigged the champagne anyway. Carmel looked surprised. "Male boss? Does Joe know?" Ellie looked away from her gaze. "Joe will have to put up with it." Carmel gave a sigh. "Sweetheart, why the hell are you still that guy?" Carmel had never warmed to Joe, and the feeling was entirely mutual. Ellie met her gaze. "Carm, I am leaving him. As soon as the check from Sam McMahon clears, I'm leaving. Our relationship is a joke, I know, it has been for a while." Carmel chewed this over for a few minutes. "Does he know? Joe, I mean. Does he know it's over?" "He knows it's not working." "Why?" Ellie looked at her friend curiously, and Carmel gripped her hand. "I don't think you should be alone when you tell him." "Ellie, I've never told you this, but I've heard things about Joe's temper." Ellie smiled at her. "Carm, don't worry. He's never been violent or anything with me, just rude when he wants to be. It'll be fine." As she was walking home, though, she thought about Carmel had said. Joe had never been violent yet. But if she was honest with herself, it had been festering behind Joe's eyes, especially when they argued. He'd punch a wall, or the table with such force that she knew that was how much he wanted to hit her. She'd been waiting for it to happen for so long, she'd become used to the tension in her body. Ellie wondered how she loved Joe for so long, or had she even loved him at all? Was it ever really love if the person you thought you loved really didn't exist? She and Joe wanted different things. He wanted the world to acknowledge him and his photography. He wanted adoration constantly. She just wanted to earn a living doing what she loved. That drove him crazy, especially when she achieved what she wanted. He was still slogging away at a lowly newspaper job. So Ellie had held herself back from going after the really exciting jobs. This job with Sam McMahon was her biggest opportunity yet. Sam McMahon, she'd liked him the moment he'd smiled at her on that street that time. Tall and rangy, dark hair and blue eyes. She liked his presence. He was broad as well as tall, but his face was soft, kind, and the way he talked about his work and his obvious love of it was inspiring. She had tried not to look at him as more than her client, but she couldn't help imagining those long, thick arms around her, that full mouth on hers. She was so comfortable with him even after such a short time, and she realized now she couldn't wait to see him tonight. So she was grinning to herself when she unlocked her front door and walked in. "I'm home," she called, hoping no one would answer. She wanted to think about Sam McMahon some more. "Hey, darling. Come into the living room." She bit her tongue, disappointed, but when she walked into the other room, she stopped and gasped. Joe had decorated the whole room and set up a tree which twinkled with white fairy lights. Red and green garlands crisscrossed over the walls, and white candles flicked in their votive glasses around the room. Ellie felt tears of guilt prick her eyes. "Oh, Joe, it's lovely, thank you." He was smiling, and Ellie saw the man he had been when they first met for the first time in months, maybe even years. "It was for us, for our Christmas together. I thought we could start tonight. Order in pizza, drink champagne, go to bed." He leaned in and kissed her. "Remember our first Christmas, when we had intimacy under the tree with just the twinkle lights on?" "I do," she tried to smile, "and gosh, it's such a lovely thought, but Joe, I'm sorry, I invited my new client around for dinner tonight. He's on his own and—" Joe broke away from her with a grunt. Fine. Sorry I bothered. No, Joe, don't be like that. You'll like him, I promise, and it will be fun. I can invite Carmel too. No, I don't want that skank here. Ellie went very still, and Joe realized what he said. She could see he was torn between apologizing and saving face. He chose the latter. Fine. Do what you want. Ellie went into the kitchen and went into automaton mode. She pulled the ingredients together for the chili and started to make it. A half hour later, she heard Joe grab his keys. I'm going out to get more wine, he called through, in what she imagined he thought was a conciliatory tone. Fine, she said shortly and then heard the door bang. And stay away, she thought darkly, don't ruin my night with Sam. She shook herself. What the hell? You can't just think this mess out of existence. Later, after Sam left, she would put an end to this. She could call, get Carmel to come get her and move out. It was time to move on. Ellie threw open the door. Sam's expression cleared as she grinned happily at him and kissed his cheek. As she leaned in close, he could smell her perfume, a musky, heady scent, and breathed it in, a strange feeling in his chest. Longing. He brushed the thought away and let her lead him into the room. Ellie handed him a beer and chatted animatedly to him. She seemed excited, maybe too excited. Are you okay? She nodded. Sorry, Christmas spirit. But he liked the way her eyes shone when she looked at him. He threw a long swig of beer down his throat and looked around the room. It was a curious mix of the minimal and cluttered. One side of the huge room was stuffed with sofas, cushions, tables, books shoved in a jumble onto the shelves. The coffee table literature looked like it was actually read, rather than just for show. The space near the huge windows and the kitchen area, however, were sparse, clean lines. He liked it, the mismatch, as if they liked many ideas and just put them all into one room. Photographs and paintings fought for space, and on the wall, next to the front door, they had put in a round window. Stained glass, a huge setting sun, glowed, he presumed, from streetlights outside. He nodded to it. You'll work. Ellie grinned and nodded. If I get an idea into my head, she said, I have to have a go. Don't look too closely, but I think the overall effect kinda works. They were on the second floor, a ramshackle room, but Sam liked it. The walls, which had once been pure white, were peeling, revealing the underlying blue. Shabby chic. Along with a small shelf, pots of blue paints in various shades, 2 old tables littered with paper and leather-bound portfolios. He gestured to them. Can I? She nodded, and he opened the first. He was looking through photographs, views of Dublin, of Wicklow. As he reached the back, he stopped. 5 pages were taken up with pictures of Ellie. In one, she was wearing a white bikini top, a long white skirt, and leaning against a tree, staring insolently into the lens. Her eyes were heavily made up, Gothic style, and behind her, the sun shone, sending rays over her body. She looked staggering. Another showed her dressed as a hippie. Wearing a long black coat and Wellington boots, her legs were muddy, and she sat cross-legged, looking down at some bric-a-brac in her lap. He flipped the page. This time, a casual shot. Wearing a large floppy hat and laughing. On the final page was a shot that took his breath away. Her entire body was in silhouette, save for the light that bounced off her stomach, her thighs, and the softly rounded tops of her arms. It was an incredibly sensual shot. He looked up to see her trying to ignore him. The photos revealed a new side to her, one he assumed only Joe saw. To save her further embarrassment, he closed the book and walked over to study her work. Ellie talked him through some of it, showing him a series of paintings she had done of Dublin, but in the style of her favorite artist, Edward Hopper. They were superb, although she called them her experiment. On the far wall, 5 sketches of Joe. He walked over to study them. She watched him, knowing he would want an explanation. Her voice was soft. When I first met Joe, he was pretty heavily into recreational drugs. Nothing hard, just ecstasy. Maybe some uppers and downers. It was because he didn't have a great home life before he came here. He wasn't beaten up or anything, they just couldn't be bothered with him. It was as if nothing he did or said mattered. He could have won a knighthood, and they wouldn't have given a shit. Bastards. He had no confidence till he came to Dublin. His Aunt Kathleen took him in, and for the first time he knew what love was: parental love, family love. He started to come out of his shell, become more confident, less insecure. Then Kathleen died suddenly. A heart attack. Joe was devastated. He needed something, and drugs were it. Sam listened intently. She walked to his side, gazed up at the paintings. I painted these to show him the choice he had to make. This one. Ellie pointed to a happy, laughing Joe, is him at the start before Kathleen died. There was 2 paintings either side. Sam could see one side showed Joe getting deeper into drugs and ending up dead, the other side, his release from drugs and love and happiness the result. These are just for him. She spoke quietly. Just to remind him what he had been. I sometimes wonder if, never mind. Come up to the balcony. They sat, breathing in the cold night air. The noise of people leaving made Sam and Ellie peer over the edge of the balcony. Beautiful view, he said, not entirely meaning the city rooftops they were looking at. He braved a smile at her. I'm getting used to beautiful views, though. Ellie blushed and hid in her drink, but Sam didn't care. The wine had made him brave. You don't take compliments well, do you? She shook her head. No, but thank you anyway. She deliberately changed the subject. How about you? Any long-term relationships to brag about? His smile was a little sad, she thought. Just the one. Didn't take. Mairead. We were together for 15 years till she decided marriage, children, the whole deal wasn't for her. Free spirit. He set his drink down on the small table and gazed out over the city. Still friends though, why wouldn't we be? The love part was never in question. He looked at Ellie critically. The first time I saw you, you were running through the rain, free. You reminded me of her. She was as dark as you, though not as beautiful. He'd made her blush again. Gosh, you really go for the jugular, don't you, Sam? Don't hold back, get straight in there. She was laughing at him now, and he smiled, relenting. There was a pause. It's a matter of taste though, beauty, it's subjective. It doesn't mean anything, not to me. I'd rather be known for being a good person, a kind person. Looks fade. Hello. Joe's face was in shadow, an unseen expression. Ellie jumped, her face a picture of guilt. Sam wondered how long he'd been there watching them. Joe wandered out and kissed Ellie, an obvious way to mark his territory. Sam couldn't help noticing Ellie wince. Joe wound his arm around Ellie's waist, his fingers biting into her flesh. So, you're the new client, huh? Ellie's been really excited about the project, haven't you, little one? Patronizing jerk, Sam thought, but forced a smile. She deserves it, her work is exemplary. Wow, Joe really didn't like that, Sam realized. The man was a seething mass of jealousy when it came to his girlfriend, and Sam suddenly felt very apprehensive for Ellie's safety. He'd seen this a million times, and seen what carnage it could bring, what suffering, what death. What the hell are you doing with him, Ellie? He met her gaze and in it saw a million emotions flowing through her that he couldn't read, but he wanted to reach out and break Joe's arm just to get it off her. The chili was hot and good, and they managed to keep the conversation light despite Joe's glowering presence. The atmosphere was so charged that when Sam finally said goodbye at the door, he wanted to take Ellie with him. As the door closed behind him, his stomach twisted with apprehension for her. He did not want her alone with that man. That man. Her boyfriend, who had known her a hell of a lot longer than you have, he told himself sharply as he walked along the cold streets of Dublin. The rain had turned to sleet now, and he shivered, tugging his coat closet. Your work, all these domestic violence cases have made you too sensitive, he thought. Couples have fights all of the time. Ellie Ahern will be fine. An image of one of the crime scene photos sprang to mind, but he brushed it away. But later, at home, he couldn't sleep. Inside of himself, he felt a great disturbance, as if something unimaginable was about to happen, but he could not figure out what it might be. He drifted off to sleep, and dreamt of a crack in the earth. It was a dark hole into which he was being dragged only to find Joe at the heart of it, now a demon, a soulless wretch devoid of emotion, with his hands on Ellie, tearing her apart and her cries for help. He killed her without mercy. Sam awoke with a start, and stumbling to the bathroom threw up. So you didn't leave him? Carmel sighed and shook her head. Ellie had come around this morning, looking down, and told her about the dinner, and Carmel had cursed about Joe for a good 10 minutes. I'm telling you, Ellie, you need to leave or that man will do you harm. Take my word. If he even thinks there's another man. There is no other man. You've just told me you can't stop thinking about this Sam McMahon. Carmel fixed her with a glare, and if Joe even sniffs a hint of that. Ellie was getting annoyed now. There's nothing to sniff at, Carmel. Joe won't let me out of his sight most of the time anyway. Please just drop it. She stopped, aware her voice was getting louder. Carmel took a deep breath. Okay, darling, okay. But promise me, if anything else happens, you'll at least talk to the authorities. Ellie gave a tight nod, and Carmel had to be happy with that. She hugged her friend. You'll always have a place to go, you know? Any time of the day or night, if you just need to get out, just come. Ellie said goodbye to Carmel and walked through the streets. Late afternoon and the main thoroughfares were lively, so she turned into one of the tiny back streets, not wanting to go home just yet. She wanted to formulate in her head what to say to Joe, explain to him how they had grown apart, that they wanted different things, say that she was leaving without aggravating him. She couldn't bear another day like yesterday, or the day before, or the day before. She stopped and looked up at the Christmas decorations, lit up against the gray sky. That's our relationship now, she thought, my spark against his darkness. It could never work. She walked up Fishamble Street and on a whim, made her way to Dublinia. The exhibition of Dublin's history had always been a favorite haunt of hers, and nowadays she didn't bother with the taped guide, she already knew the city's history by heart. She roamed through the rooms, entranced by the reconstructions of early Dublin life. She climbed to the first floor, and was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar frame fill the room. Sam. He turned and smiled, equally as pleased to see her. He proffered his arm, and she took it. The tour, madam, he said grandly. They walked through the exhibition together, enwrapped in Dublin's history, giggling, and feeling very childish when they got to the scene showing the victims of the Black Death. They grimaced at the fake black boils covering the victims' bodies. I had the plague just last week, Sam joked. Ellie nodded in mock concern. That could really ruin your day, she sympathized. I know when I got beriberi last year put me behind for weeks. Eventually, they made their way up the 96 steps to the top of St. Michael's Tower, and looked out over the panoramic expanse of Dublin. A haze had settled over the mountains, the sun glinting down onto the sea, traffic hooting and shrieking as it bombed around Christchurch Cathedral. Ellie turned to him, eyes shining. Late afternoon and the street lamps were on, as well as the rubies and diamonds of the vehicle's head rear lights. The city sparkled. Look at it, she said emphatically. I never get tired of this view, it gets more stunning every time I see it. Sam agreed wholeheartedly, but about an entirely different view. Ellie looked up at the sky. I wish it would snow. Really? She grinned at him. Yes, you know why. Why? Because I've never made a snow angel. I've seen other people do it on the TV, or in pictures, but it's never been deep enough here to do it. Just a little ambition of mine. I get it though. She smiled. I thought you might. He had the strongest urge to reach out and touch that tumbling hair, wrap strands around his fingers. He felt like a nervous teenager, on a date with the most popular girl in school. For God's sake, stop mooning, he told himself in irritation, and suggested out loud that they go for a drink. They headed out and down to the foggy dew, Ellie wanting a change from Carmel's, claiming a table from a departing couple. Sam brought their drinks over to the table, dripping foam everywhere. So obvious question, she said when they were settled, were you born here? At the Rotunda, 39 years ago next week. Despite rumors the sky didn't darken, he grinned. Doug was born in Galway, then 5 years later, oops, mistake, I come along. My parents didn't plan for more than one, but I think they're happy enough. Are you close to them? He made a so-so gesture with his hand. I love them, of course, but they enjoy not having us around much, telling them what to do. They like their independence. What can you do? He sighed dramatically and made a face, and she laughed. I never knew mine, she explained, but that's okay. In my head, they were wonderfully exotic, the brooding yet surreally comical Irishman who fell in love with a Portuguese strumpet, who painted erotica for the elderly. She stopped and grinned as he broke into chuckles. Hey, I never said they were perfect in my head. Do you know anything about them at all? Not much. They died before I was old enough to remember them. Then I lived in a children's home until I was 5 or 6, can't remember exactly. Then Aoife kind of adopted me. Carmel was already living with her then. She's 6 years older than me.
Kind of.
He looked surprised and she grinned guiltily. Let's just say, I don't think it was ever made official. Well, for a start, I know more about my history than most legitimately adopted people do. My parents, where I was born, my real name. His eyebrows lifted. Your real name? Isn't Ellie short for Eleanor? She shook her head. No, Ellie is short for Eliana. It's a Portuguese variation of Helen, somewhere along the line. They chatted easily, sharing brief snippets of each other's history. Somehow, during that time, Sam's hand drifted upwards and stroked her cheek. Ellie leaned into his touch. Ellie, he said softly, I know this is wrong, that we've known each other hours rather than days, but when I'm with you, all I want to do is. Ellie leaned forward and pressed her lips to his, silencing him. They kissed slowly, deeply, until she pulled away, breathless. I'm sorry, I had to do that. It's all I could think of. He slid his hands onto her face. Where did you come from, Ellie Ahern? He bent his head to kiss her again. She tasted so sweet he could hardly bear it. Ellie, come home with me now. He felt her nod and silently he stood and offered her his hand. Ellie gazed up at him, her eyes shining. Gosh, this woman. Joe's fury knew no bounds. His jealousy rose up in him, a tide of vicious hate. He watched her leave, angry with her, raging at her betrayal. Another man. For this, he would make her suffer unimaginable pain. Nodding to the barman, he followed them at a distance. He should have known that Ryder wanted to put his filthy hands on Joe's woman. He followed them back to a small house in Rathmines, watched her go in with McMahon. He toyed with the idea of kicking the door in, wanting to beat the hell out of them both. Instead, he turned and strode out purposefully back into the city. There was time enough for revenge. Sam's hands were shaking as he slid the straps of her dress down her shoulders. Are you sure, my angel? He whispered, and she nodded. Never had she felt this torrent of pure desire for anyone, but now, with this glorious man, she let herself go. Screw the rest of the world, she wanted him now. Her fingers fumbled at the buttons of his shirt, then, laughing softly, he stepped back and pulled it over his head. She grinned at him. Efficient. I know. He caught her mouth with his, and they kissed slowly. Wow, the feel of a gentleman's hands on her bare skin. Ellie, he murmured, and she moaned at the love in his voice. Eventually, after making love for hours, they dressed and ate pizza. Ellie told Sam she was leaving Joe. This today has shown me what I want, and it isn't Joe, she looked at him shyly. Not that I have any expectations, Sam, please don't feel pressured. I'm going to move in with Carmel tonight. He stroked her face. I don't feel pressured, my love, not at all, in fact I'm damned happy. You are welcome to come here, you know. She smiled and stroked his face. You're sweet, but nothing destroys a budding relationship like moving too fast. I'll move in with Carmel and we'll go from there. What will Joe do? She shrugged. This is going to sound heartless, but I really don't care. It's been over for months. Shitty timing with Christmas, I know, but it's the best for everyone. At least come spend Christmas Day with me, do you promise? She smiled and kissed him. That I can promise. After he'd called her a cab and kissed her goodbye, he went back into his warm home. Wow. Just wow. His whole life had changed in a few hours, and yet somehow it had seemed inevitable from the moment they'd met. Midnight on Christmas Eve, and Sam was beginning to think she wasn't coming. He went to bed eventually, and was startled when he felt he slide into bed with him. He turned over to see her smiling at him. "Hey, baby." He smiled, but his brow creased. "How did you get in?" She silenced him with her mouth, kissing him deeply, and they began to have intimacy, and this time they were desperate for each other, clawing at the other to possess them more. Sam's mind, body, and senses were overtaken by his desire for this woman, and in the misty midnight light of his bedroom, they explored each other's bodies and were together well into the morning light. In the morning, Sam woke and watched her sleep for a while before sliding out of bed. "Breakfast in bed for my girl," he thought with a smile. He noticed the front door was a little open. "Ha," he grinned, shutting it. "I must have left it ajar unconsciously, waiting for her." He switched his coffee machine on and flicked the TV on, muting the sound so he would wake her. Sound carried in this small house. He hummed to himself as he prepared fresh fruit, scrambled eggs, and freshly baked rolls, occasionally glancing at the TV. A flashing image caught his eye. Police cars. The banner scrolling across the bottom read, "Christmas Eve Murder." He turned the volume up. The young woman, who hasn't yet been identified, was found with multiple stab wounds around midnight last night. She was transported to St. James's Hospital, but died shortly after arrival. A man, who has been identified locally as Joseph Haynes, has been arrested and charged with her murder. Sam dropped the mug of coffee he was holding, as shots of Ellie's apartment were shown. Sam watched in horror as a black body bag was carried out of the home, red and blue flashing lights. Joe was handcuffed and smirking as he was pushed into the back of a police car. Sam knew, as sure as he could ever be, that Ellie was dead. Murdered by Joe. So who the hell was upstairs? "It's still me." He spun around to see her in front of him. Ellie smiled at him. "I told you I would leave him, and I did." Sam walked to her and touched her cheek, only now noticing it was as cold as the frost on the window. His mind reeled from grief and confusion. "He killed you." She nodded. "I didn't even see the knife in his hand, it was over so quickly. Vicious, brutal, he had planned it. He knew I was leaving him. The last thing he said was that he would never let you have me. He didn't count on this." She kissed him, her cold lips soft against his. "You showed me more love in 3 days than he ever did. Maybe that's why I can still be here, still be with you. I don't know how long it will last, what happens next, but for now, I'm here." Sam felt his heart constrict and shatter, and he bowed his head, squeezing his eyes shut. "I just found you. How can you be gone?" He felt her cold hands on his face. "I'll never be gone as long as you love me." He looked up into her warm eyes. "And I do, Ellie, I do love you. I'll love you forever." RTS Television Studios, Dublin, 2013. The host smiled at Sam kindly. "Now, it's been 19 years since your seminal book, Love and Its Darkness, was published, and the book is now go-to for many a police investigation. Your focus on the Ellie Ahern murder case, in particular, touched a lot of people, and indeed, you have included some of her work in your book. Joseph Haynes is currently serving a life sentence for Ellie's horrific murder, and he is still insisting that there's no way those sketches are by Ellie, that she died before she started work on your book. What do you say to him?" Sam, his blue eyes twinkling, nodded. "I think Joseph Haynes is a bitter man who resents the fact that Ellie and I were close. I wanted her legacy to live on, and I can assure you, those sketches are her work." The host smiled, clearly not wanting to get into an argument. This was just a segment to waste some time on the news, after all. She eyed the handsome man in front of her. Age had not diminished Sam McMahon's looks, rather it had enhanced them. "And what about you, Sam? You've always been very cagey about your private life. Do you have anybody special?" Sam's smile widened and his eyes softened. "I do indeed, Joan. I have the most wonderful woman in the world." The host looked vaguely disappointed. "And have you got plans for Christmas?" "Oh yes," and he looked directly into the television camera, knowing his beloved Ellie would be watching at home, that she was more real to him now than ever, after all, this time. We'll be having a quiet holiday season, especially now it looks like a white Christmas. We have a tradition, the two of us every time the weather is bad, a tradition we've kept up for years. He smiled to himself. The host looked curious. And what is that? Sam gave a relaxed sigh and laughed softly. We make snow angels.
The end. Thank you for listening to this horror romance audiobook collection. We hope you have enjoyed it. Please like and subscribe to this YouTube channel for Billionaire Romance Audiobooks and occasionally some paranormal and horror stories.